Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our joint meeting with the Senior Advisory Commission. I'm going to ask that we start by going around the room and introducing ourselves. When the microphone shows green, that means it's on. So if you can grab a microphone, because we are televised tonight. So how about we start with Wanda? Wanda, if you could press it so it turns green.
I'm Wanda
There we
Beck,
go.
and I'm a Senior Advisory Commissioner.
Very good.
Hi, my name is Grant McCauley, and I'm also on the Senior Advisory Commission.
Hi, my name is Judy Howard, sorry, and I'm also a Senior Advisory Commissioner.
This is not turning green. Oh.
That one just turns red at the top.
Oh, you have the special one, Helen.
Okay, it's
Okay.
red.
You gotta push it.
I'm Helen.
You gotta push
So
this.
I'm Senior Advisory Commissioner as well.
Very good.
I'm Jennifer Herb, Recreation Supervisor at the Senior Center.
Hello, I'm Nancy Toledo. I'm the current chair of the Senior Advisory Commission, and I'm very grateful to be here with you.
Great.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Seeger. I'm a member of the Senior Advisory Commission and also happy to be here.
Deanna Santana, City Manager.
Karen Hardy, City Council.
Teresa O'Neill, Council Member.
Lisa Gilmore, Mayor.
Debbie Davis, Council. Kathy Watanabe, City Council.
Raj Chahal, Council Member.
So welcome and thank you all for coming. I'm sorry we're a little bit late. We had a longer closed session, so thank you for bearing with us, and hopefully you all got something to eat. Really good food. Thank you, city staff. Nancy, if you'd like to start and tell us about what you've been doing and what are some of your goals for this upcoming year, and anybody can jump in at any time if you have questions or comments. We want to keep it a flowing conversation. So why don't you give us a start, Nancy?
Well, thank you again for having us. It's really a pleasure to have a council who works with us, who attends our meetings, who supports our goals, and supports all the endeavors that we try to take on. So I wanted to thank you all for that before we start. What we'd like to do is have each of our members give you some information about various goals that we have, and we'll go through that. We're going to start with Grant McCauley, who's the current vice chair. He's going to bring you up to date where we finished last year, the accomplishments we had last year, and then we'll start with what we're doing this year. Grant?
Very good. Thank you. Grant?
Thank you. Well, since we met it's been 13 months ago now, in December 2018, one of the things was the staffing of the Senior Advisory Commission, and we're up to full staff again, which makes it easier to operate. We have new commissioners, and so part of our job this year has been to bring the new commissioners up to speed as to what we've been working on and how we operate. One of the things that we're really proud of is how cohesive the group is, and we work together, and it's showing that with the new commissioners coming in that this is going to continue. Excuse me. We did have a senior needs assessment that we did in 2017. It was adopted in 2018, and we're using the senior needs assessment as a tool for us to work on our goals and the efforts that we're going to be working on for the year. So we have several of those that we've picked out that are going to be our projects for the year. And so some of those are is that we have the Senior Fraud Prevention Awareness Program that we put on. And this turned out to be far more popular than we had anticipated. We had booked one of the smaller rooms at the Senior Center, and we had standing room only. So this year we're going to do it again, but this year we're going to book it in the larger room. So we didn't know it was going to be that popular, but it really is. So it's something that we really are proud of. We have our third annual Health and Wellness Fair, and this seems to be growing every year. The first year we had about 25 exhibitors and about 150 to 160 participants. The second year went to about 40 exhibitors and about 300 participants. And this last year we had 55 exhibitors and we had well over 400 participants in it. So hopefully this year, we're going to have the same thing. We had to move the date. We're going to be holding it on May 29th this year. We didn't get the same Friday that we wanted in the past because Morgan Hill booked theirs before we did, and they took all the exhibitors. So we decided that we'd move ours to May 29th. We think we'll get a lot better weather. The first year we got it was pretty hot. Last year it was pretty cool. We're hoping May 29th that we're going to get good weather this year.
Magic day,
So,
right?
but like I said, the senior needs assessment has been the tool that we have really worked with. And so each one of us is going to go through and talk about what the goals are that we're working on this year. So that was kind of a recap of what 2018 was. We felt it was a very successful year, and we're very proud of the things that we got accomplished this last year.
Very good, thank you.
Thanks, Grant. So now we're going to talk about what we're undertaking for this year, and a good part of it will be some continuations of projects that Grant's already talked about, because we haven't finished everything or accomplished everything we wanted to do. As Grant mentioned, we're basing our endeavors a lot on the results of the senior needs assessment. And also, we created our plan based on the 8 domains of the age-friendly city, which we have become, and we're very grateful for your support in undertaking that with us. And so now, with that we have that designation, we're going on to fulfill some of the various elements of that. Incidentally, I was at a meeting this afternoon, just a little aside, where I heard the chancellor of Mission College speak, and he was telling us that Mission College is the only junior college in the country that has been designated age-friendly. I'm pretty sure we were first before them. I don't know. I didn't check that with him, but I just thought it was an interesting little side piece to share with you.
Yeah, nice.
I'm sorry?
Can I make a, just add to that? When you
please.
mentioned that it's age-friendly, my husband, you know, everybody knows my husband Carl, he plays on the tennis team for Mission College.
Oh, that's right.
It's definitely age-friendly.
Yeah, and they have a variety of activities. I don't want to go off into their issues, but I just thought it was kind of an interesting little highlight of how valuable this whole thing has become for all of us. So as part of the age-friendly and the domains of that, we've taken on a few projects. One of them is to foster an age-friendly community. And we will talk about, one of our commissioners will talk more about that in detail. We also are taking on advocating for affordable, convenient, and safe transportation and streets. So we'll be evaluating the feasibility, opportunities, and challenges of that, and what various options are available. And we have actually spoken to a few representatives of some of the cities, some of the providers in some of the neighboring cities, and they have agreed, many of them, to make a presentation to us. So we'll be advising you at the time that we're having that presentation at our meeting, because I think it might be of interest to some of you as well. Okay, and as part of that, we're delegating one commissioner to attend the city's pedestrian master plan, which we've been involved in all the way along. We also are, another one of them is to develop opportunities to promote health, wellness, and nutrition. And we have some elements under that. Again, that will be spoken to in more detail about by one of our other commissioners, including taking on a dementia friend project and educating older adults. In addition to that, our other goal is to provide access to community resources and information. And that is the principal project that is to have the health and wellness fair that Grant has already referred to, and you will get some more details about the plans for this year. And we will be talking a little more about increasing elder fraud prevention, which we've done some projects on in the past, And we have a representative to attend the city's ADA committee meeting. Okay, so I'd like to start and ask Judy to tell us a little bit about what we're doing in more detail about the age-friendly community.
Okay, so the age-friendly community, we are letting the members know that we're hitting the 3 different libraries, Northside, Mission, and also the Central Park Library, sorry. So that way that they have a chance to go to, if they don't have a ride or something, they're close by, that they can go to one of those libraries. So last year we met at the Mission Library. We met 2 times at Central Park Library, and 1 time it was held at Northside. This year, the commission has scheduled the same kind of meetings at the Santa Clara libraries, beginning with the first meeting being held at Mission Library for the February meeting.
Thank you, Judy. Now I'd like to talk a little bit more about the affordable, convenient, and safe transportation and streets. And as I already mentioned, we have contacted a few of the providers in various cities, and we will be working with them in the future and trying to get some presentations from them that we can share with all of you. That was one of the major things that was identified in the senior needs assessment. So some of the shuttle transportation systems that exist are the Mountain View Community Shuttle, the VIA in the city of Cupertino, Navarre for VA patrons, which might possibly be a potential for us, and RIDE, which is in Campbell, Cupertino, Los Gatos, Montessorino, and Saratoga. Again, I mentioned earlier that we have provided a representative to the pedestrian master plan, and we have actually participated in a variety of their efforts, including a walk through the city to kind of identify areas that were in need of some attention, sidewalks and that sort of thing. And we will, in the next few months, be hearing from the El Camino Real specific plan. Specifically, we will have a presentation from them at our January 27th meeting. And hopefully at that time, consider information about various, that will help us to generate some ideas about what transportation issues might fit in with that.
About that, did you say that the different transportation in the different communities that the groups were going to come make presentations at the senior commission?
We are hoping to arrange that. I talked to the gentleman who is responsible for the one in Cupertino, and they're very active. In fact, they would be very interested in having a relationship with us so that their citizens could come within our community. There's I think a cost of about $2 per ride.
I was at the meeting, I think, when you were talking about
Okay,
that.
all
So I would be interested, just if you could let us know on your agendas, just send a note to the mayor and council's offices, who's coming for what agenda, so we can come and listen. I know we always send a representative, but maybe more than one of us would like to go and listen.
Absolutely, that was our plan.
To
I'm sorry, I
what,
didn't make that
because
clear.
I'm interested in
We would
that.
definitely like to have as many of you as could possibly come to any of those presentations.
Okay,
So
thank you.
for
Sorry to
following up
interrupt
with
you. I
that.
just didn't want to lose that.
Do any of the other, yes?
Lisa, has the city done its own exploration on getting like vans and jitneys and transportation for seniors at all? Or is this something that we can help you with to
I don't
explore
think,
more?
city manager, I don't think we've explored this unless anyone else knows about it. Teresa? Do you?
We haven't talked about it, but it was, I know Savita was the one that was really championing the VIA in Cupertino.
In Cupertino?
So on some of these projects, they've gotten money from some of their developers or some other sources. And one of the things, there is going to be coming up, VTA is going to be requesting, proposals from all the cities in the county, because they're looking at kind of like innovative transportation solutions, local. So, I mean, so there could be, if we come up with an idea, or to maybe partner with Cupertino or something like that, because I bet a lot of Cupertino people probably would like to come to, Kaiser and Santa Clara, or whatever, so, but an idea that there is going to be funding, that we can apply for through Measure B. So that might be a source, and, there's like a requirement for like, I think, a 10% local match. But as I said, some of these other shuttles, like Mountain Views, I know theirs was funded by Google. And, so there's some different ideas out there and some other pots of money that might be available to help.
Well,
with
like you
that.
said, if Cupertino was doing it and we could engage Sunnyvale and then Santa Clara, then they'd have a larger area. But no, to answer your question, I don't think we have explored.
I think, in view of the sort of the gridlock we're facing, it's even hard for people to park at the senior center because the parking, and we have so many more people, that it would be really advantageous for us to develop something like that in Santa Clara.
Well, even getting, and Helen will know this, seniors from the north side to the senior center and back and forth, and
Right.
from the west side of the city on over.
Right.
There's certainly a need, and you're right. It's, whenever I go to an event at the senior center, you end up parking in the neighborhood, oops,
Yeah.
because the parking lot is full. So,
This
yeah.
brings to mind, if I may, Nancy, bring this up. It brings to mind that, seniors are in need of extended hours for the senior center. We had this situation come up last year, and I know that your office supported having the senior center open all day Saturday and open on some evenings for working seniors to come. And if we have so many people, it seems to me that, again, this issue should be revisited because the senior center needs to be open all day Saturday. And I don't understand, and I have a lot of people coming to me in the center and asking me, well, why can't we be open all day Saturday? And I know that last year that the city manager's office approved the budget for it and that your office was in favor of it, but somehow somebody said no, and we don't know why. And I would like to know if there's something that our community or our commission can do to help facilitate where the stoppage is. So somebody's stopping it, and if there's assistance needed with staffing or other issues, I think that should be brought to light because this is just swept under the rug year after year. The seniors are complaining to me all the time, why don't we do this? Why can't we have it open? They're saying that the senior commission doesn't have any control over whoever is running it, and that they're just running away and doing whatever they want, not what the seniors want. This is what one woman approached me in the pool a few weeks ago.
Maybe I can ask the city manager in terms of the budgeting for the senior hours. I know we were expanding the hours, I thought.
I recall that we did expand the hours for the libraries, but I'm going to invite Jim up to, maybe I don't think I'm remembering all of the details.
Or it was going in this year's budget. I think it's this year's budget.
Part of the second year budget?
And we did use like
second
some of
year.
the senior tax from the stadium.
From the stadium to do that. Green.
Jim Teixeira, Director of Parks and Recreation. As the Senior Advisory Commission had mentioned, we've done an extensive study both in 2010 and also in 2017-18, looking at a needs assessment, looking at a gap analysis of the high priority needs that came up. Extended hours that had been cut back during the recession had been restored to the senior center. Secondly, the greatest number of active needs are actually at the times that we have programmed. So certainly we listen to the needs of the community and when they want to attend programs at the senior center. And that's what we're targeting our services to. We're looking at expanding programming when seniors need services at the senior center. So we certainly have restored hours back from when they were cut back during the recession. Also, over the holidays, we've done hours around that time as well, making sure that seniors who have needs, particularly senior nutrition program, operates over the holidays as well. So that's really been what the focus of the hours are during the hours of greatest need at the senior center.
What are the Saturday hours now at the center?
Jennifer?
So if we want to expand that to a full day, then we could recommend that for our budget for this year.
Yes, I think we provided a report this last year on the cost of the hours, and we could just update that and then provide that, and that can be taken in the context of the other budgetary needs.
Okay,
That would be great.
thank you.
So many people would just love to have all day Saturday.
There's such a need, and our senior population, our baby boomers are getting there, and it's increasing dramatically.
My question is, what were the hours before they were cut back? Because people that have been coming to the center tell me all the time that the center was open until 7:30 or 8 o'clock every night, and then it was cut back, and now it's 7 o'clock. So people who work can't come and swim or work out because by the time they get here, everything is closed. And I don't know if you've talked to anybody over there about the hours. You personally have talked to people and asked them if this is suiting their needs. I'm sure that you'll get a lot of people that will tell you that it's not meeting their needs. They can't come. They would like to come after work, or they would like to come after their kids get home and they have dinner, and they'd like to come swimming. And these are older people, people in their 50s that are working all the time. And I for one, still work. And I would like to be able to come later, too, to swim like in the evening. So if we have, I thought that it was approved last year. Yeah.
I feel like we approved something, so in terms of
Nothing has
expanding the
changed.
hours, that was going to kick in on year 2.
Yeah, I recall it was
Yeah.
expressed as an interest. We were able to get the library hours in, and I think the goal was to bring it back for year 2.
So I think that maybe that could be a task for the senior commission to come back with a recommendation to us for the hours for the center, not just for the weekend, but for the weekdays as well. We're going to look to you to give us some advice and a recommendation on that, but we'd like it before the budget. Right, city manager? Like ASAP.
Well, thank you for your consideration of that. We really appreciate it, and we will be back and share with you our recommendations. Thank you.
So maybe we should take a survey or do something like that?
Yeah, we can talk about that.
May I pop
We'll
in?
talk about that.
May I pop in?
Pop, go ahead.
I just want to expound on this and support what Lisa has said, as well as Carolyn, in that it may not show quite as much need eventually, but we are an age-friendly city to all ages. And in order to engage the 50-plus, the Saturday needs to be developed if we're going to engage them because of working. That's all. I think it's very important.
If we open it, they'll come, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right, and they'll
Yeah.
stay.
And they'll stay and they'll work
they'll be
out
more
and
physically
swim
fit.
and be very healthy. Yes.
All right, thank you. And before we leave the transportation area, Judy Hubbard was also going to work on that with, we've actually just kind of launched this, so we haven't gotten very far onto it. But I don't want to leave until, Judy, did you have something to add?
I do. VTA has access. I know I've used it for my mother when she was sick, where they actually come to the house and pick them up, and they can take them to the doctors, and I think it's $4 each way. But they have to put in an application in order to receive that benefit. So we need to look into that also.
Madam Mayor, can I?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Raj. Guys,
So,
just jump in.
I did find out something about the shuttle program from via Cupertino. I'm trying to gather more facts about it. And also I have a scheduled meeting with one of the council member with Mountain View. And I plan to bring this information at the goal setting for the shuttle program because, and I will bring those details, whatever I gather. And Cupertino has a office like city office,
Yes.
they have some, they issue the passes and other stuff, and they help subsidize those also, and it's a public-private, but I'm trying to gather more facts, but I'm working on that, both Mountain View as well as Cupertino model, and let's see where we end up, and it should be doable for Santa Clara too. If Cupertino and Mountain View can do it, we can do it. And the main point on this is public-private participation. If we are encourage our businesses to participate in this program, funding is the main issue. If we can convince them, I think we can do it.
Well, thank you. I'm really pleased to hear there's interest in it and support for that, because there clearly is a very big
Yes.
need. So thank you very much for that.
It's not only for seniors, for the students and
Yes,
all other
exactly.
residents
Oh,
within the
exactly.
city. And
Yes.
it can reduce the number of trips we are making on our cars if we have
Yes.
that.
Yes,
shuttle across the
Cupertino, I know, I talked to the gentleman who's in charge of it, and it's for everyone.
Yes,
It's not simply
yes,
for seniors.
Yep, it's
Yeah.
for everyone. Same thing, Mountain View also for
Definitely
everyone.
need something
Students
like that.
use it, yeah.
We need it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any way that one of us can kind of shadow you to learn more about what you're doing?
Sure.
I mean,
So
that would be
One
great.
thing is, I plan to present it at the goal setting, at the city council goal setting on 30th and 31st. But even before that, once I have all the data, I'll be more than happy to send an email and I can share that with you.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, thank you.
I was just going to
Any other
say,
comments before we move on?
I think last meeting, did we also discuss looking at the survey? Did we have a survey before?
Yes.
Because we really need to look at the needs, the specific needs, so that we can cater to those needs.
Yes, you're right.
Okay.
I was
Okay,
just,
Karen, did you have something?
I was just going to say that you seem surprised that we're so engaged in this. I don't see anybody under 50 here, so of course we know where we're. I'm just going to say it.
Good point.
I just
Thank
had a
you.
birthday too.
Thank you.
So you're focusing a lot on getting people to places and expanding the hours. I'm also concerned, I was really glad to hear about senior fraud prevention awareness, but I found out two of my neighbors, one was defrauded $10,000, the other one $30,000 just recently. I was horrified. And both of them are in their 80s and are not able to get out. And I'm wondering, I'm sitting here thinking, is there a simple way to, for someone who is not able to get there for many different reasons, to participate in some of these informational situations remotely? It's going to have to be a simple way. But I would like to see that. And daytime meetings, I remember when I took my mom out for dinner, she said, wow, I haven't been outside in the dark in I don't know how long. Because she just focused on, being home by the time it was dark. So you talk about people, in their 50s wanting to get to the senior center and swim and things like that. But we also have people that don't leave or just need daytime situation. And if we could figure out a way to participate remotely is the specific term, in a simple way.
I think the police department has something remotely. The Santa Clara PD has something on fraud, elder fraud.
Well, and getting that out, just because I was horrified to hear about that.
You might try the website for the PD.
Well, here's the problem. A lot of people, when you say website,
Yeah.
they shut down.
Yeah,
I know
you
that.
have to get it on your phone and bring
That's
it
why
over.
well, when you say phone, we still have our station, don't we, where you can watch. And so this, it's got to be something simpler as far as access.
I know that today I saw on Nextdoor, there was a fraud, somebody alerted a PG&E scam, which I thought was great. It was the first time I saw something like that online. My husband was just scammed recently, and they locked him out of his computer, and he can't get back in because I told him, no, don't go get a $500 Walmart card. That's wrong. And so they locked him out of his computer, and he's stuck right now. So, yeah.
I got a call from
Yeah.
PG&E saying that, that I owed a PG&E bill. And then I tried to call the 800 number back, and the number wouldn't go through because it was out of the country.
the reality is the IRS, the police station, nobody's going to call you and ask for information. But helping people to understand this and to reach out, I think is very important to, I was horrified by the amount of money that was lost.
Yeah.
Wasn't there
I'm glad you
sessions
brought
at,
that, I'm sorry.
wasn't there sessions at the senior center where we talked, and they were super popular, and we talked
Yes.
about having them here in the
Exactly.
council chambers
Yes.
and having them streamed live so that
Yes.
many seniors can see. I think that's what Karen's talking about, because I know that they were very well attended at the senior center, but we're not getting out to enough people with all the crime and fraud and everything that's out there right now. We need to reach more in terms of communicating with them, but using maybe the City Hall resource to do that. That's what, I know we talked about that in the
Well,
meeting.
that's an excellent idea. Well, of course it is. Thank you very much. We've actually have a segment on fraud prevention.
Okay.
And as you know, we've had some sessions in the past, but I hadn't thought about it. And of course, it's a wonderful idea, the streaming. And we have a plan to have, we go to different neighborhoods to have our meetings. We have them at different libraries, and it was our goal to have one of them here. So I think that could all kind of congeal together, and we might be able to pursue that. So we'll be in touch. We'll keep.
Even if we could create some short videos on,
Yes.
with some examples and some, advice on, what to beware of.
The city staff, the IT department and the city staff was amazing.
They're really
in their
good
presentation.
creating these,
So
yeah.
we would certainly want to get
Well, and
coordinate with
Dan
them.
Winters has done a lot, our acting police chief has a really good PowerPoint presentation where he's done that.
Yes,
And
okay.
explaining, I want to make it live stream and make it available so that you could find that. You can also put, if you plan far enough in advance, put in a notice in people's power bill, the city power bill.
Some of the
We
information
could
that's gone
even
out.
have a crime day.
The city has
Santa Clara
mentioned that
Crime
like,
Day.
in the inserts
Crime
and
fighters or
stuff.
something.
But if we make it simple to get to.
The libraries, too, would be really good at disseminating perhaps videos, for people that can't find it on the TV. They're always wonderful and have special programs that affect seniors. So there might be a library that will present it.
Well, I know tonight on our agenda, we're talking a lot about communications, and we're hiring communications people to really disseminate information to our community, and I think this would be a perfect opportunity for us to get creative on how we get this information out so that people can really look at it and absorb it and make it very helpful for everyone.
Well,
I
thank
think
you.
one of the things
Would
that
we
that
have
I
a-
noticed is that when we did the fraud prevention, we thought we'd get a few people, and we were overwhelmed by the number of people we got. So that told us how important and how popular something like that would be. So any way we could get to, so that we could communicate with the entire city. So whether it be that we use the council chambers or the libraries or something to get to more people would just be a huge benefit. So, but that was one of those, it caught us by surprise. That's why we booked the small room, because we thought there'd be a small number of people. And it turned out that we overextended that room, and we need to get larger. And now we need to get, so that we can get to the whole city.
So Grant, can we add this to your wellness fair? With that many people outside and have the police department there and
The police department has been there every year, and
something like this to add to it, would, to have people go there, but then disseminate some more information and then have the meetings within the senior center. But, make it a priority where they speak about it, but then you kind of delegate it out a little bit more so that it continues if you have that many people interested in what's going on.
yeah, exactly. I agree with you. I think there's something that we could do through the wellness fair, and but at the same time, I think that it's something we need to do independently and to get more information out.
I can speak to just the health and wellness fair. Last year, the IT department provided little mini hands-on training workshops upstairs during the health and wellness fair. So that was the first time that we'd offered that service. And we did have people attend, and it's something that we'd be interested in having back again and again with marketing and getting the word out. And since they're already there anyway for the health and wellness fair, providing those extra services.
I wanted to address the seniors not driving in the dark from a different aspect of making it easier to get out. I am 81, okay, so I'm driving, and nighttime driving is more difficult. But what I like about our city, and there can be more of it, that there are very many roadways that are well lit, and what a difference that makes. So that's a hardscape, so to speak, approach from this. But I love like San Tomas, and I even use the streets that are more lit, like Monroe, in my route, even if it's out of the way. So we also, although we're talking about being on cars, for people to feel so isolated, there are other approaches as well.
Okay, well, thank you very much. This is wonderful to have such a lively discussion. We'd like to move on to share with you our other goals for the year. And Grant McCauley will now talk about the opportunities we're pursuing to promote health, wellness, and nutrition for the
So this last year, the County of Santa Clara started a program for a dementia-friendly county. And through dementiafriendlyamerica.org, they're processing this, trying to get as many people to take this class, and to call it a class is something, but it's online. There's a series of about 10 or 15 videos. You select the ones that are important to you or that pertain to you, and you can go through that, and once you've read all of those, then you can sign up and get a dementia-friendly certificate like this, that you can display that you are dementia-friendly, and what that means is that you've been trained in how to deal with it, not as a caregiver, but to just be aware of what dementia is. There's 37 different degrees of dementia, the worst being Alzheimer's that we've all heard of, but there's others. There's just the minor things, the occasional forgetfulness. So if we were trying to get so that a lot of people throughout the city, now Sunnyvale picked it up from the county, and they got the designation across the board, and then the city of Milpitas did the same thing. And so we're trying to push through the Santa Clara so that a lot of people are dementia-friendly. And one of the things that we did get this year is that all the staff at the senior center have gone through the program, and so they're going to display a certificate that shows that the staff at the senior center is dementia-friendly. And the reason that we want to do that is to make it comfortable so that caregivers or people with mild dementia know that it's a comfortable and safe place for them to go. So anyway, we've been trying to push that this year. It's not a tough thing to go through, and we encourage anybody that deals with the public, which is I think most of us in here, just to go through this 20-minute videos. And like I said, it depends on whether it's through a fraternal organization or retail or Chamber of Commerce, whatever it is, it's kind of an awareness. And so, and then it just makes it so that the whole city, and this goes along with the age-friendly city, which we already have. So I was really proud that the senior center staff has already taken this up, and they've all gone through it now, and we can display that our senior center is dementia-friendly. So that's one of the things that we're really kind of pushing this year. We're hoping that a lot of people will sign up for that.
Thank you, Grant. And
Maybe
now,
the city council can also be a dementia-friendly city
Yes.
council. We can all take the TIS.
Yeah, it only takes 20 minutes on dementiafriendly.org.
All right, thank you.
And Wanda Buck and Carolyn Seeger and Helen Narcisco will now talk about other ways that we're educating in health and wellness. Wanda, want to go first?
Okay. We have a subcommittee, the three of us, and we're each going to take a different part. The part I'm going to take has to do with the wellness fair that we had a booth every year for mindfulness and yoga, and there are actually chairs where people can do sit-down yoga and experience it, and also do mindfulness sessions with information there. And on our committee, we work on health, and a big part of it is reducing stress. And of course, you can't be in a grocery store without seeing mindfulness, magazine someplace, and I've gotten a lot of them out. So that's just one way that we're contributing to help people live longer. And we did have an article last year, and it says, "Just breathe." And if you think about it, that's what keeps us alive. That's all I have to say.
So I think continuing the articles that are published, I think every other month, the newsletter. So we plan to identify health trending topics that seniors could resonate to and publish it in the Senior Center newsletter. So I guess the next one is February. So that's what we're taking on.
So this year, the Senior Center, one of the other things that it provides in addition to exercise and camaraderie is a great means of mental well-being, mental health. We have mental health going on at the Senior Center because we have camaraderie, because we have friendships, because we have love. We have people that we love to see when we go there. And so Jennifer and her staff got a movie to show us called A Life Well Lived. Well, one of the things that I've discovered now that I'm 72 is you wonder about your life. It's going by fast and you have less left than you did before. You had a lot of life, and it was all wonderful and all meaningful, but then you kind of take a role of how did I do, or how am I doing, or what do I want to do now? And the movie that we saw was a black and white movie, and it's called A Life Well Lived. And it showed simple, everyday encounters with families, with older couples, and sharing their lives together with neighbors and grandchildren and people doing things together, going to the beach. And, you really got the feeling that that's a life well lived, sharing your life with other people that you care about and that love you and that you have meaning with is a very deeply rooted sense of feeling for all of us, to feel meaning in our lives, not just rolling along and having nothing. So and it was so impressive because we had a talk group, they'd show so much of the movie, and then we'd stop and talk and share. And there were groups of people sharing all different experiences that they had when they went camping and how they had this encounter with these people. And just every moment of life, it showed, is so well lived and so meaningful. So when you get to be 72, you do have meaning in your life, and you do have gratefulness, and you have you're living a well life. So you really got the point. And it was just very inspirational. And I really thank Jennifer and her team for doing that. It was great. And I think everybody that went really took a lot from it, because you do wonder when you get old, what am I doing?
Right. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, then we will move on to our next element. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Nancy, we're going to have to move a little quicker because
Yes,
our
I
meeting,
know.
I can see they're lining up out there.
Okay, so the next element we wanted to talk about was the access to community resources and information, and that specifically addresses the wellness fair. So Grant is going to summarize, which he almost did already, what we did last year, and then I'll give you a little summary of what our plan is.
Yeah, I guess a lot of the things I've already mentioned, but just at the beginning of this year, we sent out save the dates for May 29th, and just on the save the date alone, we got 35 of the exhibitors that said that they would be back.
Oh,
So
great.
we had originally scheduled it for earlier in May, but like I said, Morgan Hill took that date from us, and we lost some exhibitors. We moved to May 29th. We also extended it an hour longer than it was last year. And it's proven to be a success in the past. It's getting larger every year. And I anticipate that this year it's going to be larger and more successful. It's a great event. So
Great. Thanks.
Thank you,
I'd like
Grant.
to see all the city council there.
We'll be there again. Wouldn't miss it.
We always go.
Wouldn't miss it.
It's one of our most important and favorite events. We also have a segment on fraud prevention, which I think we've pretty much discussed and shared. So I think if there's any other comments from any of the other commissioners?
Thank you for your interest.
I'm sorry.
Well, thank you for, you guys were very well prepared and have some really good input. It's great that you put so much thought into it.
Right, I think you're very much one of our most active commissions in the city, and so we look forward to hearing from you, and I know we all enjoy attending your commission meetings because we learn so much, but also we're able to provide information as well. But we look forward to your recommendation on the hours for the senior center, and anything else that you would like to bring to our attention, you can just make it in the form of a recommendation directly to the city council. And so we can, make sure we act upon it. Yes.
One element I forgot, I'm sorry, a very, very important part of the fraud prevention. We're partnering with the police department and offering a segment called Don't Get Caught, which is an elderly fraud workshop to how to detect and avoid falling victim to elderly fraud scams. And that is scheduled for February 19th.
February 19th?
19th,
And
yes.
where is that?
At the senior center.
At the senior center, and do we have a time?
10 to 11:30.
10 to 11:30. We want to make sure we advertise that, city manager. February 19th, 10 to 11:30 at the senior center. Is there a capacity issue on that in terms of number of people, or do you have to sign up ahead of time, or can you just
It would be
show up?
open, just show up, and
Okay.
we've got a couple of different rooms, so we've got as much as 108 capacity.
Okay,
So-
that's great. We want to make sure we advertise that.
This information, it would be nice if it would be included in those utility bills, because some of the folks, they don't have access to computers or things like that, so the website. So we want to make sure that we're mindful of those information, make sure everybody gets touched.
What's our lead time on the utility bills? Do we have that? Couple of months lead time.
I know
So-
also that it should be like in the senior center newsletter, maybe the Santa Clara Women's League newsletter.
We
so
can
that it gets
also
around.
send it out on e-notify and all the other things we do as well, but we have a biweekly newsletter, but also we want to make sure the health and wellness fair is in our utility bill for May 29th.
And
Great idea.
what, the city newspaper, the city newspaper that comes out quarterly, is that being utilized for Inside Santa Clara? Is that being utilized to transmit any information? Yeah. Yeah. Good. And I wanted to say one thing. I think there was a meeting in November, a senior advisory committee, and I think there was a miscommunication with City Hall. And only because I saw Grant post that he was at the North Side Library, did I know that there was a meeting. And I said, why were you there? And he told me why. And I said, was there anybody there? Because I knew a lot of the council was away. And if I had known, I would have been there, because I literally live right down the street. So I'm sorry that there wasn't anybody there, because I know Grant said there were a couple of issues that had come up. So, but if you want to put me down there, Jen, whenever you have the meeting at the North Side Library, just put me on there, because it's literally right down the street. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We look forward to this every year, and let's please keep in touch. We'll be at your meetings, and we like to participate in whatever you're doing, and we want to make sure that we include the senior issues in our communications going forward. All right? Thank you so much. Thank you.
So much. Great job.
Good evening, everyone. I want to call the City Council meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. A roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mahan, Councilmember Hardy,
Present.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Present?
Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Here.
Councilmember Shahal,
Here.
Mayor Gilmore.
Here. Is there a motion to excuse Vice Mayor Mahan?
So moved. Second?
Second.
Motion second to excuse Vice Mayor Mahan.
Who seconded the motion?
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously.
Madam Mayor, may I
yes.
read the statement?
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. Reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Council took no reportable action in closed session.
Thank you. Any continuances or exceptions from City Council or City staff or any member of the public? All right, seeing none. Our first special order of business, which is the recognition of the Santa Clara students in the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair, is going to take place a little bit later. I think that they're planning on attending sometime between 6:30 and 7, so we will break when I get the sign that they're here, and we'll have that special order of business. But I'm going to turn to the city manager, who has a special order of business that she'd like to present to the council and public.
Sure. I'd like for the PowerPoint presentation to come up, please. I just want to share with the City Council that Santa Clara started the year off very strong. We, for the first time, covered Business View magazine. And as you can see there, the cover for the magazine, as well as the pages that we were able to fill with all the good things that are happening in Santa Clara. Business View magazine is a business-centric magazine that also focuses on the public sector in North America. It has approximately 840 subscribers. And as I mentioned, late last year, we were contacted, we interviewed, and we were successfully designated to open up the year. Several interviews were conducted with city staff to highlight all of the great things happening within the city, and these are just some sample pages, as well as some advertising from some local businesses. And the key themes that we wanted to promote are Santa Clara is a progressive city. We're innovative, sustainable. We definitely are, as well as our business community is on the world stage. We have a lot of unique assets that are written about over the 20 pages that they use to cover Santa Clara. Our economic vitality for all, the small town feel, which is our secret sauce with keeping our city vibrant, and that this is a community that has it all. It's the first time that the city has covered a magazine with this significant circulation throughout North America. It discusses the city's growth from an agricultural hub and honors our history to the birthplace of the Silicon Valley. It highlights the key role that Santa Clara Power has, and we've all acknowledged that locally, and certainly it's been getting a lot of national attention, and features many of Santa Clara's recent and upcoming developments and amenities, including Santa Clara Square, the Convention Center, Levi's Stadium, and the related Santa Clara project. And overall, the cover story showcases Santa Clara as a place where you truly can have it all. I want to also acknowledge that the magazine has yet, while it's already posted online, they did acknowledge that it hasn't officially launched the story because advertisement is still coming in from local communities, and the desire for Santa Clara to businesses to be advertised and be part of what's circulating within the 20 pages that are covering Santa Clara. So just wanted to share the good news, and obviously a strong start for the city.
Great. Wonderful, thank you. Thank you for that. Any comments from the council? Anyone have anything to say? No?
Good job. Do we get copies?
When they finish with all the advertisements and are able to bundle it together, we will receive a hard copy of the Santa Clara portion of the circulation. So coming.
Okay, very good. We appreciate that. So now I see that our city clerk has just walked in. Sorry, city clerk, but I think you have one item that you'd like to speak on. As soon as you get yourself in order there, under special order of business.
Yes. It pains me to have this item to talk about, but we have to talk about it nonetheless. I know it's not on the agenda, but this is something that just crept up. And as the city clerk and the elections official, one of my duties is to ensure that we have clean elections in Santa Clara. We're all aware, or at least if you're not aware, now you will be, that there is a special election happening in March for Santa Clara, which is unusual for Santa Clara. And on the ballot, we have in Santa Clara two items that are specific to Santa Clara. One is the election of a chief of police to fill the vacancy, and the other one is on Measure C. Not only myself, but many in the community have also received in the past few weeks, during the holiday, Christmas and New Year's break, an anonymous poll asking of opinions around issues around the city. I actually received this call myself, and I know many in the community have also received this call. And in that poll, there were many questions about current council members, the city manager's performance, the San Francisco 49ers and their opinions of the San Francisco 49ers and their relationship with the city, and also about Measure C. And particularly, Measure C was roughly, if I can recall from even the own poll that was given to me, about 70% of the call. These polls are sometimes designed to appear unbiased. However, having sat through all of the community meetings and the charter review meetings for what eventually is now called Measure C, it was very clear that the poll was designed to sway the opinion of the respondent by insinuating certain things about the measure and about certain council members and the city manager and the 49ers. I tried to get some insight into who was the originator of the poll, but as with a lot of these opinion research firms, they themselves or the person who's on the other end of the phone line may not necessarily know either who the originator or the source of the polling questions are. As the council certainly is aware, the city of Santa Clara passed a one-of-a-kind dark money ordinance. And part of the dark money ordinance is for any expenditures towards campaigning for either candidates or political issues, that all of those must be reported. And we have, with the dark money ordinance, more stringent requirements than even the state law affords. Certainly, if there are questions from the council, they can be directed to our city attorney, who I'm sure is happy to answer those questions. But also part of the dark money ordinance is that there are penalties for failure to disclose those sort of expenditures. To date, the clerk's office has not received any expenditures with regards to any of the questions that were asked in this poll. Polls are considered campaign expenditures. So what we'd like to announce with this special order of business is that if you have any insight or information as to the source of this poll, the clerk's office is happy to take you know, your tips, whether anonymously or not. We are happy to do that. We will be looking into filing a formal complaint with the FPPC. We will be looking into, you know, pursuing an investigation on this, because at the end of the day, whether you vote one way or another on a particular item is completely up to you as an individual. And, you know, we have our beautiful First Amendment freedom of speech rights to support or, you know, not support one way or another any issue on the ballot. But the idea behind the dark money ordinance is that we want transparency in Santa Clara, so that any money that is spent to try to sway people's opinion, you're okay to spend that. You just have to disclose it. And so we are putting this out there to call attention to the community who may have received this anonymous phone call or anonymous poll, that whoever is doing this has not reported the campaign expenditures and are in violation of the dark money ordinance. So if there's any questions from the council, I'm happy to take it. If there are any questions about the ordinance, I'm sure our city attorney is happy to clarify on some of those things as well.
Any questions from the council?
I do.
Councilmember Davis?
So Hassam, you couldn't figure out who was doing this, but we have a pretty good idea. So if this is reported to the FPPC, do they do the investigation and get back to you as to if we can find out who is doing this?
We certainly, when we report at the FPPC, they will do an investigation. The council, I mean, as a clerk's office and the elections official, we can also start our own investigation. I'd have to meet with our city attorney to figure out in terms of whether the staffing is there in the attorney's office now, or if there's another law firm that the city may want to work in conjunction with to do some of this investigation. But certainly we will report this to the FPPC, and they do also do their own independent investigation as well.
Okay, so are you making yourself available to the residents that have questions about this polling questions?
Absolutely.
And they can talk to you to find out what the truth is, because I came home to a nasty editorial in the Mercury News, just blew me away because there was like no fact. It was sheer speculation and opinion.
Well,
So,
with regards to Measure C, the city is putting out a lot of educational information. We'll have it on the website to just educate the community about the facts of Measure C, the origin of where it came from as a result of Measure N, which passed with over 73% of the vote, but also through the robust process from the Charter Review Committee and obviously the council ultimately putting it on the ballot. It's not within my or my office's purview or interest to try to sway opinion one way or the other, but it is important that we get the facts out there and let voters make an educated guess for what they think is right for Santa Clara. But you know, things like this, again, freedom of speech grants everybody the right and the ability to campaign for one way or another. But they just have to disclose it. So right now, and that's why we call it dark money, because you don't know who is spending that money on trying to sway opinion. And when you don't know who it is, it's you don't know what's behind it.
okay, well, thank you for your time on this. I know that this is going to be another nasty election season, but thank you for doing this, and I hope that people will call you to find out what's really going on instead of believing fake news.
Yeah, so the city website will have information about Measure C. We are also putting out a mailer to the residents for them to learn about Measure C. And obviously, all of the information about Measure C has already been submitted to the Registrar of Voters. So when you get your voter information booklet, you'll also receive the impartial analysis from the city attorney. You'll receive 2 letters from proponents of Measure C and 2 letters from opponents of Measure C, and voters are free to make their own educated decision.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? No? Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out to Councilmember David Davis' comment that nasty editorial. This is my personal thinking, that we should not use this dais to make opinion about a news editorial on this dais, whether it's a nasty or good or bad. It's a personal thing to discuss, but we cannot make a decision on this dais to judge an editorial on that matter. That's only my comment. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, so thank you very much, City Clerk. We appreciate it, and the information's out there if people want to contact you. All right, so next we're going to move on to our consent calendar. All items will be approved with one motion unless any member of the council or the public pulls an item. I would like to pull item 2N as in Nancy. And that item is action on agreements with Threefold Communications LLC, Circle Point, and Singer Associates, Inc. for communications consulting services. Would anyone else like to pull an item from the consent calendar on the City Council? Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I would like to pull, I had it right here, 2I, please.
And I would like to pull item 2.
One second.
Sure.
So item 2I for the public's knowledge is action on adoption of ordinance number 2011, amending chapter 18.76, architectural review of the city code of the City of Santa Clara and making other clarifying changes. That's Councilmember Hardy. Councilmember Chahal?
I'd like to pull item 2P and 2O. Should be other way around.
Okay, so item 2P for the public's knowledge is, 2P is action on agreement with Superior LLC for residential and business alarm management software. And you said 2O?
Oh, right.
And 2O, which is action on amendment number 3 to the agreement with Jones Lang LaSalle Americas for consulting services related to Santa Clara Convention Center and Destination Marketing Organization.
Yep, that's correct. Thank you.
All right. Is there any member of the public that would like to pull an item from the consent calendar? Please come forward. Yes.
Hi. Bob O'Keefe. I also filled out a card. I'd like to pull item 2I, but I guess it's been pulled.
Oh, 2I?
Yeah, it was the same one.
Oh, the same one as
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy. Hold on a second here. So thank you very much for that. I have Mark Goldberg that said item 2. So if there's a Mark Goldberg here, and a Brian Goldenberg also says item 2. So I don't know which item in the consent calendar you would like pulled. So either Mark or Brian, if you'd like to come forward and just clarify which item you'd like pulled.
I'm sorry, I think.
No, it's okay.
I have the wrong, I was told item 2 for the DA extension. Maybe I have-
Okay, that's a different item.
What item
So
is that?
are you talking about, just so I have it correct? Item 4.
Oh, thank you.
Is that the development agreement with Innovation Commons Owner LLC?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll make sure you get to you on that one. And Brian Goldenberg? Yes.
The exact same as Mark.
So 2, meaning 4.
Yes.
All right, very
Thank you.
good. Thank you. Here, I'm going to give those back to you. Anyone else like to pull any items? Okay, so is there a motion for the balance of the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the
Whatever's
balance of the
left.
consent calendar.
So moved. Or second.
It's under, I have it under, showing under special order of business instead of consent calendar. Does it matter? Okay. I can't. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, our next item on the agenda is, it's here yet? Nope. Public presentations. So these public presentations are for any items that are not on the agenda that you'd like to address the council. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak under public presentations? You have two? Okay, let me find it now. Okay, the first is Michael Fisher, and then Mary Grizzle after that. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for listening to me tonight. My name is Michael Fisher. This is my wife, Cheryl. We live at 820 Civic Center Drive in Santa Clara, longtime residents. I come to here today as a private citizen, a resident, and the developer of 820 Civic Center Drive. It was a 4-lot subdivision we recently nearly completed. Jeffrey Gundlach has recently called this decade the decade of reckoning. As a financial professional, he's referring to economic issues such as Social Securities. Apparently, I guess it doesn't pencil out later on this decade. But the key, my point is with reckoning, the key to reckoning is that business as usual must be considered, it must be questioned, and at times it must be actively challenged. I'm telling you that Santa Clara must reckon with inadequate professionalism, ethics, and legality, at least from my understanding. I spent 4 years entitling my project from 2013 to 2017, I guess. I gave, and I agreed. I was very proud to do this, as it was the right thing to do in my hometown of Santa Clara, the Mission City. My project was not complicated, and my project was not controversial. Ultimately, I committed to City Council to construct 3 new homes instead of 8, with the heart and soul of my project being the preservation of a historic view corridor fronting our Spanish colonial revival home that was deemed significant or historic. During the entitlement process, Public Works staff disregarded my questions. During construction, Public Works staff completely disregarded any consideration of my established by that time and formally defined historic view corridor and violated my agreement with City Council. My wife and I did not agree to preserve the old house under the conditions demanded to us by Public Works during construction. To this day, staff will not answer my questions. Simple questions like, why is there a 48-foot street in front of my house? I agreed to a 40-foot street with a council, with my agreement with council. And I did, prior to that, I talked to staff. I said, hey, is this what you want? It's 40 feet. That's the standard residential street width. Another random question that for 6 years well, why is parking not allowed on the east side of the street? That's a today question. We can't figure it out. Nobody in the neighborhood can figure it out. We have a 48-foot street, and on the east side of the street, there's no parking allowed. 100% residential. Due to this illegal violation by staff, my wife and I are not agreeable to preserve our old house under the Mills Act. We don't trust the city. For starters, I would like an apology and my $7,000 for the Historical and Landmarks Commission fee refunded. The Historical and Landmarks Commission is not valid if Public Works is exempt from their recommendations and the council agreements.
Mr. Fisher, I think that, can I ask you a couple of questions?
I have 2 more lines, but sure.
Okay, you have 2 more lines?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you finish your 2 lines?
Another key point is I was treated very differently from billionaires, developers. You as managers of city staff must not accept business as usual. It must be questioned, it must be reckoned, and you must consider the deficit of professional ethics and legality.
Okay, I'm not familiar with what's going on. It sounds like it was a project that was approved, and
yeah,
there's some issues going on. I don't know if the other council members are familiar with what's happening.
I don't know exactly. It's that old house that.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
so, I don't think that we're going to settle this
course not.
here on the dais. I'm not familiar with it. Can we
course.
refer this to staff to come back to us with what's
It's-
happening, or at least get
it's
it
been
on
referred.
the next agenda, like officially somehow, so we can get some information on what's happening? It sounds like, I don't know, city manager, are you familiar?
Staff is available to meet with Mr. Fisher and get some more information, and we can report back through.
Can you report back
an
to us so
through our
we know
information
what's
memo, or
happening?
next week as part of, or on the 28th as our next council meeting, as part of the city manager's report out.
Okay, because it sounds like there's some issues going on here that need to be resolved. So thank you for bringing those to us. I'm sorry we can't settle it tonight on the agenda since it's not officially on the
course,
agenda.
I understand.
But at least you'll be able to meet with staff and they'll report back to us in 2 weeks.
Thank
City
you.
manager? All right, and who are they meeting with?
Director of Public Works, as well as Manuel Pineda.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Set some
So
for them to
somebody
connect
can
with
get
them
their
and set some time
information
to
and
get more information.
then we'll talk about it 2 weeks from now. Thank you. Thank you. Mary Grizzle, please come forward.
Good evening. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say how much I admire this council and our city attorney and the way the city is run. However, sometimes there's a little dispute here and there, and that's why I'm here before you today. I'm here on, whoops, I've got the wrong speech here. Let me go. WRT will be wrapping up the precise plan within a year. And we need to know that the city is exercising the option as soon as possible this year to restore the downtown streets. I am therefore asking on behalf of Rod that the city allot for funds in 2020 to cover the options. You don't have to put the whole 2.8 on the table, but at least put something down on the option. And we'd like to secure it, and we'd like to do it in 2020. So that's all I have to say. And I thank you for responding as quickly, and I know that I've presented questions to the city council regarding some other things, and I love how you respond like this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'll leave that to the city manager. Thank you. Yes, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I know that there's a council goal-setting meetings. They're coming up on the 30th and 31st of this month. And I'm looking at the city's calendar here, and those meetings do not appear here on the calendar. And those are meetings for the public, so they should appear here, just as the Planning Commission is here and the council meetings are there. And then related to that, I noticed that there was a change to the way the agendas are being created. Now it seems like the pillars, for every item, it lists the pillars from that goal setting, and I'm just curious as to why that change was made. But it does relate to the goal setting that will be coming up, so thank you.
Thank you. And city manager, would you like to, thank you for pointing that out. Would you like to talk about that?
Sure, I was going to comment on it at the appropriate time. It's not a perfect reflection yet in terms of where we post it, but part of what we have been working with the city council over the last 2 years is getting better alignment, both with respect to investments on through the budget in the pillars, as well as the priority setting sessions, and understanding how our actions and certainly the actions that we put before the council to consider align to the larger or bigger picture. And so you'll be seeing us being intentful about the pillars and connecting that to the work that the council conducts.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any other public presentations? Okay, we just have to make sure all of those, the goal settings on our calendars. Assistant City Clerk?
Well, we'll be posting that within the 72 hours prior to the meeting.
I know we post the actual meeting 72 hours, but is it on our?
We're going to find out what happened, and I just was mentioning to Nadine that we'll also get all the committee meetings for the year, since those dates have already also been selected.
Right, so-
And just get that buttoned up
On our master calendar.
on our master calendar.
Okay, very good, thank you. Any other public presentations? Okay, seeing none, next we're going to go to consent items that were pulled from the agenda, and so we're going to go in order. The first is item 2I, and that's Councilmember Hardy. And that item is an ordinance amending Chapter 18.76, Architecture Review of Title 18 Zoning of the Code of the City of Santa Clara and making other clarifying changes.
Thank you. I pulled this because when this first came before us, I disagreed with the majority of the council, and I'd like to be consistent and vote no again. I do not feel like this is the best way to have architectural review, and I'm not comfortable with the staff member having that much sway over a situation that we've tried to keep open and more public. So that's why I will be voting no, and that's why I pulled this.
Okay. Let's see, let me go back. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. For those same reasons, I also didn't vote while we were bringing this agenda item on our regular council meeting. So I also consider that as planning commissioners play an important role in dealing with more public participation, and I disagree with making architectural review committee purely of the staff, and as such, I will not be voting for it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember O'Neill, did you?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to weigh in. I will be consistent also, and I respect very much the position of my colleagues here, but this was an initiative that I had been behind because in kind of a little bit in keeping with the frustration that we heard from the residents earlier. What I would rather see are the people on the planning commission and things spending their time on are setting good guidelines and then leaving it, in most instances, having staff implement those guidelines just because so we can expedite the process and hopefully get to more consistency and still have the planning commission and the council be a body that the public can go to appeal a decision. But as I said, I just saw a lot of times when I thought that the community really wasn't being as well served as they should have been. And as I said, I'd rather have our commissioners focus on getting the best design guidelines and some of those things in place for the staff to work from. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
I would like to support the staff recommendation and approve this. I know we had some conversation about this, but I think I'm going with staff because they researched it and they found that we did not need to have an elected on the architectural review. You have your opinion, I have my opinion, but I would like to make the motion to approve this.
All right. Motion second. Councilmember Watanabe, then I'm going to go to the public.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. No, I was going to second as well, but also going with the opinions of Councilmember Davis and O'Neill, I concur. We had a very robust discussion regarding this ordinance, and I appreciate all the work that the staff did in coming up with the reasons why staff was the best option to oversee the Architectural Review Committee. They reached out to other cities, and what they presented to us basically conformed with what other cities are doing, so we're not doing anything different than other cities. And the other thing, too, is that it frees up the Planning Commission in terms of coming to an opinion and being able to express it without having a conflict of interest, which we've seen time and time again, where they've had to recuse themselves because of their participation in the Architectural Review Committee, and at times then not having a sufficient a number of planning commissioners to be able to have an opinion when an item comes before them. So with that, I am fully in support of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the public now. We have, first of all, Bob O'Keefe, if you'd like to come forward, please. And then anyone else would like to speak on that, you can queue up. Welcome.
Hi, welcome. Good evening, Mayor and Council. While I support most of the new ordinance, I ask that you do not adopt the ordinance this evening. At your last meeting on December 10th, 2019, the council and the public were not given the full correct information. The staff report stated the only current requirement for single-family residents to require a public hearing of the Architectural Review Committee was if it proposed to have 4 or more bedrooms, when in fact the current requirement is 4 or more bedrooms or proposed second story, or demolition and new construction, either single or 2-story. Under the proposed development review hearing, the only criteria that would allow for a public hearing on a single-family residence would be 5 or more bedroom, 5 or more bathrooms, or 2 or more of the bedrooms with exterior access. No public hearing means no required posted notification. No hearing means no opportunity for public input, especially by those mostly affected neighbors. No hearing means no appeal available to the general public. I refuse to believe that that's the intent of this city council. We need to add back at least the second story requirement. I fully support the new idea of having this as an administrative hearing rather than have it as a committee. But all the talk, even tonight, has simply been, how is it going to be handled? Is it going to be an administrative review hearing, or is it going to be a committee hearing? And the other option was, how was the appeals going to be handled? But to get the actual hearing, we need to get it to a public hearing, so we need to have the requirements that we have now. They changed the 4-bedroom to a 5-bedroom. That's okay, we can live with that. But we need to have the essence of what triggers the hearings. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening. I'm a planning commissioner. My thoughts here are my own. They don't exactly reflect the opinion of the Planning Commission. Planning Commission did not make this recommendation. They made a different recommendation. Staff decided to put forward their own recommendation, which was to get rid of the ARC and make it purely ministerial. Planning commissioners must live in the city. You have to be a resident of the city to be on Planning Commission. Staff planners do not have to live in the city. They don't have the same attachment to the city. They don't have the same commitment to the city. So as a planning commissioner, I look at plans and proposals, and I see whether they meet the general plan and the zoning code. That's pretty much all the leeway I have. Councilmember O'Neill said that Planning Commission sets the guidelines. We do not set the guidelines. It's council that sets all the guidelines. We are basically sort of judging whether something meets the general plan and the zoning. The problem there is that I have seen some very unappealing projects come before Planning Commission, and I had to vote for them because I don't have any authority to turn them down. Architectural Review Committee is responsible for trying to beautify the city. It's trying to solve issues, neighbor-to-neighbor issues, conflict issues regarding privacy and so on. So I would like to see the ARC be in place, that it be staffed with planning commissioners, and that the appeal go to council and not to Planning Commission. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward. Okay. I'm going to ask the maker of the motion if they may consider adding back in what Mr. Bob O'Keefe had recommended, that there be a the certain public hearings that are triggered if a second story is added or if there's a demolition of a residence, kind of what we had before, that triggered a public hearing would Who made the motion?
I did.
Would you consider
Okay.
putting that back in? Because at the end of the day, there's an appeal process to the Planning Commission and City Council for some of the issues. And so what we're doing here is not different than any other city, but I do agree, many of the issues in our community revolve around single-family homes. So would you consider putting that back in? And then I'm going to ask the city attorney, is that a substantive change that would require additional readings and notification if we added that back in that was in before, that was taken out?
It creates a new category of things that could be, that would be subject to a public hearing. So I think it is substantive enough that perhaps the suggestion would be to go ahead and pass this tonight and then bring back an amendment that would add that. So that would give
Okay.
notice to the public. This is because I'm trying to figure out how we would word it. And unless we have the wording right now.
Yeah, I don't want you to have to wordsmith it right now, but if we could
And-
pass it subject to bringing back this
And that would have
additional-
to be noticed and
Okay.
as
'Cause
another.
I do think it's worthwhile, and it was a great suggestion and worthwhile to put in, back into this.
So
Okay,
when-
so maker
when-
of the motion?
Okay, so when Mr. O'Keefe was speaking, and I was looking Brian in here, and it does, what he's asking for is the trigger mechanism, and it's really not, we need to have that.
Well, no, I mean, it
That's
would
what I'm
be,
asking for.
there's a section that says the following types of projects would have to have a director's hearing, and that would be new or expanded single-family homes resulting in 5 or more bedrooms, or 5 or more bathrooms, or 2 or more bedrooms with direct exterior access. I guess you could, on the spur of the moment, add D, which would be a new second story.
Okay.
But then I'm not sure that, there's a lot to that. Is it an expanded second story or a second story that doesn't exist
I would
anymore?
prefer if we could bring it back.
Yeah, I think it's better to
Because
bring
then
it
I also want to
back.
look at the demolition of a residence and replacement with a new residence as well. That's, apparently that was in our last,
Right.
it used to be in, so it's not, there's some language in there already, so we're not going to have to
The
recreate
alternative
it.
is to not pass it tonight and just continue this and bring it back with some changes.
Okay, which would be easier, to continue it?
I probably would be easier to continue it because
Okay.
if we do a new amendment, then we'd have to run that through the planning commission again.
Okay, so motion to continue
Yes.
to.
So I'll change my motion to continue to January, can we do the 8th, January 28th, or no?
Just to add in the new language.
Yeah,
Weeks.
yeah. I
Okay.
mean, we could come up with language and a description of what that language would mean.
Okay, so my motion is to continue this item to January 28th for the new language to be added.
Okay, motion second. Any discussion on the motion?
Not if you're continuing it, you don't have to notice it.
Right.
We're continuing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so there's a motion to continue to add some language and a second. Any discussion on that? All right. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay, the next item is I pulled item 2N, and that's action on agreement with Threefold Communications LLC, Circle Point, and Singer Associates, Inc. for communications consulting services for the city, stadium authority, and everything else. The reason I pulled this item is that all of these are 3-year agreements, and I would like to see them reviewed at the end, reviewed annually to make sure that there's performance in there. I don't want to wait an entire 3 years. I want to make sure that they're reviewed annually before we fund for the following year. So if we could add, I'd like to see if I could get a motion to add language in there that all of these agreements are reviewed annually. City manager?
We can certainly do that. We can communicate back with the consultants and let them know that the council, if you decide to approve it this evening, that we'll want to work with them to make sure that we set targets about what's expected for communication goals and performance deliverables. And then they will be at the priority setting session, so they'll be hearing directly from the council, and we can invite them each year and then build that into the budget. The action is subject to approval of the budget by council, so we'll build in more
Okay.
performance-related.
That's what I'd like
Action.
to ask, if someone would make that motion.
Okay, I'll make the motion to have the contracts reviewed for not a 3-year term, but a 1-year term,
There are 3-year terms reviewed annually.
annual to the 1 year. Correct?
Second.
That's what you asked for. Okay, all right.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on that. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to find out from the staff, like, communication is a very key, and usually we hire one vendor, communication for this thing. Was there a particular reason we are hiring 3? And if there is, are they specializing in a particular field? Like the reason okay, one is dedicated to communication with the residents, one is dedicated to community welfare, or why did we pick up 3 versus 1? Because now the staff will have to coordinate with 3 different vendors for communication, and there will be maybe some overlaps between the 3. So how will that be more efficient than picking up one vendor for that?
Without having the number of consultant contracts before me, I am aware that we have more than one contract. We have one existing contract that is item C on the agenda this evening, but a department like Silicon Valley Power has its own consultant, because that's a very niche area of communications with respect to energy and issues around sustainability. So I just want to correct that in terms of we don't have a single consultant for communications. We do have different resources. The communications office is one that has changed over the last 2 years. In fact, a lot of staff have left and departed, or a position was cut out as part of the budget process in 17-18, I believe, or maybe 18-19. And so this has been a division within the city that needed to be right resources. And frankly, the number of activities that we have increased with respect to the website, and new initiatives in social media and keeping up with the media and the Public Records Act, it does call for additional resources. If you recall, for particular with work assignments here, as part of last year's budget, the council charged us with putting in place more robust communications, but particularly Love Santa Clara. And so we do want to work with one of the consultants to advance the Love Santa Clara initiative, and brand that and get communications out on that, and then have another consultant available to us on other storytelling and providing more information about the great things happening. A lot of great stories. Some we heard even this evening at the Senior Commission dinner around factoids here and there that are worth very much sharing at the local level, as well as through the council. You have charged us with applying for additional awards at the state or national level, and all of that will help us, these resources will help us put those types of pieces together. So we think we can coordinate it. I mean, we certainly need the resources. There's certainly the interest. And by having one particular consultant charged with Love Santa Clara, it actually helps us with streamlining and making available other resources. We're not their only client, and so they'll be weighing our needs with their other clients.
Okay, thank you. And I do agree with the mayor's suggestion that we have an annual review. Not only that, we have to have a very objective standards beforehand. Okay, these are the standards where we will review after 1 year or 2 years. That's a very objective on that. Thank you.
Bring your ideas for the priority setting. I want to get this right, and I want to make sure that the consultants hear it firsthand from the council in terms of expectations.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
I wanted to thank you, City Manager, because each one of these, if you read the scope of services that they're going to provide, is exactly what we needed through the marketing department and other things that we were doing within the city, and each does have a specialty. And we rebranded the city, and now they're going to help us, like you said, tell the story. So I think you did a great job in hiring the people that we have here. The review, yes, I understand. After 1 year, we need to take a look at where they are and move that forward. But I just really believe that you get the best of all worlds. You have three good companies that probably will do an outstanding job. So I will be supporting this motion, even though we have to kind of move it to that 1-year thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, City Manager, I believe, I mean, these are as-needed contracts. I mean, it's not like we're going to necessarily expend all these monies. They will be on call to fulfill specific requirements. It's not like they're going to all be working full-time for the city. Is that correct, that it's just on a specific, on projects as needed, not on a, like, that they're working full-time for the city?
That's correct. And as I mentioned, part of the strategy of having multiple resources is that we are not their only client. And if one of the consultants isn't able to take on a certain initiative, we'll certainly hop to the next and work with them so that we can weigh our needs and not have to go through another competitive process to just get under contract. And so this is a great opportunity to make sure that we have multiple resources available to service our needs.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any of the council comments. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this? Please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Do you have that, Assistant City Clerk? Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Before we go on now to our next consent item pulled for discussion, I'm going to go back to our special order of business. I got the pie sign that all the students are here now. So as a special order of business this evening, the City Council is excited to recognize Santa Clara students for their participation in the 2019 Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association Synopsis Championship Science Fair. During the annual fair, hundreds of Santa Clara County students are challenged to go beyond their classroom studies to do independent, project-based research in the fields of computer science, environmental science, medicine and health, chemistry, and biology. We are proud to recognize our Santa Clara students for their science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, their STEM achievements. At this time, I'd like to invite Dr. Katie Korsmeyer, Vina Jane, and Forrest Williams, the famous Forrest Williams, who will introduce the student participants who are here this evening. So welcome, all of you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to see you again, Mayor Gilmore and council members. It was very kind of you to attend our inauguration of the Santa Clara University president, Father O'Brien, this past fall, so it's good to see you there. All of us volunteer with SCVZIVA. It's a really long name for our science fair organization, so that's what we call it. This group of volunteers organized and managed the county regional science fair. I'm a biochemist at the university and with the College of Arts and Sciences, and also run a Teach Biotech for the schools. So it's really rewarding to see the huge list this year, and I mean a huge
You're
list,
right. My
It's a
arm,
good
woo,
problem
signing.
it's a good problem to have to make your arm ache. And to see these students very excited and passionate about doing science and engineering. So thank you for the invitation tonight to honor our young scientists and engineers, to publicly recognize their achievements, and thank you for accommodating all this hopscotching that we're doing this evening. So our mission is to awaken more students to the wonder and power of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, STEM. Approximately 1,000 students from grades 6 to 12 participate. About 500 judges and 60 companies and professional groups also give out category awards, special awards, and grand prizes. So in addition, many of the teachers and schools also receive awards to recognize the support that they've given our students. It takes a lot of time and mentorship that's usually not recognized in the school system. So I really do appreciate the amount of effort teachers go above and beyond the classroom to support our students. And I know at least one of them is here tonight, sitting there in the back. Yay. So for all the people in the audience here, I certainly would encourage you to please volunteer. It doesn't matter if you have a background in the science and engineering. If you do, great. We need judges for these students to talk to. But even if you don't, just to run a fair of this size, and this is one of the best, winningest fair in the country, people. We really need a lot of volunteers to make it run, so anybody's helping hands is welcome. So I'd like to invite our students on the stage as I call their names, and I'm going to do it by school because it was such a huge list this year. So I didn't have to repeat all the schools over and over. From Archbishop Mitty High School, Nishita Balar. From Bellarmine College Prep, Aditya Behal. From Cabrillo Middle School, and there's a long list here, so bear with me, Sharif Abdu, Javeria Ahmed, Noah Barlahan, Rui Bachu, Ina Buriel, Ryan Coe, Jeremy Flint, Tanisha Grover, Miranda Gutierrez, Sarah Honer, Kimberly Maddox, Marisa Malto, Aryo Nabizadeh, Nadine No, Caitlin Nguyen, Dario Quintero, Assis Sandhu, Shelby Schuberg, Sanjay Selvakumar. The famous Forrest is corralling them here. Neil Sharma, Ashar Siddiqui, Lauren Taff, James Thornton, Caitlin Venator, Stephanie Vu, Taylor Wong. See what I mean by a huge group this year? Austin Wu. We might have to double up here. Chayla Sadie. From Challenger in San Jose Strawberry Park, Sahas Goli, Sudeepi Ravipati. From Challenger Sunnyvale, Swathi, I'm going to botch this up. There you go, what she said. Safa Hussein. From Cupertino High School, Pranav Uranki. Oh, we're moving up. From Granada Islamic School, Ayad Hamid, Fatima Ismail, Mariam Ismail, and Zainab Tokuz. From Harker School, Arjun Barrett, Shrey Alag. From Presentation High School, oh, they're coming from everywhere now. From Presentation High School, Ria Nawathi, Tanaya Nawathi. From Santa Clara High School, Alina Bosky, Caitlin Butcher, Jason Coe, Sakshi Kumar, Saili Nanavati, Akshita Panaru, Stephanie Sasamami. Sorry. Stratford Middle School, Tanisha Gupta, Duwani Karidia, Swastik,
Purati Parambal.
okay. From Wilcox, Impana Chimaglaki, Ahmed Ishmael, who is unable to make it to join the siblings here. And lastly, from Wilcox is Visala Talavaru Jula. Okay, wow. Give them all a big hand.
I'd ask the council to stand up.
Now, how are we going to see you back there? Oh, yeah, we
Wait,
need...
Teresa, get on the chair. Kathy, on the chair. Get on the chair. There's no other way to do this with so many people.
Forrest, you have to stand in the back, babe.
Come on, Forrest, come back here. Come on, Forrest. Forrest, you can come around here.
Yeah, you can come up with
Come
us.
on, you're used to being on the dais. Come
Yeah, that's
on.
right.
Come back over here. Come on. Thank you for coming.
Okay, guys.
It's nice to see you. Thank you. Come right here. So, Sarah, see you there. That's better, right?
Wow, great.
Then they can see you at least.
We say 3, throw your hands in the air and go yay. 1, 2, 3. Everybody. Wait. 1, 2, 3. Yay!
Yay!
Thanks.
We should have done that back here.
I bet they are. Thank you.
This is impressive. This is so impressive that you bring these students here. Thank you for doing this. It's pretty awesome.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Look at here. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations. Their projects.
Oh, I think it's so. Congratulations. 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 There's Forrest. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh no, we're going to lose all our audience. Oh no. Stay, stay. We'll just wait a minute until the crowd thins.
Pay for the meeting? I'm shocked.
Mhm. This is traffic in Silicon Valley. I think we're going to go ahead and tee up item 2O that was pulled by Councilmember Chahal. And that item is action on amendment number 3 to the agreement with Jones Lang LaSalle Americas, Inc. for consulting services related to Santa Clara Convention Center and Destination Marketing Organization and related budget amendment. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So the reason I pulled this item, this item has 3 amendments. Item A1, which we passed in 2017, and then amended again in 2019. So if I look at the 3 amendments, the work scope, so whatever we are doing today is almost 80–90% whatever we requested in the first amendment. So the first article, A1, amendment A1, phase 2, was supposed to be finished by September 2018, and we already paid almost $170,000 for that. And then we renewed the same contract, almost with the same scope of work and everything, again, and the next renewal was for $184,000, $184K. And that was supposed to finish in January 2020. So now here we are again bringing this sort of the same. I did compare the 3 amendments with the scope of work. I would say 11, 12 of the 16 items are the same in A3, Amendment 3, which we paid them for Amendment 1. We again paid them for Amendment 2. And now with just a little bit of addition on those, what is the scope of work, we added another $194,000. On this one thing I would like to differ, that the appointment or the selection of the director, where is that? Executive director, that's the only addition, major addition into this. So I don't think it's financially prudent when we gave the JLL 3 different dates to complete these projects. Like we gave September 28 to complete the phase 1. And then we brought again a lot of the same amendments, same work. We again brought in amendment number 2, which was supposed to be completed in January 2020. And even I differ with that. Like, how did we pay 170 for the first, 170,000 for the first? Then we paid 184,000 for the second. Most of the items were the same. And now we are trying to pay 194K for third amendment, where most of the items are same. So this contract is going to be more than a $500,000 contract, whereas whatever we are trying to get out of them is almost the same thing what we requested them the first and second year. So to me, it's not financially prudent, and on this one also, we had an annual review, like we should have had an annual review, what has been completed on September 2018, and whatever left over, that we should have taken into January 20 contract. And so for that matter, like I would like to hear where I differ with staff report, why the same scope of work is being included in all three contracts, whereas those should have been finished way back in September 2018 and January 2020, for that matter.
Thank you. If we could have staff explain the different scope of work for the three contracts.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager. The contract with jail, as Councilmember Chahal points out, did have an original scope, and the original scope was fairly small, to talk a little bit about the convention center models. So if we go back in time to when this contract was first put together, it was at the time when the chamber was still the manager of the convention center, and that they had given us a notice that they were thinking about, or they were wanting to stop managing the convention center. So we brought a consulting firm on board, Jones Lang LaSalle, to help us take a look at how convention centers are operated throughout the country, because we didn't have the staff expertise to do that. So the first part of the contract was about give us basically a white paper on what different kinds of models we might look at. And then so the First Amendment after that white paper was about, well, then help us guide us through what is good for Santa Clara. What is it that we want to have here as far as a model to operate and manage the convention center? And so that was the First Amendment. That amendment also then took us through an RFP process and on what is it that we want. How do we go about selecting it? How do we develop the criteria in order to select a new convention center operator, which we then ended up with Spectra. So the second amendment then was in about January of 2019. And at that time, Spectra was just starting to come on board. That they started their contract in March of 2019, and we needed the additional help to come up with key performance indicators to make sure that our agreement was reflective of the types of performance that the council was expecting. Soon thereafter, we then got notice from Aramark that they no longer were going to provide food and beverage service at the convention center. So we did a very similar thing where we looked at what was in the market, what different kind of options there might be associated with a different contract, a food and beverage contract. So whereas the services might look similar, the content, the scope was different. First time it was for a convention center manager, and this next time was for a food and beverage operator. And so we've now just started to get the food and beverage operator going. Levy took over as of January of this year, but we've still, during this whole period of time, have also not had the services of a CVB. And so JLL is assisting us in providing a modeling, a governance model at our direction, giving us some options that the council is taking a look at, wanting to then get your feedback and your direction on the type of model that you want. What do you want this organization to be like? What kinds of qualities do you want for an executive director? So that's really the scope of this next amendment. And you are correct that it has specifically the recruitment process, just hiring a third party that has the expertise in soliciting in the tourism industry, because we don't do that very often here in Santa Clara. So we need an additional a consultant, additional help for those types of services. So this is how these contracts have evolved. involved. This contract as well is a retainer, so there's a fixed amount every month versus on a time and materials basis. And this is really critical to us during the time that we're doing the selection process for both the convention center manager and the food and beverage operator, because they were very, very time intensive and very specific periods of time. And we need to make sure that that consultant on a retainer was available to us. On a time and materials basis, that we find that some consultants, they have to take other clients, and so sometimes we have to struggle with other clients. But when you take them on a retainer, then the expectation is that they're available at any time that we need them. And during the selection and the contract negotiation process, we called on that quite a bit to make sure that we brought back a contract to the council in a timely fashion so that there was minimized gaps in services. So that's a very long explanation, but similar services, but very different objectives.
So if I read through all the 3 amendments of the contracts, I don't find any difference. Like, I know you mentioned food and beverages in the second part of it. Like, if anybody look at it, like I did a 101 study on all these A1, A2, A3. I did not find any difference. And especially my question is, when we had a Amendment 1 contract, which was time bound, if those things were not completed, if those things were goal bound, like we were supposed to finish those by September 2018, if they were not completed, then vendor was supposed to complete them on his own expenses. We should not have paid him for that. And if they completed those in September 2018, why did amendment number 2 had the same objectives again? And I checked verbiage, like each and every verbiage is almost the same. I made details of that. I'm not a lawyer from that perspective, but scope of work, when I see those scope of services, they're exactly the same, almost 80, 90% of the same. And I cannot give 170,000 and on top of the 184,000 and now 194,000 if the scope of services is almost the same. If there's a difference, then Amendment 2 and Amendment 3 should have been with the different scope of service. Okay, this is what we are trying to bring on top of what we finished in A1, what we finished in A2. And both of them were time bound. Like they had a goal setting, like they will finish in September 2018, and they will finish in January 2020. And that's the reason I cannot think of approving this thing, because all of them are the same scope of services, which we are continuing for 3 years, excepting the hiring the new director of TID.
I just want to add a couple of comments that went unsaid. I actually differ from what has been communicated in that this has been an incredible case study and learning lesson that 2 years ago, when we had JLL under contract, we would not have ever imagined that we would be where we're at today. And so this is a different contract structure in that it is a retainer. The scope is very broad and has actually served the city very well. And the investment has returned in terms of money that is no longer being lost, and those numbers and figures have been before the council by way of an audit and certainly by way of reporting out from actions of closed session most recently. Had we not had a flexible contract, we would not have been able to stabilize the food services that quickly. We would not have been able to transition during a very short period of time to a new provider and have the resources available to us. And frankly, that has been one of the errors on the part of the city that this council took on by putting resources in place to secure that we had professional resources available to guide us through this 2-year adventure that we've been on. and to get a professional operator in place. And so I think 2 years ago, when the contract was first servicing the chamber, assessing their training needs, assessing the work that they were providing, and literally sitting and auditing their desk and understanding what services the chamber provided, no one would have ever thought at that time that we were going to have to then go into an RFP, and this contract allowed for us to pivot very quickly and get that work done. And so while the scope is broadly casted under various different milestones, it really has served with unanticipated set of events, some of which Ruth mentioned this evening, that have allowed for us to continue the services and ensure that the convention center continues to operate. And some of the numbers showed as the last report out with respect to revenue generated during a very challenging time.
Thank you.
So where I differ on that one is, if there is an audit for these 3 contracts, and there's a third-party auditor, if they look at this thing, it looks like we are paying for the same work, we are paying 3 times. And that's my objection. That's the reason I'm not convinced of being a financially prudent person.
Right.
It doesn't look like either the paperwork is not right, or we didn't follow up what has been done.
And I think what was put in the record this evening, as well as the many audit reports and staff reports that have been provided publicly, and the dialogue that's been had in this chamber, would certainly substantiate that the work, and Mr. Fenton himself, who has presented himself quite often, would substantiate that scope that has been summarized this evening is in fact what he has performed. And while it's under the categories as milestones and as defined in the contract, it's still very appropriate, and it's according to the contract. And frankly, under a retainer structure is not uncommon, although having a retainer contract isn't our general practice. And so that may be what's causing some of the issues that may have surfaced this evening.
Right. But we had a retainer with the set goals, with the time-bound goals. So that's my objection. Like when we set a retainer with the set goals, either we could have changed the goals for amendment number 2, changed the goals for amendment number 3. If we saw that, then we should have changed the documentation. What are the scope of services were delivered versus what we requested? I would agree to that. But with this paperwork, I'm sorry, I will not be able to support the approval of this.
Councilmember Davis, and then O'Neill.
Ruth, I, on the other hand, applaud you for everything that you've done, because he needs to understand that scope of services is broad, and what was uncovered through these contracts gave us back money, because we uncovered, as our city attorney likes to say, when he uncovers the rug all the time, there's always something that pops out. So I feel that I'm going to support this, and I would like to make the motion to support this. The fact that we are still looking for the destination manager, whatever this DMO thing is, the executive person, I mean, I think that's where this is structured to go, so that we can finish this and get the TID back and get our convention CBD or whatever it's going to be called in the future. This contract is extremely important for that. And I do commend you on the work that you had to do. And when you do read scopes, yes, they are broad, because we don't know what we're looking for. And as the city manager said, we were not experts in this, and we needed to have the contracts read. And so a lot of things came out and were unfolded. So I will support your efforts and staff, and I don't think this was a waste of money. I think we made money. So thank you. I will be supporting this motion.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that there's some overlap in the writing of the statement of work, and perhaps at some time we go back and memorialize what exactly was done. But I think when we started off on this journey, we knew that eventually we probably wanted to do. I think we started off not knowing where we were going to end up on the journey. We knew we had some issues with the convention center. We weren't sure that we were getting bang for our buck out of the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and we were investing a lot of money in each of those entities. And so it was almost like, this was almost kind of like an exploration. the whole situation with the convention center, as it was tied in with the whole dissolution of the redevelopment agency, and there were a lot of different complications that came up, and I'm all for having contracts that have very strong deliverables and timelines and all of that. But as I said, we were kind of on a journey to where we didn't know where we were going exactly. And I think we have made a tremendous amount of progress. I don't think we realized how much rework, redesign we were going to have to do. And so, as I said, I mentioned about the whole issue about the redevelopment agency, and a lot of those things came into this that changed the timelines. And in the middle of it, we also had major auditing going on, which I think uncovered a lot of things. So I don't think that we were, kind of like, I don't think that JLL was, biting at the apple a second time. So, like I said, maybe at some point we memorialize that, but I think with what we have seen in terms of all the auditing reports and the updates from Dan Fenton, I think we are making progress. We happen to have on our, nobody pulled this. I don't think this one was pulled, but the convention center report, where we're getting a lot more information about what's going on with the convention center. The idea of having actual money, an actual plan for how we're going to improve the convention center. So we had a lot of things kind of on a concurrent path. And so I am sympathetic to the fact that the work is not all done. And particularly with this destination marketing organization, I can kind of testify to, when we were during the holiday period, we were coming up to like the Red Box Bowl, and then when the 49ers got into the playoff games, there were members of the press that were interested in getting information about what's the impact of that. And and I was one of the few people around, I guess. So I talked to one of the reporters. We didn't have a destination marketing organization that we could point them to go answer those kinds of questions. And so I think, they went and talked to one of the managers of the hotel. They talked to me. They talked, we all said, well, we think it's going to be this or that, but we didn't have someone, an organization in place that we could point them to. So I think we are on the path. We're on the right journey. We have, as is evident in that report that we got tonight from the Convention Bureau, we've got a new food vendor coming on board. We're already hearing positive things. There was some notion or note in one of the reports. They're very, the customers are excited. So, all of those things that we did, and all of those things were done using proper bidding procedures. So I'm sympathetic to what Councilmember Chahal is saying. I hate to say this, in the past, it's very likely the city just would have hired somebody. And all of these things that have happened, whether it's the DMO, whether it's the new food and beverage provider, whether it's the convention center operator, all of those have gone through publicly bid and transparent processes, which, as I have been advised by our city attorney, sometimes when we've gotten ourselves into difficulty, it's when we haven't followed those processes. And that's why we are so adamant about wanting to have those being followed at Levi Stadium, which is a public entity. So like I said, I hear Councilmember Chahal's concerns, but based on having lived this whole situation now for 5 years, I think we're on the right path, and I do think the JLL has been able to fill in gaps with their expertise with areas that we just didn't have the bandwidth, and I think so I'm supportive.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I remember very clearly that meeting that we had with JLL, and they made a wonderful presentation, but yet they didn't know exactly what they were sharing with us when Councilmember Davis asked the question about some numbers on the screen, and it just basically opened up a whole can of worms, and the rest is history. But at the same time, it gave us an opportunity to say, hey, how is our convention center being utilized? And so everybody had to take a step back, and maybe our new council members could go back and take a look at some of the documents or watch some of the meetings to find out exactly what was uncovered, because there was a lot. And as the city manager has said, we've actually ended up saving a lot of money instead of losing money, and then having to go out with a proper RFP to bring on a new convention center manager, I mean, just gave us the opportunity to work with Spectra Santa Clara, which has done a fantabulous job out there. I looked at their annual end of the year review of what they've done in just a short period of time, and I was so impressed with all that they've done. And as they say, things happen for a reason. Well, I'm glad that Dan Fenton was able to find that information and give us the opportunity to really, really utilize that convention center properly. So thank you for all your hard work, Ruth.
Thank you. I just want to make a few comments. I'm not sure if Councilmember Chahal is reading the material correctly. I think that in each of the amendments, it talks about the different tasks that JLL will be doing. For instance, the one on the agenda now talks about providing continued development of the destination marketing organization and assisting with the recruitment and hiring of an executive director for the new destination marketing organization, which when we first hired them in 2017 didn't even exist. So with each of the amendments was a different part of the process we were in. It did start in 2017 when we had different members of the city council, but if you followed what was happening with the convention center, I think that we started with hiring JLL to assess the chamber and look at the different models that we may be using, because as the city manager pointed out, the chamber said that they were not going to be interested in continuing to manage the convention center. That's how it started. But it was because of a presentation by JLL that this council discovered all of the problems with the convention center, including the fact that the Chamber of Commerce had access to our general fund, uninhibited access to our general fund, amongst other things. So, Councilmember Chahal, you may not understand how we transitioned from a very unprofessional operation that was losing money to where we are today, having a professional organization now, and the city is making money on the convention center. And that is, I owe a great deal of gratitude to JLL for their reports that they showed the city council, which was part of their original scope of work. After that, in February of 2019, which it's this present council, and I believe all of us unanimously approved their next amendment, which was in part due to hiring a new operator for the convention center and others, which we never anticipated when we hired them in 2017. So that amendment was for that. This amendment is to now support the destination marketing organization, which we never anticipated in 2017. So I think when you look back at all of these, along with all the deliverables that JLL has assisted us with, and really they're assisting our city staff in going through this process in a very accelerated rate, in a very professional way. So you can look at this as 3 amendments with, a certain amount of money of $500,000. They have saved us millions of dollars for what they discovered. And we should be very grateful. I appreciate their assistance because our staff is swamped, and they're providing supportive services and professional services, which we need in order to run a professional organization like the convention center. So they need to continue on. I'll be supporting this amendment, but I think, in the future, really need to do some research on where we were and where we are now and all the work that's been done, because it's been very public, and we've talked about this for a long time. And as Councilmember O'Neill has pointed out, it's really run professionally now with our bidding and our contracts management and our procurement process we didn't have in place before. I think I'm really proud of what we've done. So I'll get off that that now. Councilmember Chal, do you have
Yes.
something else to say?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. So as you mentioned about the hiring of the, so I did read all the three contracts. And on the A1, we had a clause, develop job description, support the hiring of an executive. And director, CEO, department director, contractor will help job description and support the search process. Contractor will review candidates as needed in conjunction with the city and give recommendation to support a successful transition into the new organizational leadership. That's what, and in contract A2, there are 2 points, hire staff, that is 2K. It says hire staff. JLL will work with executive director to support the hiring and recruiting process. JLL will work with the city-approved staffing plan mentioned above and ensure any existing employees are handled appropriately, regardless of their role. And hire, if you look at the item 2I, it says hire executive director, and it makes an asterisk next to that. And that asterisk was, we will pay them extra, which are 47,000 they're asking. Yes, I agree to that. In the newer contract, we agree that was duly due to them. But all these points were there in every contract, hire executive director. As additional service, JLL may develop the job description and support the search process, partner with subcontractors to source and recommend top candidates, review candidates in conjunction with the board members of the city. So that's my problem. Like, each of these contracts had the same repetitive scope of work. And only 47,000 is the difference, which I'm finding it out. And I did the detail. I can share this copy, which I did. I wrote all the repetitive scope of work which were did, basically. And I do not discount the work done by the staff or where we are today. I'm not discounting that. Yeah, we have a convention center contractor, which we working very fine. But I'm more concerned about the paperwork and what was deliverable in contract A1, A2, and A3. We could have easily changed the contract A2. Okay, whatever deliver, we could have changed the contract amendment 2. And now we came up with amendment 3 after knowing all this stuff. And amendment number 3 is almost the same thing, except that we are paying them search fee for 47,000 for the new director of that. That's my concern.
I think, Councilmember Chal, that you're looking at some of the details, but you're missing the big picture, is that where we started and where we are now are completely two different worlds, because we would never have imagined in 2017 that we would be in the position we are today, with a new operator of the convention center, a new destination marketing organization. None of that was known in 2017. So that we can move this meeting along, I'm going to suggest that you meet with the city manager so that she can go over the background and some of the issues so that you can fully understand what happened in 2017 and what brought us to where we are today. I just do think there's a lack of understanding, and it's really important that you understand where we started and where we are now. So is there any other council member before I go to the public? Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to just call for a point of order and call for the motion, please.
I would like to ask the public if anyone would like to speak. Please come forward. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Was there a second?
Yes.
Okay, to approve the report or approve the amendment? Please register your vote. And that passes 5-1. The next item on the agenda was also pulled by Councilmember Chahal, and that's item 2P. and that is agreement with Superion LLC for residential and business alarm management software and introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 8.40 of the City Code false alarm regulation. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. On this item, I'm all for it, but I need, like, we had a study session with the community, community meeting, basically, and it was suggested that we introduce a clause of sharing of revenue review after first or second year so that we can have a different model where we can save the $15 registration fee we are trying to charge to the residents and incorporate maybe the higher first alarm, false alarm, or second alarm, false alarm fees to a little bit higher, so that, and at the end of the day, we make the same revenue, but we have the ability, the city manager has the ability to change the contract according to the revenue generation, according to the history we get into it.
Good evening. It's working, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
January 7th and 8th. The one that Councilmember Chahal is referring to, that conversation we had was on the 8th at the Northside Library. I did have further dialogue with Superion, who is the vendor for this software, and they do have a robust software to allow us to look at how the revenue was generated. Was it from the registration? Was it from the fines and fees? Were there multiple offenders? Was it a steady stream of offenders that ended up getting third or fourth or fifth fines? And so after a initial period of at least 1 year, that data will be available to us to further analyze, see how much revenue was generated for both parties, and perhaps relook at adjusting some of the fees.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's exactly we want make a amendment into the contract that we should be able to review.
With me tonight is Assistant City Attorney Sue Reuter.
Is that why you're here, Sue?
All right, very good.
Come on up.
Thank you, Captain Kazem. Captain Kazem did reach out to Superion, and we did go through a lot of these questions regarding what types of data we can derive from this more robust software package. So we will actually now have the capability to do those kinds of analytics, which we didn't have previously. We did not change the contract, and the reason we didn't change the contract is because from Superion's perspective, if they're looking at the term of the contract would change in accordance with the term of the fees that we have in place. So we need a 3-year contract because just getting up and going with a software package and a system, you can't have a 1-year term for a contract like that, and it's an entirely new regulatory program for our CSO to work with. So a slightly longer period of time is going to be necessary just from an operational perspective, because 1 year is just not long enough to work from an operational perspective. So we would like to keep it at 3 years, but with the understanding that because we now will have that capability, we will start doing that, exactly what you're talking about, which is gather that data, start analyzing that data, and when the existing term of the contract, as that's set forth in the contract, when that comes, let's say 6 or 8 months prior to the expiration of that, that's when we really start taking that data and coming to the council and saying, this is what we've seen in terms of the success of the program over a period of time that's reasonably calculated to lead to results that you can rely on, right? Because the first year of the contract is going to be putting into effect this program. Hopefully it drives up a lot of the new registrants. As we discussed at the community meeting, there are a lot of people who don't have registered systems. Hopefully this new program and the outreach that goes with it will drive up that number. But that may skew the results in terms of where the money is coming from. So that it may take 2 or 2.5 years to really understand where those numbers are going to shake out.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. But I would suggest like we make a staff note that we need to do the data analysis after 2 years or 3 years so that we know exactly the picture when we renew it. We have a better picture of that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions, but just wanted to thank you because I know that that was a very good meeting out at the north side. You know, there were 4 residents, but at the same time, it was a very robust discussion. There were a lot of great questions, and you both handled the questions very well. And I know this issue that was just discussed was also brought up, and you handled it very well and explained it very well. And so I just hope that a lot of people will just get on board and signing up with this new, with Superior, and we just keep building up the program. So, but thank you very much for all your help and outreach.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions of the council. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve this agreement?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, motion second. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. And I think that's the end of our consent calendar items. Next, public hearing, general business. We have a study session on the city's community room rental fee structure and use policies. Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, members of the City Council. I'm Cynthia Bojorquez, Assistant City Manager. This is my first time before you, so please bear with me.
We'll be nice to you, okay?
I appreciate that. I'm here to present the study session on community room rental fees and use policies. This is a multi-departmental effort, and so joining me today are Jim Teixeira, the Director of Parks and Recreation, Sherry Folk, Management Analyst, Kimberly Castro, who just stepped out of the room, Finance Director Ken Lee, Assistant Chief of Police Dan Winters, and City Librarian Hillary Keith, and Paul Sims had to leave earlier. So that was the team. So let's see, am I going the right way? Okay. Tonight, we will focus on 6 areas: the principles that guided our review, information about our current fee structure, 4 factors to consider when setting fees for room rentals, key issues identified by benchmarking our fee structure with 2 of our neighboring cities, questions we heard during the community process, and based on your input, next steps for finalizing the fees for implementation in FY 2020-2021. So let's start with our guiding principles. First and foremost, we recognize that public facilities exist for the purpose of providing the greatest public benefit. We have wonderful facilities in Santa Clara, and our goal is to ensure that Santa Clara community enjoys the maximum benefit of those facilities. Second, we are guided by the legal requirement that user fees may not exceed the estimated reasonable cost of providing the service for which the fee is charged. We can charge less for use, but we cannot charge more than our actual cost. Third, we recognize that community programs will generally have lower cost recovery levels, and the level of subsidy is a council policy decision. Fourth, city-sponsored programs and approved city partners are given the highest priority of use. Fifth, our goal is to create consistency and alignment across the city. And finally, we have been guided by the principle that fundraising activities should be cost recovery. The City Council has created a community grant program specifically to provide financial assistance to those city-sponsored nonprofit groups whose programs benefit the City of Santa Clara, and we encourage them to take advantage of that resource. So let's talk a little bit about our current environment. We know that there is large community interest in affordable and easily accessible facilities, meeting spaces for nonprofits, facilities for youth and senior programming. We also know that staff support varies depending on the hours of operation and the location of our facilities. We also heard from the community, and we understand that our use policies differ across the departments. For example, who can reserve a room, for what purpose, the fees that are required, restrictions and guidelines for food and beverage, and the level of staff support that we can provide. When we began to look at our user policy and our fee structure, we identified 4 factors to consider when setting fees. These factors are the actual cost of service. This is not what we charge, but what it costs, the amount needed to be at 100% cost recovery. Second is the user category. Who is using the facility? Are they a resident or a non-resident? Are they a youth or a senior? Are they a for-profit or a nonprofit user? The third was the type of use. How will the facility be used, for how long, and what type of support is required? What will the attendance be? Will the food be served? Will special equipment be required, such as AV or the use of a kitchen? And finally, level of subsidy. What is the subsidy the city can afford to offer and still maintain the high quality of service our community expects? The lower the fees, the more accessible the facilities become. However, lower fees also result in greater subsidies from the general fund. The appropriate level of subsidy becomes a balance between public benefit and the level of cost recovery needed to maintain the level of service. It is definitely a challenge. We then moved on to benchmarking. We inventoried rooms across the various city departments, looked at current user policies and fees, and gathered information from two of our neighboring cities, the city of Campbell and the city of Sunnyvale. In order to compare policies and fee structures, we grouped our facilities into 4 categories: meeting rooms, gyms, banquet and large facilities, and park buildings. So let's look at meeting rooms first. The information in the green box looks at the City of Santa Clara fees by facility, the amount needed to be 100% cost recovery, and our current level of cost recovery. Some observations from the slide include, as the community has indicated, our fees definitely vary across city departments. From the police department's community room that currently does not have a fee for use, even though if we are to make it available to the community, we would recommend that a fee be established, to the high of $142 for adult reservation of rooms at the youth center. As you can see, our cost recovery rate for meeting rooms ranges from 0% to 100%. The second observation is that these fees reflect the city's commitment to offering facilities free of charge to resident youth groups and keeping them low for our seniors. The trade-off is a cost recovery rate of 0 for youth rentals and only 6.12% for nonprofit use at the senior center. As our expenses continue to increase, our ability to maintain a high level of quality of service is jeopardized. At some point, this level of cost recovery is not sustainable without jeopardizing other city services. The final observation is that our goal is to create a simplified fee structure. The City of Sunnyvale offers such a model. As shown on this side, the Sunnyvale model offers 2 features that ours currently does not. The first is a peak and off-peak rate to coincide with high-demand weekend hours when staff are not normally available. So it's a higher level of service than we would normally have available during our regular hours. The second feature is a non-resident fee. In Santa Clara, we do not currently allow non-resident rentals of our facilities. Offering a non-resident rate could be a new source of revenue to help with the overall cost recovery from room rentals without negatively impacting Santa Clara users in a significant way. In December, this item was deferred. Council requested a master inventory of facilities together with contact information. That information is on the dais for you and will be concluded in the post-agenda material. I would like to point out that staff has included the community room in the police building in the inventory to be responsive to council. However, due to concerns around the sensitive nature of the dispatch area, it is our recommendation that the use of that room be focused on city departments and the use for public safety purposes. The next facility type we looked at was gyms. The first observation I'd like to share is that, again, despite a cost of service of $283, resident youth groups are allowed to use our gyms for free, so our current cost recovery is 0 for that use. The second observation is that while our fees, when compared to other cities, appear to be high, we are still well below cost recovery. Given that this use is primarily adult programming and the heavy use of our gym space, this might be an area where the council could consider moving closer to 100% cost recovery in order to ensure that facilities continue to be well maintained. The third category of facilities is special facilities, those larger facilities like our auditoriums that may or may not require the use of a kitchen type amenity. In this category, facilities with kitchens are almost at full cost recovery. Those without a kitchen, however, have some room to go to get to full cost recovery. It's important to keep in mind that the fee noted for the multipurpose room at the teen center does not apply to resident youth groups. Again, that use is free. The last category is park buildings. There are no fees listed for the City of Campbell as they do not have park buildings available for rent. 2 observations for this slide. Oops. The first is that the city is heavily subsidizing the use of park buildings for both nonprofit rentals and private rentals with a cost recovery rate of 6.6% and 18.18% respectively. The second observation is that while our fees are fairly close to Sunnyvale's, Sunnyvale's includes a non-resident fee that is 30% higher than their resident rate. The City of Santa Clara does not currently offer a non-resident rate, and again, may wish to consider doing so as an additional source of revenue to improve cost recovery. Once we collected and analyzed this information, we began to discuss alignment within the organization. This was a challenge for us as the way in which facilities are used, staffed, and resourced varies across departments. We started by looking at the types of use and identified two general categories of use: meetings and events. Meetings are defined as those events that are limited to 3 hours, require minimal attendees, generally require smaller rooms, and are less dependent on location and amenities. Events are longer than 3 hours, have numerous attendees, generally requiring larger rooms, and have specific locations or amenities that are required, such as a kitchen or AV requirements. We then looked at user group categories. As you can see from this slide, the Park and Rec Department currently uses 10 different user group categories to set fees. This leaves a lot of room for confusion and for interpretation. From our benchmarking, we know that this is an area where we can streamline our policies. In October, staff presented preliminary recommendations to align user policies and fee structures to both the Park and Rec Commission and the Library Board of Trustees. These discussions proved to be very valuable, and we thank them for their input because it really caused us to take a step back and look at the direction that we were going, and to then make sure that we came back to the council to check in with you to see if we are in fact going in the right direction. The questions asked included: can electronic locks be made available to reduce reliance on room keys? How does an organization become a city partner approved for discounted rates? The distinction between meeting and event, are there security deposits, and how reservations for Agnew's Mansion are made. This was actually one of the questions that was asked as part of the deferral, and that information has been provided to you in the additional information. There is obviously a need to develop a consistent use policy and fee structure for the city's community rooms. What I hope we've shown is that there is a continuum of choices the council can make in setting fees. On this slide are the fees for meeting rooms in 4 city facilities that were shown earlier. The left far column shows the fees to achieve 100% cost recovery. The hybrid fee column includes 2 numbers: our current fee, and the lowest fee charged for 4 facilities. The original direction to staff was to see if we could align fees across the city. Can we have one fee for all of our rooms? If we did so, then the fees for each of these rooms would be $18, the lowest fee we currently charge for these 4 rooms. The amounts listed under the column 100% aligned represents the additional amount the city would be subsidizing per room per use if the $18 fee was implemented. As you can see, the closer we move to a single alignment, the lower our level of cost recovery and the higher burden to the city's general fund. This leads us to the policy questions that require council's input. Should we streamline, clarify user group categories? Should room fees be based on type of use? Should there be time limits for use to maximize public benefit? Should we allow for peak or non-peak rates? Should non-residents be allowed to rent city facilities? Should there be a discounted rate for city-sponsored partners? And what is the appropriate level for each type of facility? There are 2 primary lessons we learned throughout this process. The first is that this review has been a good reminder that we need to look at service issues across the organization, not as individual departments. When we do, we can find opportunities to streamline process and identify areas for improvement. Through this process, we identified the need to revisit our leases for the buildings behind the Triton Museum, as those leases have either expired or will be expiring. And so this was really valuable for us to go back and take a holistic view of the organization and to do the inventory of facilities. The second lesson learned is that cost recovery is about creating a balance between the desired level of service, the ability to pay, and the ability to maintain a desired level of service within the context of an ever-changing environment. In November, Finance Director Lee spoke to the council about the need for a new revenue-generating opportunities to support unfunded capital needs. The council recently approved increases in park and loop fees in recognition of the need to invest in parks to maintain quality of life in our neighborhoods. And over the next several months, we will be discussing the FY 2021 capital budget and a potential revenue measure on the November 2020 ballot. The cost recovery information and this discussion around fees is intended to provide context and background information as the council seeks to strike the right balance between service levels and affordability. It is not an easy task, but we believe that by working collaboratively, being data-driven, and taking a long view on fees, we can work towards a fee structure and use policy that will work for the City of Santa Clara. At this point, we would like to hear your feedback on the information we have provided and seek your direction. In particular, we would also seek direction on whether to pursue a simplified fee structure similar to Sunnyvale's and to adjust subsidies to achieve a cleaner, more consistent fee structure. Based on what we hear from you tonight, we would then return to council in February with a revised fee structure, a budget amendment if required, and all of the legislation that might be appropriate to enable the new fee policy. Should the council approve changes at that time, our recommendation would be that the changes become effective with the new fiscal year. This will allow us time to both educate our stakeholders and to make any policy changes that might be applicable and an easier transition. So that concludes the staff presentation, and we're available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for that report. That was very comprehensive, and it really laid things out well for us. So thank you very much. And I have some council questions. The first, and I failed to mention earlier, that we have a new vice mayor, and that would be Vice Mayor Karen Hardy. So I want to congratulate her on being our new vice mayor for 2020. And she gets the honor of asking the first question. So Vice Mayor Hardy.
You're going to be so sorry you did that. I have a long list. So this is a study session, so I'm asking questions that I may or may not know the answer to. When you put up the fee there, I want to know, is that a one-time fee or is that per hour?
It's a per hour fee.
So, okay. Now,
I'm sorry, some of them will have sort of a minimum, so they do vary, but those are based on the individual amenity, the charge fee for that amenity.
okay. I will tell you, when I look, you're proposing a priority 1, priority 2 situation, but it wasn't real clear as to how someone would be in the priority.
So at this point, we are not proposing any priorities. Tonight was not, we are not talking about fees. We will come back to you next month with the fees. This is really to get your sense on, do you want to have priorities? What should those look like? You know, should we have a nonprofit rate? Should we have a resident rate? We need to hear from you to see how we guide the fee structure.
Get out your pencil.
Okay.
So I have no problem with charging a small fee for a resident or a nonprofit, but it would be say a $20, $25 fee to rent the room. But I'm uncomfortable with the per hour situation when we talk about our residents and our nonprofit that are within the city. And this is where we start to have this fuss over what is the process for a group to get that designation? Do we have a process? Do we have any criteria? Also, if we talk about a resident, does that mean just one resident is willing to sign up for that, or do we have a percentage of residents for some group? That's the question. How does an organization become listed or be considered part of the city? Facilities that I did not see on the list were the Hedon Inman, Jameson Brown, possibly the Morris Mansion down the road, the Agnews Auditorium, and the Mansion. In fact, with the Mansion, there is no way to do that, and I guess I'm very familiar with the auditorium, Agnews Auditorium. That's where my daughter had her wedding reception. But since that has been available for a long period of time, it's actually become less available and less open policy how to do that. My understanding is we're not allowing especially over at the auditorium, they don't allow more than 3 months in advance for booking. Why could a group not? I would like to be able to, a resident group or whatever, a group, if they pick, say, Monday nights, the third Wednesday or something like that, we should allow something to be, if we have a priority setting, that they can do that quite a bit in advance. Why is the library charging $72 per hour for AV? And they also have a charge for setup and takedown of $35. At least that's what I could find. Ag News, as I mentioned, cannot be booked less than 30 days in advance or no more than 3 months in advance. Why? Keys are a big headache, because now what you have to do is you have to rent the room, you have to go pick up the key at, say, the CRC, use the key, and then get it back as quickly as possible during the open hours for this CRC or wherever you got it from. That is a very big problem. We don't even have a key drop-off situation. Why not? I'd love to have an electronic key situation where you have a code that would work for your hours. My dream would be an online application process, reservation, which would show availabilities and amenities and the cost, be able to sign up, and you would be emailed your code. In a perfect world, that's what I would love. The senior center often stays open until 7, the library until 9. So why are we considering that extra staff cost when staff is already there? That's my concern when we start to look at some of the costs of what it's, quote, costing us as opposed to what we'd be charging. And wouldn't it lower the cost to allow people to set up their own room? Often we put that as part of, you tell us and we'll set it up and then we'll take it down. Doesn't that raise the cost? And maybe you don't know exactly what you want at that point for a basic meeting. The senior center projectors in room 205 and 222, why are they not in the ceiling? Because we're having to move that around, and those rooms are used fairly often for meetings. Can't we hang those from the ceiling and then we're not having to move projectors? How's that?
So can I give you a start? I think I can answer some of them.
Well, what I want to do is we may want to take our time a little bit. We put a lot on the table with respect to the community rooms and the complexity of answering or getting to alignment. It may take 2 different sessions based on the questions that I'm hearing, because part of what you're raising, Vice Mayor Hardy, is issues of liability, issues of risk, technology improvements, the facility, and whether there's readiness for them to accept card swipes or door swipes. I recall this project here where we set off on doing it, and we had to make a lot of improvements to this facility in order to make it card swipe ready, and other issues that have come up. So Cynthia, to the extent that you can answer some questions, I would certainly invite you to, but I also want to reserve a little bit of opportunity to take them back and answer so that you have thoughtful information around labor issues, liability risk, and our facility and technology, and also, most importantly, budget to get to a larger vision.
Answers.
Yes.
That was
No.
just.
I know, I want to pace ourselves in that we may, based on the level of questions, we may want to take our time and come back with our responses.
Yeah, I was going to say there was a lot of questions in there, so there's probably more questions. So with questions and comments, because we don't want to put you on the spot to try to answer a lot of these questions, because they are going to require some research. So let's just go down the line and see what we
Can I
have.
share one piece of good information?
Sure.
Or one piece of good news. So the question about registration and online abilities, we are going to be testing some of that in the library stuff starting next week, and we hope to be doing that in Park and Recs in the next month and a half or so. So we are moving in that direction. We did hear that fairly consistently throughout the process, and so we do want you to know that we heard it and we are moving on it. And then I'll come back with the answers of the others.
Okay, Councilmember Chahal and then Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question which need not be answered today, but maybe a follow-up. Like, what's the total subsidy we are using as of today in the previous financial years? What was the total subsidy we have been in the past used for these programs in the past? So I'm not accepting an answer. Don't worry about it.
We do have the answer, but I'll have to get back to you because I don't remember it off the top of my head. We can get it out to you.
So there are some comments, like you mentioned, online booking that is very efficient, and we would like to have that so that people can book the stuff first come, first serve, and if it is possible to have the different facilities, whether they're occupied or not occupied, with the chart showing, okay, this is occupied from so-and-so time to time, that would be great, having that thing. And electronic locks, that can help in a lot of situations. So that's another suggestion. Non-profits, I would highly recommend that non-profits should pay barely $1 or something as a notional. I look at some of the cases like Northside police station, right? The PD is paying $1 a month rent on that. Developer gave us that, and we are a public entity, so we have a moral right to give these facilities for a very, very nominal rate to our residents. And so that's my other suggestion, right? One other thing is the one question which I think Vice Mayor Hardy also touched about it, which usually come from the residents. And that is, if everybody is staffed in the library already and the room is not being used, how are we trying to make a cost out of it? We are trying to tell, okay, this is the cost of hiring the room. If that room is not being rented out or not being, still the whole library is being staffed. Unless we have a special staffing position, we need to staff some facility, that we can understand. But that's a general question from the most of the residents. When the facilities are already staffed, nobody is doing any extra effort, where the costing comes from. Okay. And okay, I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Cynthia, and now that you've been baptized at the dais. You had on here one of the questions was to use the Sunnyvale model, and because I have the one from the 17th and I have the one from today, so I was kind of going back and forth with the reports. So there was something in here about, do we want the Sunnyvale model?
So if you look on this slide, you can see the contrast between all the different facility and all the different rates that we have based on the facility and the type of user, versus you see Sunnyvale's, where it's just very clearly, they have a resident rate and a nonprofit rate that is a peak time and a non-peak time. And then all non-resident rates are on a different time. So that's the kind of simplicity that we would hope to try and strive for in our process and trying to replicate.
Okay, but also for Sunnyvale, it's residents, nonprofit, and non-residents all. So I don't know how many non-residents are using the facilities, but at the same time, I don't have a benchmark here as to every available community room that we do have. How many people are using it? How often are they using it? You know, what kind of uses do they need? Do they need the kitchen at the senior center? Because when I was president of the Sister City Association, I was able to book the room a year in advance. Now it was 4 months. I was able to use the kitchen, but now you have to have because of guest liability issues or whatever, you have to have a caterer. So it kind of threw a lot of our community nonprofits into a little tizzy, because the way they made their money was through the Santa Clara way of having things done, and now you're kind of taking that away. So we got to figure out, how, I would love to just see like a benchmark of who is using these facilities, how they're using the facilities, and if we have to go to that way of having maybe a community benefit again, where they put the application in and we're able to subsidize something for them, but they do pay something just in case there is an issue or whatever, which you go to a hotel room, you give them your credit card and they say it's for incidentals, something in that nature. I mean, that's the only way I can look at it. I understand that we do have to get the cost recovery, that we do have this peak and non-peak thing, but the majority of our nonprofits is always going to be peak because that's when they do their business. And I don't know how we're going to rectify that, but I really would like to see the benchmarking, if at all possible, because I know that, through Mission City Community Fund, we book, we call Marcy, and we get either the downstairs or upstairs community room because it holds a lot of people. But there's not a lot of availability for a lot of people. And this little puppy you gave me, I only have in my district 1 community room. So that kind of scares me because I know there's people that are looking for places to go and they're going to have to travel or get to places that they need. So I think we have to kind of look at what we have in the community, and I think that benchmarking will help me better decide where we can help and go forward a little bit. And maybe that's something that we need to look into maybe when we have our new developments come in, if another community package where maybe they can help support a nonprofit in their endeavors and fundraising. So those are just my comments, but thank you and welcome to the DICE.
If I can, on the kitchen, and Jim can correct me if I'm wrong, but the requirement on the kitchen is not our requirement. It's the county's requirement for the use of outside certifications for the use of kitchens. So it's an environmental health issue. It's not a city-imposed requirement.
Well, once again, it was
It
the
does impact
Santa
ours.
Clara way, and we were
Yes.
able to use the kitchen, and now we can't. So I'm just saying that what was happening before is not happening now. So we need to figure out how to help these people, that's all. And I get it, So thank you.
I just want to make a couple comments. First of all, I like this sheet that has all the community rooms available, and I think that our residents should see this because when people talk about lack of community rooms, when you actually see the list, there are quite a few. So I think that we should make sure that we have a complete list of what's available for rent. But I like the idea of streamlining and making it really simple in terms of the fees and costs, just for our own sake, but for the public's sake as well. I understand that Parks and Recreation is not a cost recovery business in a city. It's just not. And I don't expect that we're going to ever get to cost recovery, nor should we ever get to cost recovery, because it is a service that we should be providing to our residents and our nonprofits. So my question is going to be, in terms of the non-residential use of our facilities, I'd like to see how many non-residents use our facilities, or unless we know that already. Is it a small percentage, or?
Don't allow it.
We don't allow it?
We do not allow it. Yeah, that's why we see it as an opportunity to actually shift some of that cost recovery burden to the non-residents
Well,
for those times they're not utilized by Santa
We
Clara
don't
residents.
allow it at all? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes it simple. Yeah, if we were going to allow it, then it should be, and they would be the lowest priority and at the highest fees possible, right? To subsidize our own residents
Use other
and
people's money.
our nonprofits. That's what I would imagine that we would do. But I want to relook at our priority list of who has priorities, but I'm really thinking that we should simplify, and it should be at a lower rate, and we should simplify what we have and make it easy. And I know Vice Mayor Hardy talked about, different ways of accessing the space and things like that. We should start exploring that to make it easier, not only on our staff, but on our residents as well. Make it less cumbersome for them to do that. But I also would like to see us removing some of the community rooms that are in our police buildings. I have heard some complaints about that and some, unless it's, you know, a city, very city-sponsored event, I think that, you know, in today's world, it's sometimes safer to maybe remove complete public use of rooms in our police building, because I have heard concerns from our police department on that. So I'd like to take those out if we can and only use them for city uses, like city, you know, complete city uses that we know are completely safe, just for our own resident safety as well. But I'm, again, just in favor of simplifying it at a low rate for our residents and nonprofits. And if our nonprofits do need help, we do have, we have the fund that they can access quite easily over the counter for anything, I think, under $10,000. But I certainly don't want to make the fees that high to rent the community rooms. But really, when you take a look at this big list, there is a lot available. I just think that there's not an awareness that we'd have to communicate what would be available to the community. All right, I don't see any other council members, so we'll go to the public now. Thank you very much, Cynthia, but if you stay close, because there might be more questions. Jan Hintermeister, if you'd like to come forward, and then that's the only card I have, and then anyone else that would like to line up. Thank you.
Hi, Jan
Welcome.
Hintermeister. I'm on the board
If you
of
could speak, Jan, in the,
Oh, sorry.
thank you.
I'm on the board of library trustees, and I'm on the board of a nonprofit headquartered in Milpitas, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. I guess I'm sure many of you are on boards or volunteering for nonprofits in various ways. So I think you realize some of the problems that nonprofits have, whether they're Santa Clara-based nonprofits or nonprofits in other cities. I guess I would not recommend trying to soak non-residents. You know, the reason is, I mean, you know, we're a region now, and we have nonprofits from all over the Bay Area that provide services for Santa Clara residents. And for example, in my case, I'm on the board. I'm always looking for community rooms and other situations that we can use. I love bringing non-residents into the city. You know, we have, the nonprofit I volunteer for, we have residents all over the Bay Area. But we need space to do training, to provide programs. So, you know, I really have an issue with kind of soaking the non-residents. Like, if I try to rent something to my non-resident, or, you know, how is that defined? I think Vice Mayor Hardy talked about that particular issue. So I'd you know, recommend that you really kind of look at regional nonprofits in general that provide a lot of services. So like I said, and plus, the other issue is housing. You know, we know housing is a huge problem. Nonprofits have that same issue. Just the price of housing, the price of rentals, everything. Nonprofits face that same kind of problem as well as, you know, residents that are trying to find places for their family. So I'd like to have you think about nonprofits in that way. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Cynthia, on this particular situation, so Jan is a Santa Clara resident, but he's involved with a nonprofit group. Would his group be eligible under our existing rental policy?
So to qualify for the city's, as our city resident, 51% of their membership would have to be city residents.
Okay, so right now, Jan's group unless you have 51%, you would not be able to rent right now any facilities in Santa Clara, correct?
That's correct.
All right, okay, I just wanted to clarify that because right now, there's no, you know, non-Santa Clara group available. So 51%, wow, okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Jan, thank you, appreciate it. Yes, come forward, please.
Yeah, Suds Jane. Actually, I had the same problem. I was trying to get one of the parks rooms for the Sierra Club, and because the Sierra Club has 4,000 members, there's no way that 51% of them were residents of Santa Clara, so we had to pay the full rate. So even though it's a registered nonprofit, we had to pay the full rate for that. So I would like to understand why the cost recovery fees vary so widely from one facility to another. The CRC, it's $135, but the senior center is $294. What's causing the 2x difference? It doesn't really make sense to me why there should be so much of a difference, so perhaps someone can explain. And fundamentally, if there is such a big difference, how do we reduce the friction in the process? How do we get the costs down? What is, what can we remove? If it's the online booking, if it's the automatic keys, if we can just reduce staff time involved in all of this processing, we can reduce the fees. And then what I'd like to, on the lines of what Councilmember Davis was saying, the benchmarking. So what is the total number of rentals? If we did go to a particular fee structure, how much of a subsidy would that cost us over what we're already getting? So if we have, say, 200 rentals and we reduce the cost, is that only going to be $50,000 or something, out of a budget of millions? I had an issue with the VTA Community Working Group, which I'm a member of. They serve Santa Clara, and there's Santa Clara organizations on that list, but they can't book the senior center more than 3 months in advance. And they have quarterly meetings. They like to book the whole year for all of their meetings so they can put it on their schedule. So there should be a mechanism for doing that. And finally, related to security, if there's a concern over rent rooms in the police department, there should also be a similar concern over rooms at the stadium. Thank you.
Mr. Jane, you said your Sierra Club rented from the City of Santa Clara? And you paid the full rate?
I rented personally. There was no way. I just said it was
you
my
rented
meeting.
personally.
Yeah, and I had to pay the full rate, so, because it was basically a party that I was.
Okay, so a resident can rent personally for a non-residential group, but you pay you take responsibility and pay the full rate?
Yes.
Is that what you did? Okay, I wanted to understand how that worked.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
If I could just provide clarification, we do allow, if there's a particular chapter, like the Boys and Girls Club of America or the Girl Scouts, we do allow the 51% to count towards that local chapter. It's not the national organization where we qualify for residency.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, is there any other member of the public that would like to speak, weigh in on this? Please come forward. All right, seeing none, Councilmember Chahal.
I just want to make a quick comment on that nonprofit that Mr. Jan mentioned. Just a suggestion, like if a board of director of a nonprofit resides in the city, they should be considered to allowed to book the facility in the city. If one of the board of directors, because 51% is a very wide, like I don't know how many of the nonprofits will be able to serve. But if the board of directors is a resident of city, we should allow it.
I think it really matters on the use of our facilities and the priority of uses of the facility. I think some facilities are used more than others. I just don't know how often they're used.
And we have that data, so we can
Yeah,
provide
so
that to you.
if you could bring back that data for us so we can make that determination.
Absolutely.
Is there any other council member that would like to give input? I know there's a tremendous amount of information that's going to come back to us. Would anyone else like any more input? Okay, well, seeing none, thank you very much.
And
Yes,
last one.
Councilmember
And
Chahal.
if we can review that 3 months period, like you cannot book before 3 months, that would be helpful, very helpful for some of the organizations. And because some organizations plan way ahead, so it will be helpful on that. Thank you.
Okay, so you have your input, and thank you very much.
Thank you for the input.
Yes, is there anything else, City Manager, on this item? All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We've been sitting here for a few hours, so please bear with us. We'll be right back.
Get my butt off the chair.
Okay, you ready? If we could try to take our seats so we can move on. Okay, we're going to start up again. All right, if you could take your discussions out into the hall, please. Our next item on our agenda is the public hearing action on amendment number 1 to the development agreement with Innovation Commons Owner LLC, previously Yahoo. And this is a public hearing, so the hearing's open. Yes, Community Development Director.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Andrew Crabtree, a Director of Community Development, with a brief staff presentation. The item in front of you is a request from Innovation Commons for an amendment to a development agreement to extend the terms of that development agreement for 3 years. The subject property is an approximately 46-acre site bounded by Tasman Drive, Patrick Henry Drive, and Old Ironsides Drive, here depicted on the slide. In 2009, the City Council approved a planned development rezoning for the site that allowed for the development of a 3.06 million square feet industrial office R&D campus that was intended at that time to be occupied by Yahoo Corporation. And as part of that action, the City Council approved a development agreement with a 10-year term that would vest the development rights of the developer for that property, tied to the specific property. Numerous terms in that development agreement, including a deadline to commence construction activity, that if construction activity isn't commenced in mid-2020, then the development agreement would expire. So the applicant is requesting the 3-year extension so that that development agreement doesn't expire. Just in terms of what the applicant has requested, they've requested a 3-year extension, which would take the initial term of the development agreement to 13 years. And they've asked that the other terms in that development agreement be preserved, carried forward. So there is like a 5-year extension that becomes available if they commence construction and meet certain targets around certificate of occupancy. The development agreement included a contribution for affordable housing of $450,000, and the project is required under the development agreement to contribute to the city's regional local traffic fees and fair share traffic fees for some intersection improvements in the project vicinity. So in our analysis of the project, first would reference the fact that this is really separate from the application that was filed by the same developer for the site. This is really a separate action in viewed. That project is continuing to be under review. The current development agreement, as mentioned, will expire later this year. And if the other project were to go forward, it would probably is expected to have its own development agreement with its own terms. So this is really sort of an alternative project if that other application did not go forward for some reason. In looking at it, the question before the city is really, is it continuing to be in the city's benefit to preserve the entitlements that would allow the 3 million square foot office R&D development to go forward with the associated terms that were negotiated at that time. The office R&D project would be consistent with the city's general plan as analyzed in the staff reports included in the packet. And so that was the considerations that staff went through when looking at the development agreement request. Since the environmental analysis for the project had been completed about 10 years ago, the city had a consultant do an update to that and prepared an addendum that concluded that the project with the 3-year extension would not result in any new environmental impacts, and so the mitigations that were previously included in the project would continue to be sufficient for the project and in effect. The Planning Commission considered the request at their October 23rd meeting. In their discussion, particularly, they focused on concerns related to traffic conditions in the vicinity of the project area, how they might have changed, what new standards are out there for the city to use in evaluating traffic concerns. And they noted in particular that the environmental analysis that was done in 2010, which does include a number of measures to reduce traffic impacts through transit demand management, did not include a specific percentage reduction in trips as a goal for the project. And as part of the Planning Commission's recommendation, which was to approve the development agreement, they asked that the project be a condition to achieve up to a 35% overall trip reduction through the TDM measures as a specific goal stated in the project approval. Following that hearing, the consultant, Hexagon Transportation Consultants, who representative is here if there are more detailed questions, prepared an analysis really looking at what would be feasible in terms of a trip reduction target, vehicle trip reduction target with implementation of transportation demand management measures for the project, and based on their analysis, concluded that a 25% reduction was something that was feasible, and the applicant agreed that they would accept that as a condition of the development agreement. And so it's been incorporated into the proposed agreement that's in front of you for consideration tonight. We also would mention that the city has, through its climate action plan policies, required TDM monitoring programs and reductions of some recent projects. So this would be added in with those projects should it go forward as something the city would monitor and report upon. So with that, staff is recommending that the City Council go ahead and introduce the ordinance for the First Amendment with the incorporation of the 25% overall vehicle trip reduction through transportation demand measures. And staff is available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Questions from the council? Councilmember Chahal, and then Watanabe, then O'Neill.
Thank you for the report. Quick question on the 25% TDM reduction on that. That is over and above of any credit for 10% credit being close to the transit. They will not subtract that from that, right?
Yeah. So the reference is to the policy that the city has in its climate action plan. And in the climate action plan, we state that we are seeking, it depends a little bit on the region of the city, but generally a 10% reduction due to the location in areas that have high transit access is expected. This is really separate from that, as you asked. This is not really taking that into consideration. On top, through our climate action plan, we generally look for a 10% reduction through transportation demand management measures. In this case, the number would be 25% instead of that second 10%. So it is separate from the 10% from location, which didn't really come into consideration here.
So it will not reduce to 15, like they say, okay, 10% we get credit for the being closer to transit, so ultimately TDM only 15. That's not the case. Right. It's a net 25%, right?
So let me try to phrase this another way, perhaps. Generally, for a project in this type of location, we would assume a 10% reduction because of the access to transit. And then on top of that, we would look for a reduction through transportation demand management measures in recent years of 10%. This would be of 25%. So it would be
top of that. Okay.
On top of that.
Got it. And my second one is, I'm a bit worried about the 450K housing fund contribution. 10 years back, when we approved this project, housing situation was not that bad. And is there a way we can revise this amount in case the development goes ahead? Because we lost so much time, and I would like to have that housing fund contribution to be increased to, say, a couple of $1 million or something like that.
So the development agreement is a negotiation with the applicant. It's not subject to nexus requirements necessarily. So, if that's something they agree to, it can be included in the agreement.
No, okay. And last one is for the CEQA reviews, for other projects nearby, let's say the City Place and other stuff, did we take the CEQA environment reports as per this project, or they were dependent on different projects which might come to this site? So which were the main consideration when we reviewed the whole local area for the CEQA purposes?
So the CEQA analysis for this amendment would take into consideration things that had been approved in the vicinity in the interim as part of that analysis in terms of change in context, and look to see if there was enough change to result in a new significant impact from the project, and concluded that there was not. And again, I will defer to the traffic consultants if there's more specific questions related to that, more detail.
Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Andrew, there was a lot of information that was presented in the report that was news to me. Innovation Commons Owner LLC, who are they? Because I'm familiar with Genzong, I'm familiar with Kylie, and then Innovation Commons comes out of left field.
So as often is the case with development projects, there are different legal entities that are created to own property or act as a developer of a property. So this appears to be, my understanding is, it's a legal entity that was created by Kylie, and beyond that, I would defer to the city attorney or perhaps the applicant to go into detail. But it's not unusual, when we work with a developer, that there's a specific legal entity created for that project, whatever the project is. Okay.
Did you want to add anything, City Attorney?
Yeah, I did look through the whole kind of chain of the transfers here, and they have all been consistent with the development agreement. The development agreement allowed for an assignment that the city manager could approve, and that was previously done. That was one of the original transfers. And then what happened was there was a series of ownership transfers in terms of the property was still owned by the same entity, but different people bought into the company that owned the property. And that doesn't even require our approval. But the final transfer into this other entity of Innovation Partners, that was a transfer from a parent company into a wholly owned subsidiary, which under the terms of the development agreement did not require our approval. They did notify us, and we concurred with them that was an exception to an approval requirement under the development agreement.
Okay.
Can I ask the city attorney,
Sure.
because I asked the question ahead of time before the meeting?
Yeah.
Who approved the assignment from Le Echo to Genzon? Because the city council approved the assignment from Yahoo to Le Echo. That came before the council.
Okay.
But nothing has come before the council since then.
So hold on one second. I think it was city manager Batra, but I'm not positive. But
Can the
development
city manager
the development
amend?
agreement provides that the city manager had authority to.
This development agreement does?
Yeah.
We were never notified, so. You have evidence that took place?
Notification of the council?
No, the approval.
Yeah, I
Between
did.
Le Echo
I
and.
saw the approval. Let me take a look at the different
Just
documents.
curious, because it never came to us. when the first one did.
Okay.
I did ask ahead of time, so I'm not
No,
putting you on the spot.
the form of what I have is several emails with a whole bunch of different attachments. So why don't you continue, and I will get back to you on that
All right.
question.
Thank you. Okay.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Okay, appreciate that. Okay, so based on the first, or the development agreement, as it was initially written, it called for, it's supposed to be 48.6 acres, 13 six-story buildings. Basically, if I remember correctly, I think it's a little over it's like 3.06 million, yeah, 3.06 million square feet of office and R&D. And I guess I'm wondering how we can, I mean, now, okay, that was when Yahoo was intending to develop the property. Then it went to La Echo. La Echo then transferred or sold the property to Kylie or Genzong. But what's been brought to us is in the plans is 10 million square feet of development. I mean, incorporating residence, retail, a lot of different items. How can now, and this is, I mean, we have not had a development agreement in the time that I've been on the council. I don't know how often this happens, but I mean, how can we approve the extension of a development agreement for that are actually it's two totally different things. Initially it was 3 million, now we're talking 10 million. And so I mean, it seems to me that it's a totally different development. And then my other issue or concern is in reading through the documents is that I mean, it's like it's a totally different project, and that how plans in the area have changed since 2010. I mean, 2010, yeah, there was little development out there, and now you're looking 10 years later, and you've got the proposed related project, you've got Great America, you've got the stadium, you've got the convention center. So it's totally different than what was planned in, or in that area in 2010. So to me, it seems like it's just a totally different development agreement that should be written as a result of that.
Yeah, so let me wade in on that. So there really are two projects.
Yeah.
That separate projects. The one tonight is really a question of, does the city want to preserve the right or the ability to have a 3.06 million square foot office R&D project developed on this site? And so should that other project not go forward, for example, then in 3 years, this would the city think it's appropriate that the site be developed with a 3 million square foot office R&D project according to those terms that were negotiated in 2010. So it's perhaps a little bit infrequent, but it does happen that developers or property owners come in and request an extension for development agreements, extensions for a development agreement. And in that case, usually the city's review is around, like, does this type of project still make sense? Would the city still be interested in seeing a 3 million square foot office R&D development on that site? Do whatever terms that were negotiated still meet the city's needs? For example, affordable housing, has that changed? Are other things changed that the city wants to try to renegotiate? The one value that it brings to the city is that if, per our general plan, we want to see this type of office R&D development, the fact that we have an entitlement that's completed would allow that type of development to happen much more quickly than if this development agreement were not extended and then someone came in and they wanted to build office R&D, they would have to really start from scratch and go through a longer environmental review process, be subject to possible challenges, et cetera. So the city may have a interest in preserving the industrial development potential on that site. And then to the other project, which you referenced, the mixed use, and I think the applicant is redesigning that, and I don't really know what it will be once they've redesigned it. That would, as mentioned, really need a separate development agreement because it's completely a different project. And so should that project advance to the council, I would expect that they will have a development agreement. They haven't submitted that. We haven't really developed that yet, but if it comes to the council, they would have their own, a different development agreement that the council could consider. But this one really is just about, if that doesn't happen, what is the use that can be done on this site?
So, so just to understand, if the council were to say, yes, we grant the extension, that would be preserving the negotiated benefits that were already agreed to back in, or the entitlements that were agreed to back in 2010, basically, and that have carried through over the last 10 years.
So as presented to you today, yes, plus the 25% TDM
Yeah.
reduction target that was added by the Planning Commission. And certainly the City Council could tonight ask the applicant if there are other things that you think should be wrapped into this project, if they would agree to those.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So I was on the Planning Commission when this original development agreement got approved by the Planning Commission, and then went on to the council to get approved. And some of my colleagues have heard me talk about how I said at this time I didn't think that project would ever get built. So what we're really doing is kind of here preserving a baseline, because it's very, very apparent with, there's been a couple of different proposals from the Kylie folks that are, vastly different than what was originally anticipated by Yahoo, which almost seems quaint by comparison now. We thought at the time, oh, wow, but, or it was a lot of buildings, but now that seems like having a bunch of buildings that look exactly the same scattered over, all those acres, doesn't seem very, it seems outdated now. But so there's, say, the 3 million square feet, with the notion of preserving a baseline entitlement. Say Kylie, hits a, bad analogy, I was going to say hits a brick wall with the FAA, but, say they're not able to, get a result that's favorable to what they want. And so the baseline entitlements are 3 million square feet. And once again, whether that gets transferred to somebody else. Does that mean that they would have to do what the original plan was, like 13 buildings that were 6 stories? Or would it be a total? Is it just the total number of square feet? And if they, we would, these days,
Right.
we're much more wanting mixed use. We want housing. We want people who are going to be able to live there and work and all of that. That would not fit within the original designation either, really, would it, to have any housing there?
Yeah. So that plan that you referenced with the 13 buildings is incorporated into the development agreement. And so to build something different, they would need to amend the development agreement again. So
It's not just the square footage then, it's the
not just the square
configuration.
footage, but extending it preserves that square footage so that, again, the environmental analysis wouldn't have to start over. Whereas if it were you could sort of work off of that development agreement and look at amending it to include a different plan.
If we had to stay at, if it ends up that we stay at the 3 million square feet. But as we've been talking about with, we would probably have a vastly different development agreement if we have a project that's anywhere near what some of the proposals that the Kylie has presented, at study sessions.
Yes, I believe so.
And so, and at that point, because I had asked you about the traffic impact fees, which were, we have since increased. So right now, the fee is not up to date. It's, from 10 years ago. Even if the agreement goes forward, that same fee structure, if I read correctly what your answer to me was, that the $1 fee would still stay in effect. for while the development agreement is extended, unless we change that.
Correct. So if tonight you grant the 3-year extension as it's proposed, it would preserve the $1 per square foot fee level. The city's new fee is $1.36 per square foot. If you know, again, you could propose a change tonight to that term, or if in 3 years they come back to amend this development agreement again, it could be revisited at that point too,
Okay.
to build an office R&D project.
And, you know, so I think now we have much more of a sensitivity towards having a lot, you know, community benefits. So is the staff, or is the feeling that, you know, we have talked about changing to insert a more assertive or transportation demand management? Like at the time, just even talking about having, 10 years ago, even just having a TDM plan was considered like progressive. You know, now we're getting much more specific and assertive in what we're requiring companies to do. So that has already been agreed to. I mean, is the staff thinking at this point that this is not the time that we would ask for any other community benefits?
Right. So the applicant initially asked for an 8-year extension with the thought that that timing would relate to how long it would take them to go through the Kylie, their separate application process, achieve, you know, if they reached an outcome where that project was not to go forward, then they would have time to go through the building permit process and actually start construction in order to meet a deadline for this development agreement. So staff recommended instead the 3-year time frame without necessarily going through all the reevaluation of the benefits, because again, that's tied to starting construction. So to get into a building permit process and actually be ready to start construction will take some time. So it's our expectation that this 3 years gives the applicant some time to have a better understanding of what the outcome might be of their other application. And if they then determine that they really are going to go forward with a 3 million square foot office R&D project, they would be back in renegotiating the development agreement for that, because they'll need more time to build that project. And then we could further invest in discussion and negotiation around what are the right terms to have in that development agreement. But at the same time, we recognize that this is an opportunity as well to update some of those terms if that's the will of the council.
Do you have any sense about how long the situation with the FAA may take?
My understanding is that Kylie will be submitting a new plan for FAA review, or they may have done so already, I'm not sure. And that could take a few months to get an outcome. If they're successful, then they would submit to the city a new plan that they believe would be approvable by the FAA. But I don't know exactly. It could, but I expect it would be sometime later this year that we would see a new formal application set of plans from the applicant.
And it seems a little funny that this project got called out by the FAA when there's been all kinds of development in downtown San Jose, which is also like, and it has an adjacency to the airport, and I haven't heard anything about the Google Village or any of those other very tall buildings in San Jose being, you know, and I realize that it's also a radar issue. I mean, have you heard of any other projects near the airport having this question raised?
Right. It is pretty unique in my experience. I certainly encountered FAA issues before. You know, there's sort of 3 sets of criteria that you work through with the FAA, 2 that are at a local level related to the Mineta Airport, for example. So you can go to their to their website and find information about the height limits and their policies. But then this 3rd category really requires submittal to the FAA. It's often done by developers after they've completed the city entitlement process. And it can be very design specific, down to like what kind of lights you put on top of the building and so forth. So it's often done later in the process. And you know, I've heard developers over the years describe it as sort of a black box process where they, you know, you just kind of submit plans and see what you get back from the FAA. But, you know, we have projects in the Tasman East area that are, you know, up to around 200 feet in height, potentially, that have gone through some FAA review and received approval. So it's surprising that, you know, that this project is had sort of a more restrictive response from the FAA. But you know, I'm not an expert on that part of the review process.
Okay. So, and are we going to hear from the traffic consultant to just describe what review they did?
They're here, and I believe they're prepared to speak.
Well, I would be curious to hear what exactly they did, you know, just,
So,
I'm sure a lot of people are thinking that there's a lot of change that's happened in the
would you
last
like
10 years.
me to have them come up now then? Or
Well, or if the mayor wants to go through all the questions.
Let's
you
go
know.
through all the questions first, and then we can hear, well, let's hear from the traffic consultant. Was there a new study done?
Good evening. I'm Michelle Hunt with Hexagon Transportation Consultants. So the recent analysis that we did was to gather data on the trip reductions that have been achieved at other comparable developments. So we're looking at office R&D projects. You know, hopefully we're trying to find some in Santa Clara. We found data for one site in Santa Clara. It's not near light rail, but we have data for that site. We have data for several other sites, one in Sunnyvale, that it is similarly located along the same light rail line as this site is. So it's a very good comparison. That's a single large employer. And we also have data from several other locations in Mountain View, East Palo Alto, and around the Silicon Valley area. And so our recommendation as far as the 25% trip reduction is based on the trip reductions actually being achieved based on actual counts done at these other comparable sites. And the 25% is what we believe is an achievable, progressive but achievable goal on the high end, but realistic goal for a tech building, there are some sites that are achieving higher reductions, but those generally are only occurring where it's a single large employer who provides long-haul shuttles, and it's unknown right now whether this project would have one employer who could do that or whether it'd be many.
Was it, I did read that letter, and I thought it was very interesting. Was there any, did you look at any other, like, to see if there were any other changes in the, you know, traffic conditions? Or I know that there was some discussion about, you know, whether the accumulated impact or whatever has been looked at in other EIRs or traffic studies that have been done since this one. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So we've started to do some new analysis for the new project that's being proposed, but as that's undergoing changes, that's currently on hold. We haven't done any new analysis specifically of the previous proposal for the 3 million square feet, but I can tell you that all EIRs, like for City Place and Tasman East, they, the cumulative scenario always, and well, even the background scenario always will include projects that have been previously approved. So all of those EIRs would have been based on what was approved at the time, which was the Yahoo project. When there is a new application put in, now any new project that comes forward will be based on the what the cumulative scenario will be based on what the current proposal is. So if it's the 10 million square feet would be included in the cumulative analysis. But I think when City Place EIR was done, the 10 million square feet was not even proposed yet. There was no application for that yet. So, but it would have assumed a 3 million square foot office R&D development on this site.
So if within the next 3 years, Kylie brings forward something, you know, maybe it's not 10 million, say it's 8 million or something, and so like you talked about the City Place, so they will have to do a new EIR and traffic study to look at that increase
City Place won't, but
But
Kylie,
I mean, but
right,
Kylie
will.
would have to
Right.
then account for,
Right, if they come forward with any development other than 3 million square feet of office R&D, yes, they'll have to do a new EIR. Even if it's 3 million square feet, but if it's a mixed-use project with office and residential and so forth, there would have to be a new EIR.
Yeah, I just want to make one clarification too. Under CEQA, you analyze against existing conditions, not against existing entitlements as a baseline. So really, the Kylie project will be viewing it, as 0 square feet or whatever. There's a few buildings, I guess there are now, but versus the project, this 3 million square feet doesn't raise the floor of their analysis.
oh, so when Related or whoever, as an example, did theirs, because there wasn't any, the 3 million square feet hadn't been built, it didn't get counted into it? Am I understanding
you
Andrew?
do have to look at existing entitlements when you analyze your project's potential cumulative impacts. So those are, considered reasonably foreseeable, anything that's got an entitlement. But you don't get to take the benefit of an existing entitlement on your property that hasn't been built under CEQA analysis rules, right? You really have to, your baseline is the existing condition. So the site's been cleared for the most part. That's the, when we do the environmental analysis on the Kylie project, we'll be starting from almost a vacant property.
Okay, I got you. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Let's see if we have other council members that have questions. Okay, I don't see any, but I have some questions. So, if this, Mr. Crabtree, if this development agreement is not extended, what is the existing land use on the property?
Well, the existing zoning and general plan are the office R&D designations that are in place. The zoning would expire, so it would revert back to just a general industrial zoning designation. And as just mentioned, most of the site is vacant, so that would, be the existing site condition would be mostly a parking lot with the 3 buildings that front onto Tasman. And I'm not sure exactly what their square footage is, but it's relatively small.
Okay, so I want to say Kylie, but it's not Kylie. It's Innovation / Kylie. So there's an application in for approximately 10 million square feet of a development, and they've started an environmental impact report, and that's moving ahead. Tell us the existing,
sure.
Status of that.
Yeah, so they did submit an application package, a complete application package for a project that was about 10 million square feet, a mix of office, 6,000 residential units, a hotel, some retail, open space, educational facility. And as then communicated to us by the applicant, they, after receiving some comments from the Airport Land Use Commission staff, that the county, that this could be subject to some concerns of the FAA. They submitted to the FAA, and they received a letter back from the FAA that the heights that they were proposing would not be viable due to concerns they had with radar obstruction. And so then the applicant informed us that they would be resubmitting a substantially modified project, but it was their intent to first submit through, again through the FAA, and see if they could find something that would be feasible under FAA rules that then they would bring forward through the city's process. And so while there has been some preliminary work done on the environmental impact report, we did circulate a notice of preparation, intent to start that process. We do not have really, so the first substantive step on city staff side is to review an administrative draft. We have not received an administrative draft of an EIR from the applicant. Again, my understanding is that they intend to resolve what their project will be first, and then they can ask their consultant to go ahead and prepare the administrative draft of an EIR based on their project once they know better what it is, and then that would come into the city. So we're not expecting to see anything for several months from the applicant. at this point.
Okay, so when this project was approved in 2010, I happened to be at the council meeting. I wasn't on the council, but I was there. And I do remember Councilmember O'Neill, you were a planning commissioner at the time. You said, oh, that'll never be built. I do remember you saying that 10 years ago. That's very interesting. But needless to say, there was an environmental impact report done in 2010. And that report was prior to the stadium. It was prior to City Place approvals. It was prior to Tasman East approvals. It was an entirely different Santa Clara world at that time with a different administration and different expectations of community benefits, as was evidenced by community benefits that are in this development agreement. But what I see here is a 3,000 square foot R&D complex, which the site description is quite descriptive. It's 13 six-story buildings, 3 two-story commons buildings, surface parking, 2 levels of below-grade parking. It has the vacation of Democracy Way. There's an actual amount that the city is supposed to get for that, 900 and some odd thousand, and though it's a long street, minus the utility relocation that, so we'll probably get 0 from it. But I think my whole point is that we are not back in 2010. This is an EIR. If we were to approve this EIR is from 2010. There's little to no community benefits in there. We have a lot more expectations now of what we would require for community benefits. I can almost assure you that Kylie Innovation will not build this project of 3 million square feet and 13 six-story office buildings. I don't think anybody's going to build this project. So you're asking us to approve a development agreement of a project that is from 2010, had the world at 2010, will possibly never be built, with community benefits that just pale what we would require now. We would have to amend this so much that it wouldn't even be recognizable in terms of what our expectations and requirements would be today. Chances are we would put a residential component in there. It wouldn't be all office. It's just, it's not really anything that has any advantage to the city of Santa Clara in here. Knowing that there's another project that's going to be presented to us for consideration that has been talked about for several years. It doesn't even resemble this. So we had a very, very similar situation in 2015 when I was on the council, and Councilmember Davis and O'Neill were on as well, although you had to abstain, which was Agilent, that had the extension of a development agreement. They had a 10-year development agreement, and they wanted a 5-year extension. And guess what? Huh? Well, it was over 20 years old, and guess what? To this day, it's still not built. 2020, it would have been the expiration of the 5 years. But they had that development agreement, which would have relied on an EIR from 2005. That was before the Apple spaceship and other things in that area. So certainly, as I said, I think that, we're going to be considering the Kylie Innovation Project, which doesn't resemble this at all. But trying to preserve something, I can see how the developer would like to preserve an EIR from 2010, very small community benefits of $450,000 for housing. It didn't even say affordable housing, it was just housing. Pretty much nothing for the vacation of Democracy Way. And, no other benefits when that area has changed dramatically and our requirements have changed dramatically. So I can understand their interest in this, but I see no benefit for the city to preserve this when I even know 3 years from now, by the time they go through the FAA and they go through all the approval process and everything here, you're going to be asking for another extension and the project description will change. So you're asking us to approve a development agreement for a project That will never happen. My opinion. All right. Anyone else? If, and yes, Councilmember Davis.
So, Andrew, so my concerns are, this expires in June. You just stated that you might have an application in 3 months. And where are we with the FAA? I mean, are they capped at 6 stories or 7 stories? I mean, I'm really concerned at the fact that it came out of nowhere. They presented a project, and then all of a sudden the FAA slaps them into Councilmember O'Neill's comment. All these skyscrapers are going up in San Jose, and now all of a sudden this project gets tapped. So I'm just curious, the timeline that's happening, how are they ever going to get this out of the ground? I mean, FAA could take forever to give them an answer, but they still have until June to get this application in, and hopefully maybe with FAA giving them some heads up. But I'm not hearing how that all is going to work. So that's my curiosity. And you know from the beginning, when this project first came, it was dropping that New York City block out there in Tasman. So, you know, my concerns are, where are they with the FAA? Where are they with some kind of project that they could possibly happen with that application in a couple months? So why did you bring this now if there is a chance that maybe they could get an application in within a couple months, or the resolution from the FAA might come to benefit them? I don't know. But today, you're asking me to approve a development agreement that, and I agree with the mayor, that's never going to be built. This 3 million square feet is R&D.
I'd like to just chime in. I think the questions about the FAA are one that the developer should respond to.
Okay.
Because it's their work to work through the FAA and follow the FAA's response. I'd also like to just reframe it in terms of, we are advancing the developer's request on the extension for the development agreement. Clearly, if we would have denied it and just allowed for it to expire, it wouldn't have been serving the council well and bringing it forward for a decision for you to make. In the event that you wanted the option to kick it back, as some examples have already come up at the dais in terms of this is what you're going to need. One, it allows for us to see whether this is even salvageable, or two, what the developer may, the council may look for as it approaches or begins to look at the next project. And clearly there is the next project. And so surfacing and hearing that information is also very helpful. And so I want to take some of the pressure off of the director here, and that, you know, already it's come up in terms of denying the council information, in terms of transfers and things of that sort. I don't ever want to be caught in that position, and that's why we're here this evening. But I would like for the developer to explain the issues with the FAA and where that's at.
So Randy would be the person, I guess, right?
Well, let's wait a minute here. I just want to say to the city manager, your alternatives, you're recommending approval of the extension. So it's not, you're not just advancing it, you're recommending it. So I just want to point that out as well.
Right, and that there are 3 options, and it's been acknowledged. You can kick it back and ask us to go and bring forward the issues that you've advanced and articulated. You don't have to approve it, or you can approve it as is.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with what Mayor mentioned, that it's all for developer, but nothing for the City of Santa Clara. Like, if we give them whatever they're asking, we are just giving them whatever 2010 conditions were in the city. And since 2010, things have changed a lot. Yahoo is no more traded company, actually. And within our own sphere, like housing crisis is there, then traffic is there. And I would like to know, what are the major development fees if this project is happening today? So what are the major development fees the developer will have to pay?
Okay. So if we go back and look at what it does include, I mentioned that the project has $1 per square foot fee, and that is now $1.36. The EIR was done based on a level of service analysis standard. That could change if there's a new project in the future, but for this one, it was based on level of service, and it's basically about $5 million in terms of improvements that were identified as mitigation for the project. And then, as has been mentioned, there's the $450,000 housing fund contribution to the city's housing fund, which is for affordable housing. In terms of new fees that would be applicable and beyond the regional local traffic fees, the big difference is the affordable housing commercial linkage fee that the city has, and that would be substantially more than the $450,000.
What would that be? Just a rough
So
idea.
There's no
city-
housing in that original fee.
No,
The city's current fee is set at $20 a square foot. So if you multiply by 3 million, that's about $60 million.
So,
A little bit over $60 million for the.
so with that, like my personal opinion over here on the diocese, if we want to do this thing, the city has to get some benefit out of it. It's not that the developer gets all the benefit, like they get it renewed on 450,000 versus 6 million and $1 versus 26 or 36, whatever traffic impact fees are. Like, I would say, yeah, we can reduce those a little bit, keeping in view there is already, and we want to cover our risk. Like, this project may not happen, but if at all it happens, the benefit we are giving to the developer, the city should get something out of it. I'm not sure whether we want to bring it back next meeting with the some of the suggestions we want, like housing fund contribution of X dollars and traffic impact fees of somewhere in between what we have today versus what we had in 2010. So without those numbers, as is, I don't feel comfortable going forward to approve this thing for next 3 years. And that's up to my colleagues over here, like how we want to, what condition we want to put, whether we want to put those things today or we want to bring it back after discussion with the staff can have a discussion with the developer and come back with whatever they can offer and bring it back for, we can continue it for that matter.
Thank you. I just think that this is 10 years old stale. They're asking for a 3-year extension, but then there's 2 5-year extensions options after that. We could be talking about something done in the next 13 years on a 2010 EIR with very little community benefits. I would prefer to concentrate on the existing development proposal from this organization, one that, you know, is more likely to come to fruition than something 10 years old that we know won't be built. And I think 3 years from now, we'll still talk about this because they'll need another extension and it'll be 13 years stale. We know it's not going to happen and it has no benefit to us. I see there's a lot of community members that want to speak, so I'm going to go ahead and start opening that up. I just want the community to know this is not a reflection of Kylie or all the good they've done in the community or their quality as developers or anything like that. This is about a 10-year-old development agreement. That's what we're talking about, not anything about, you know, they're a quality company and a quality developer. So I just want to make sure that people understand the difference of what we're actually talking about tonight and speak to the issue of the development agreement. So we're going to start with.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Do you still want a history of the transfers?
Pardon me?
You still want me to recite the history of the transfers?
Yeah, because
Sure.
I read the agreement on the transfer.
Okay, so what happened, the first transfer was on June 16, 2016, the assignment from Yahoo to Lay Echo Real Estate Group.
By the city council. That's the one I
Well,
remember.
it was approved by Rajiv Bhattacharya. Whether he brought it to the council
He
or
brought
not,
it
I
to the
don't
council.
know.
Yeah.
Then the next transfer was really not a transfer it was not an assignment. It was Lee Echo, the company that owned the land and the development rights through the development agreement. That company was purchased by Kylie. So Kylie purchased the company, and that didn't involve a required approval from us. Under the development agreement, it doesn't require an approval.
What happened to Genzon?
I don't know. Genzon was, there was a series of transfers that Kylie did internally between various holding companies, but ultimately Kylie assigned the DA to Innovation Commons Owner LLC, which is the current requester of the extension. And then under the development agreement itself, these the various transfers between wholly owned subsidiaries of the same company do not, under the development agreement, require approval by the city.
Do we ask for any financial or other information to approve the
We did at the
assignments?
approval of these. There was only one assignment that needed approval, and that was between Yahoo and Laeco. And at that point, Gary Ameling did analyze financial information in 2016. The other transfers don't require our approval, so it doesn't.
So we have no information on the financial stability of any of these companies?
Not as far as I don't know.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for that, City Attorney. All right, Mary Grizzle, then Robert Fitch, and John Elwood, please come forward. Thank you, and thank you for your patience. Oh, you know what? Thank you. Mary, before you speak, I'm going to ask that Innovation please get up and make some comments. I'm sorry, Mary. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, Mayor Gilmore and Vice Mayor Hardy. Congratulations, and council members. Thank you, staff, for providing the presentation and for the background on the development agreement, and to the members of the public for your continuing engagement on the Kylie project. I'm Randy Gerson, Vice President of Kylie. While tonight we're discussing the development agreement, during Kylie's efforts towards our mixed-use application, I had the good fortune of becoming very active in the Santa Clara community. And since Kylie's acquisition of the property in 2017, we have met hundreds of stakeholders and members of the community, which has led us to have a better understanding of what Santa Clarans want and see for the future of their city and see for the future of this property. We've been grateful for the conversations, and we are thoughtfully taking them into consideration as we work through the mixed-use project. Tonight, though, we're here to extend the development agreement, which is on the council-approved plan from 2010. The existing entitlements and related development agreement were the basis of valuation for the property during the acquisition of 2017. When the property was acquired, the 2010 development agreement was already in place, with over 3 years left to the expiration. Our re-entitlement efforts for a mixed-use proposal began almost immediately after the acquisition, and we have been actively seeking mixed-use entitlements since that time. Based upon the initial schedules outlined in the environmental review request proposals the city received, we were hopeful that we would get these discretionary entitlements done for the mixed-use project before the development agreement expired for the 2010. Unfortunately, it's taken a lot longer than we thought. Since our initial submittal, we have made adjustments to the mixed-use project based on community feedback and concerns about the proposed heights. On the positive side, the public process and the resulting plan modifications have led to a more collaborative and comprehensive plan. Unfortunately, it resulted in significant delays, and with recent schedules received from the city, we know that we won't be able to get approvals for the mixed-use project before this DA expires. So this caused us to revisit the DA extension with the city. So when it began earlier this summer with the DA extensions, that's when we received determination from the FAA. Because we had submitted to the FAA, I think 6 or 9 months before that. And then it took them that long to get back to us, and then they said, no, your heights, as Andrew explained, it was about the radar, not about the heights, because we had got the heights down to the way the Airport Commission had wanted it. So they basically said, no, your plan doesn't work with the radar, resubmit something. So we are in the middle of, we resubmitted something to the FAA in the middle of December. We haven't heard anything back yet. We showed a plan to the city around that same time, but we haven't done a formal application because we don't know what the FAA is going to say back to us, and so we can't figure out what the program would be inside the envelope that's allowable. So we're waiting now for the FAA to get back to us. The other thing that I wanted to address also is that the EAR from the 2010 is actually based on the office plan. The office plan is actually buildable, and if we change that office plan, then the EIR would change. But the city's EIR consultant looked at the office plan, and it looked at the EIR and said the EIR was still good, and there wouldn't be changes to this EIR. So that's my understanding. And so the EIR, if we make changes to the plan, then the EIR would not be good, and we have to make changes to the EIR. But the 3 million square foot of office is based on that EIR. And then the other question that you asked, the City Place EIR and all the other EIRs that have been done past that assumed the traffic conditions and the transportation issues that were brought up with the Yahoo project in place. So they assume that. So I'm here just to clarify that, but also to ask you to, in order to pursue our entitlements and to keep the property, the office project meets the general plan requirement, was an approved plan by the city. When we purchased the plan, it was what we valued the property on, and we'd like to keep that in place while we try to explore this mixed-use plan. I'm hearing from the city council that you'd like us to discuss fees, and I'm open to those conversations if you want to continue this hearing to their next hearing, and in between now and I think it's January 28th, if we would talk with staff and come up with a fee proposal that we would bring to the city and different community benefits, I'm open to having that conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go to the public. Mary, and then I think the name's Robert Fitch, and then John Elwood.
Good evening. I'm here on behalf of the Kylie Project. I know they are here requesting an extension of time. My experience with Kylie has been that they are very engaged with the community and go over and beyond their outreach. I am very pleased with the project and with how hard they work at understanding the community and its needs. It is hard to find developers who are willing to listen to the challenges and the opportunities here in Santa Clara. And one thing I'd like to add is, how many developers do you get that are going to build a school? This developer wants to build a school there beside a public park as well. I think those are extremely important to a community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I just want to remind you, Mary, that in this development agreement, there is no school or public park, the one we're talking about. So that's in their new development. But yes, let's go ahead. Robert Fitch, John Elwood, and then Randy Robinson.
Robert Fitch, a longtime resident of Santa Clara. I would ask you to let them extend the development agreement if there are problems. Continue this for them to discuss. I suspect that the government, having worked with the federal government, it's not the easiest thing in the world, and they want to be able to figure out what they've got. And so I strongly support having this continued so that you can let them go.
Thank you. John Elwood, Randy Robinson, and then Dan Mayberg. Welcome.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, I had prepared a speech, but I think the points that were recently just discussed, and certainly piggybacking on Mary's comment as well, is that having a developer like we have with Kylie has been totally engaging with the community, listening and wanting to understand more what kind of commitments they have to make on the new development, the multi-use development that they were talking about earlier. But the point here with the extension, it provides them with an opportunity to at least to have a backstop. And I think if Kylie is open to having further discussions and seeing what the the current temperature is on what some of the things that would benefit not only the city of Santa Clara, the community, et cetera, they're open to it. And I think just having the opportunity to sit down, have those discussions, I think could go a long way. But again, if you look at it from a financial perspective moving forward, and with the potential of the other project perhaps not being able to get developed for whatever the reasons are, at least there's a backstop that Kylie has that they could look at and then move forward with it. So that may take some discussions, and it may evolve into something completely different, residential, as was mentioned earlier as well. But anyway, those are just some of the points that I see. That's just having that opportunity to talk, come to the negotiating table, and then see what can come out of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Randy? And then Dan Mayberg, and then Brian Goldenberg. Welcome.
Hi, and thank you, Council, for the time. My name's Randy Robinson. We're flooring contractors, been working here in the Santa Clara area for many years. And we believe Kylie has demonstrated themselves to be a good corporate citizen. They've taken the interest in really looking into the needs, the challenges of the community, the city, the residents, the businesses. And so by not granting the extension, they're at risk of being harmed financially, as already stated. The property valuations are at risk. And so they've tried to do the right thing, do good by the city of Santa Clara. And so I feel like it would be good to give them this opportunity and grant the extension to give them time to work through this mixed use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan, and then Brian Goldenberg, and then Mark Goldberg after that. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm Daniel Myberg, Director of Corporate Development for O2 Micro. We are just down the street from the Kylie project on Patrick Henry, and we are also working on a development project, part of the Patrick Henry plan. I've personally met with the Kylie representatives over the past couple years and been happy with how they're involved with the community, and hoping that some will come to a resolution to help them help Santa Clara. And we're also looking forward to how they're also going to improve the other businesses and the development that's going to happen along the Patrick Henry corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Brian, and then Mark Goldberg, and then Paul McNamara. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I just want to say I really appreciate how Kylie has been a good, well, for lack of a better word, partner in this case, to be flexible, and how they've operated in good faith, and how they really are determined to make this work for the city and for the community as well. So the important points, I think, are the fact that they've been flexible and that they are open to, to making this a project that meets the city's needs, as well as the of whatever their vision is for this. So I encourage you to extend the development agreement, and appreciate your consideration on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, Paul McNamara, then Christine Beebe. Welcome.
Good evening, Council Mayor. My name is Mark Goldberg. I'm the VP of Business Development for Floydsteel Technology. I've been a resident of Santa Clara County for 25 years. I'm just up here to support Kylie. As you mentioned, they are a heck of a company. They are looking out for the city of Santa Clara. And ultimately, I just think they're caught between the timeline and bureaucracy, and granting them this extension is not giving them everything. They're not looking for everything that they signed up for in 2010. They're aware of that. They just want an extension so they can renegotiate, and the city needs to renegotiate and get better terms for the city as well. And they're wide open to that. I just think that we should give them that opportunity. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year, too. Paul, and then Christine Beebe, and then Cheryl Walsh.
Hi, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I am a resident of Santa Clara. I have been all my life. I was born here. My father worked for the police department. I worked in corporate foundation relations for the last 20 years. I've worked with a number of different companies, both in Santa Clara and throughout the region, who both have a sense of corporate social responsibility and don't. Apple is among those who don't, for example, zero philanthropy. And in my experience, in my engagement with Kylie, I believe they're one of the most progressive companies that have expressed the notion, as by the testimony that we've heard tonight, of wanting to engage with the community as a corporate citizen. I don't think you could ask for a better investor in this area. And I guess the question is, it sounds like at least 3 of you have already made up your mind. The notion of every time saying that it's not going to get built confirms your own bias. So I would say that if you're not going to do it, then what you should be open to is negotiating. Because there's a lot of sunk costs in here, both on your part and on their part. And I think that anything can be negotiated like this. So if it's a new EIR agreement, if it's a new land use, if it's housing, whatever it is, it sounds like this company is very, very open to negotiating that and coming up with new alternatives. So I highly advocate for considering that, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Christine?
Hi, Council. Thank you for having us. Thank you for all that you do. Christine Beebe, I'm a resident of Santa Clara. I also work in Santa Clara. Very insightful meeting. I really appreciate everybody's feedback. I always learn a lot when I'm at council meetings. What I heard some people saying was that they didn't feel like this project was good for Santa Clara, but I really do think that Kylie has been doing so much for Santa Clara that I do think they're good for Santa Clara. And I want them to have the opportunity to continue to do things for Santa Clara. And so that's why I support this project. I do think they're willing to make the changes that have been talked about tonight. I do think the fees associated with them having to reapply would be astronomical. And I don't think the council I don't think anyone would really see that as something reasonable. And that's what kept coming through my brain. And I really think that they're open to re-looking at ways to make this project work for everybody. And if we can extend this and then being open to ways to make it work for the council and for the city, that we should help them do that and extend it just for how they've treated this community. And I think if it does end up being a mixed use, then again, there is that is good for Santa Clara because we need more housing and especially affordable housing. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Cheryl Walsh and then Suds Jane after that.
Hi, Happy New Year. Good to see everyone.
New Year.
My name is Cheryl Walsh, a very strong supporter of the Santa Clara community. Like John Elwood, I had notes and things to say, and like John Elwood, I've thrown them away after hearing conversations. One thing I must say, though, is I've gotten to know Randy and members of Kylie through community events for the city of Santa Clara. And I found them to be very wonderful and supportive and very positive outlooks on things within the community of Santa Clara. I echo the words that everybody before me has said, so I'm only going to use 40 more seconds. I liked and listened to everything Randy was saying, how she had such a positive response to so many of the questions you had. I think in supporting the city manager, supporting the extension of this project, the extension would allow them the time they need. I mean, how many of us, she stepped in 2017, how many of us haven't kind of stepped into somebody else's situation when we're trying to take on some other things and need a little extension to sort things out. So that's just all I have to say. So I totally support this extension. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jane, and then anyone else that would like to speak that hasn't spoken, you can queue up.
As I've said before earlier tonight, my job as a planning commissioner is to preserve the quality of life for our residents. And when this project was approved, conditions were very, very different. We didn't have Levi Stadium, we didn't have Tasman East, we didn't have Patrick Henry, we didn't have Related City Place, we didn't have our climate action plan, and we didn't have our Nexus study. So on Planning Commission, I talked about how the EIR is completely not valid because conditions have changed so dramatically. 3 million square feet are going to bring 15,000 employees. Back when this was approved, the city barely asks for anything in terms of traffic mitigation. We still do a poor job, I believe, in asking for traffic mitigation. Traffic is killing us. People are moving out of the Bay Area because of traffic. I just talked to the Hexagon person earlier tonight, and there's a lot of confusion about that 25%. As Commissioner Chahal, Councilmember Chahal said, the 25% actually does include the 10%. So the active measures they're asking for are only 15%, which is completely wrong. When we had a TDM specialist come to Planning Commission, they said the average VMT reduction is 35%. We should be asking for 35%, give them the credit for 10% being near transit, and then they should be doing active TDM measures of 25%. So there's been a lot of confusion about that. And then, as was pointed out before, if they were up to current conditions with the Nexus study, office would require $20 a square foot. That would be $60 million. We're letting them get away with only $450,000 of affordable fees. So we need to renegotiate. The conditions have changed.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, this is a public hearing, right, City Attorney?
I think it was noticed as a public hearing, wasn't it?
Yeah, just 1 second. Yep, you come close, yeah.
I do believe it was noticed as a public
As
hearing.
a public hearing. Okay, so
what I wanted to do
Randy
is,
would get some time to
but
make some responses.
I would like
yeah.
to introduce our land use attorney, Matt Gray, to talk about the EAR, because I think there's some confusions about the EAR in 2010, and he's much more capable of explaining it than I. Would that be okay?
All right, that's fine. That's the way you want to use your time, that's fine.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the time. I'll be brief. I just wanted to draw a distinction between two different concepts we've been talking about. You know, on the one hand, there is the menu of community benefits that are part of the contract, part of the development agreement, and that are germane to the First Amendment that you're considering. And those, I think, as Randy's indicated, certainly make sense to talk about. And I think there's interest on our part in receiving direction and maybe coming back if the council's open to continuing the item. But in terms of the environmental analysis and the EIR, I wanted to kind of frame up what I think is a real different context there. You know, CEQA creates a really powerful tool for the benefit of this council in the form of the addendum process. And the purpose of that tool is so that this council can evaluate a project carefully, prepare an EIR, certify the EIR, and then even if it's a project that takes a long time to develop, this council is not required to continue to kind of chase its tail and redo environmental analysis on the fly as the project unfolds. Instead, it's empowered to rely on an addendum, provided there are not changes to the project that are being proposed that would cause new or more significant impacts. And so here, the project itself is not proposed to change at all. There's a little bit of a change to the time frame in which it'll be built out. And so I would just encourage the council to kind of think about how that tool of the addendum is really meant to empower you and to keep you from having to continually update environmental analysis when it's really not technically required under CEQA. So I just wanted to be sure that that was clear. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
And then I just wanted to, end and just say, we think the project, the office project is buildable, and I would really like to have the opportunity to continue this meeting and to talk with staff about upgrading some fees in the project so that the city would feel like you were getting some benefit from the project. And then come back with you to you on January 28th, if that's possible, and have the DA extension approved by you. Okay. Is there any other questions? Okay.
Thank you very much. So is there a motion to close the public hearing? He said it's a public hearing, right? Yeah. Motion to close public hearing. Second. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. I just want to make a couple of comments. One, if Kylie doesn't build this project and they sell it, someone else could build this project. I guess the development agreement could be extended again. And I think we have to look at what's the purpose of development agreements. They're not to go on in perpetuity. They're supposed to be, there's different sections of the development agreement that talk about what needs to be done in order to get an extension. And I think this particular one said that in order to get the 5-year extension, you need to have at least, I think it was half the project built by the end of the 10-year period, and that would, or something like that, and that would entitle you to the option of the 5 years. I mean, there's deliverables during the time of the development agreements. These weren't meant to go on for 10, 15, 20 years, 25 years. Just in perpetuity. When we had the Agilent development agreement 5 years ago, they actually were going to build the same project. We turned it down because of the times that had changed between the 2005 when it was approved with the EIR and the 2015 with all the development around it. When you look back at 2010, it was a bad economy. There wasn't a lot of traffic. It was a completely different Santa Clara then. And if we had to approve, I can assure you, if we had to approve a 3 million square foot office project today, we would not have the conditions that we have in this development agreement because there would not be any benefit to the city of Santa Clara on that. This is a unique situation where, again, we have a quality developer who is really pushing 2 projects. You have the one project that you really want to build with the school and the park and all those things that are going to come before us, but yet you're promoting this 3 million square foot project that is your second choice, I guess, or you'll sell the property or whatever if you don't get the first one. So we normally don't have, this situation. At least with Agilent, they had the same project. But here, it's just completely different. I just can't, in good faith, approve an extension on a development agreement that's already been going on for 10 years with no progress, for 3 more years with probably not much more progress, with more extensions after that. And so we'll be out 10, 15, 20 years with a 2010 environmental impact report. It's of no benefit to the city. So many of you talked about going and renegotiating this development agreement. And so my question is, considering everything we have going on in the city, including the processing of the Kylie project, do we want to spend our staff time renegotiating a 2010 development agreement? I say no. I say they concentrate on what they're doing and their project, and we deny this development agreement. I just can't, there's no benefit for Santa Clara moving forward with this. And it has nothing to do with the quality and the community spirit and the aspect and the participation of the Kylie developer. It has nothing to do with it. It's just what's in front of us is not beneficial to our city and our residents. All right, does anybody else have comments? Vice Mayor Hardy.
Still sounds weird to me.
I know, get used to it.
My concern is we don't necessarily build buildings. We just approve situations. I am horrified that the FAA is holding up situations and basically holding this developer hostage. And that bothers me a lot because I don't want to be part of that process. I am torn over the idea of we have an older project and we'd like to build something different. That's why I would love to see a continuance of this so that we can really, truly talk about what we want to do here. And if we have a developer that's willing to work with us, I'm worried about a denial being the wrong message we want to send because I don't want to be the FAA or like them. I would feel much better about the idea of a continuance. With that in mind, I would like to make a motion that we continue this. I will have to ask staff, would it be too quick for something the end of January? Would it? I know we're on a hard deadline for June.
It would definitely be too quick.
That was my concern. So I would say could I say within 30 days?
Continue to do what? I think you need to be a little more specific.
And that's why I just want to continue this discussion because I'm hearing two different things. Staff is saying we're okay with this, and then we also have something different that's a possibility. Would it trigger another EIR? The question is, it may or may not. So I would like more information. I would like to have this. I would like to continue this discussion so that I hear what the developer really wants to do. So that's my motion. Continue for approximately 30 days.
I can second that motion with some added conditions on those. Like, I know, as mentioned, staff is really busy, but we can make staff's life easy to change this development agreement if we give a clear guidance, if we negotiate current level fees on this project, and we are not asking for 100% of those. Let's negotiate anywhere from 50 to 70% of the current level fees if we can get those. And then we can, it's up to the staff to negotiate those fees. That way we're not changing EIR, we're not changing anything other than the current fees, and those should be easy to calculate, if I may ask the staff. Current level fees, that should be easy part. So let's do that. With that, I'll second that motion, and they can range from anywhere from 50 to 70% of current level. And I just want to add on top of that, Kylie has been a great partner in the community, and we want your newer project to be over there, not this project, to be very frank. But this, we understand this is only a backup, just in case sort of situation, maybe 5%. But we you're a socially responsible business, but we are also have to take care of the city's social aspect of that. Like, we have to safeguard the resident and the city interest too. And that's the reason, even if there is a 5% chance of this project happening, and that's the only case we are asking you, hey, because we lost property tax on this thing. If this was not built, city lost property tax on this one. And we want something back. If we are giving you some 3-year extension, we want city and its residents deserve something back from you. And you mentioned, most of you mentioned that you're ready to negotiate. And we are not asking 100% of the current fees. We want somewhere between 50 to 70%. At least we face the current situation and give you a benefit that you had a development agreement with us. With that, that's my comment on that. And with that, I will second that, if you can agree to
As the maker of the motion, I would say a continuance with a renegotiation of fees.
Thank you.
I think that is super convoluted. I will not support the motion. Either we renegotiate the entire development agreement, because if we were going to approve 3 million square feet today, we wouldn't say we want 50% of fees or 70% of fees. We would want a list of community benefits. I'd want a traffic analysis. I'd want a new EIR. I think that makes no sense because Kylie is proposing their own project now. They're doing their own EIR. We're going to be considering something very soon for this project that I think we're wasting a lot of staff time and developer resources on something that is going to be very difficult. It's just, we have to recreate everything. So I think the motion doesn't make sense to me. I won't support it. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, over the last several years, I've spent, because this project is in my district, I've spent a lot of time with Randy and talking about the concerns. I've attended the community meetings just to observe and listen. And, but once, you know, we got the packet, I read it, understanding, not realizing that in 2010 that this DA was created in 2010, and it's what this project is being based off of. And like I said earlier, I mean, they're two different projects. You're talking about 3 million square feet versus 10 million square feet. The fact that, you know, in 2010 when there was a recession and going on, it was a totally different area out there. And so the EIR was based on a period of time when there was a recession. There wasn't a lot, like I said, there wasn't a lot going on out there, but in 10 years' time, so much has changed. I see it every day. I see the traffic. I see the related project coming on board. The Levi Stadium was built. The Patrick Henry specific plan, even though they're not connected or they're not tied into each other, they're adjacent to each other. There's a lot going on out there. And then the fact of the FAA. I mean, working or sitting on the round table, the airport round table, I hear firsthand how difficult it is to get responses back from the FAA. And I mean, it took over a year just to find out whether or not the proposals that were submitted to them were good enough to implement in the South Bay. And if we're talking about this, a DA expiring in May of this year, and you're talking about a 30-day extension, you're already into February, and negotiations, honestly, I just don't think there's enough time to get things accomplished. And I mean, I would rather go with creating another development agreement, negotiating another development agreement, and something that's bigger and better for the city of Santa Clara and for Kylie as well. So I will, based on those feelings, I will not support the motion. So, thank you.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yeah, so I think we all realize that, nobody seems to want the current project that's described in the development agreement to be built. So I guess perhaps maybe, so the reason we're pursuing this is that obviously the developer and staff see some value in preserving that agreement, and so that whether those, as I'm trying to look here on the zoning, because by the time we did the general plan, I think that we had already changed that designation to like high-intensity R&D. So, Andrew, do you have a sense, so you said if this development agreement goes away, the zoning, you said you thought it was like currently industrial, even though the general plan shows high intensity. So I'm trying to think of is, okay, so what is it, are we looking at what value is being lost? Is it, because I assume that that's what we're trying to protect, and I understand trying to protect, they've invested a lot of money and they've purchased this property and all of that, and if it goes back to light industrial, but is that the case, that it would actually revert to light industrial, or what?
Yeah. So in May, or when the development agreement expires, the plan development zoning would expire. That's the current zoning, and the prior zoning was ML. So it would revert back to that, is my understanding. But also, as you know, we're in the midst of a zoning code update, which has a new high-intensity office R&D zoning district that would be then what it would be subject to. So it would conform with the general plan. So that would be the zoning in place. So, you know, through our current zoning or the future one, either way, you know, someone could, in theory, come in through for a new office R&D project that conformed to the zoning, but they would have no environmental review. So that would be, you know, starting over from scratch in terms of that process. So, you know, something to scale, obviously 3 million square feet is going to require, as a new project, would require a new environmental impact report. They would be analyzed through VMT instead of LOS. So it you know, may not have the same kind of impacts that we had under the LOS rules, but it would have, you know, we haven't done that analysis, so obviously don't know the outcome.
So I understood what you just said, which is kind of what I was thinking, that, you know, once our zoning code is in the process of being updated to more closely reflect the general plan. So at that point, the standard zoning would be more in keeping with what is intended with the 3 million square feet. So, and the zoning code, what's the, I know we've had a couple of updates, but when's the projected completion of that or putting that in place?
I think we're working towards this summer to have that done, so we're getting close, but we're going to have a public review draft out here soon. You know, it depends on the comments we get on that draft, going through a planning commission process, and then that could take several hearings, and then council. So probably earliest would be this summer, but more, you know, or fall, early fall.
Okay, so by summer or fall, we are anticipating, unless there's some horrible, you know, unanticipated change in direction, that property would be zoned for
So
high-intensity R&D.
Right. So the intent is to have
mixed use fall into that? With mixed use?
No. Yeah, so the intent is to have zoning districts that align with our general plan designation. So we would have a high-intensity office R&D zoning, we'd have a low-intensity office R&D zoning, and then we have, that would kind of take the place of the more generic ML that we have today. But those don't provide for mixed use, and the site doesn't have a general plan that supports mixed use.
So it would, in order to include housing and some of the other things like the retail, the community use retail, not regional retail.
Right.
That all would then require another.
Require a general plan change to do residential on the site. From the current general plan, doesn't support residential.
All right, so even though, if this development agreement goes forward, it still then is going to, because it's going to need a general plan amendment anyhow, or a PD or something.
To build a mixed-use project will require a general plan change and a new zoning. Correct.
So it's almost like no matter what we do, we are going to be up against some fairly meaningful land use changes. You know, so once again, I'm trying to make sure I understand. You know, even if we preserve this agreement, are we just, you know, is Kylie going to face having to go through some other general plan amendments or whatever anyhow this summer?
So to build a mixed-use project, Kylie would need to go through general plan change, new rezoning, new EIR. If their development agreement is extended, they could potentially come back and build 3 million square feet of office R&D space without needing a new environmental impact report. And that would be the main benefit to them in that regard. If the development agreement expires, then, you know, they could come in and seek new entitlements for an office R&D project under the current zoning that would be in place. As well. So that's kind of a third possibility.
If that would be the plan, they wouldn't need a general plan amendment or any of that. They wouldn't need a zoning code amendment because the 3 million square feet would then be in compliance with what the zoning code update is anticipating. all they would, but it would trigger a new EIR.
And I don't want to go, we'd have to go through a whole analysis, and I don't know the outcome of that in terms of what they could build, but presumably they could build something along those lines with city approvals that would, for a new project. If, all that's the, potential, a theoretical potential of what they could do on the site that would align with the general plan and the zoning. Right.
So
as you're aware, that would be through an architectural review process under the city zoning code, right? So they wouldn't necessarily need to rezone it to build an office R&D project in that scenario.
Right, so the current project, even, like I said, so even if we just wait, if the zoning code update goes into effect this summer, if this current project as anticipated under the DA, not what Kylie is, wanting to build, the 3 million versus the 10 million or 6 million, whatever it might end up being, but the 3 million project, it seems like the main benefit would be keeping the EIR and that potentially whether depending on your view of whether LOS or VMT, which one benefits the community more.
Right. Yeah, I think the main benefits to the developer are certainty. They know they have an entitlement in hand, which has some value. That I think someone mentioned that there's a land value consideration, and then they have the environmental review process. So they have an expedited timeline should they decide to implement the office R&D project. Without this development agreement in hand, they would need to submit an application for site and architectural review, prepare a new EIR. It'd be a couple-year process to go through that entitlement process. And the outcome is unknown at this point.
Okay, well, thank you, Al. Yeah, I mean, I understand. I'm weighing against, I understand Kylie's position, but I'm, wondering, their value retained in this by continuing the development agreement versus the value to the community. I mean, I understand what the mayor's saying, but I suppose as a backstop for us, if there was significant enough put on our side of the seesaw so that it's, like I said, obviously there's value to Kylie and, and at this point, yes, we want development, but, we're kind of on the losing end of the 10 years of additional traffic and all those other things. So, so the only way I'd be supportive is somehow it's got to be, the value retained by both sides has got to be equal. Because otherwise, like I said, we're giving up value.
I just want to make a comment about the value of the property. I think our community development director said that the development agreement adds value to the property, and without it, there would be a loss of value. However, I think what you need to take into consideration is that since this development agreement was approved in 2010, the city has entitled many projects around this property, including the stadium, Tasman East. We're in the process of Patrick Henry, and we're building City Place. So all of those things, it was a golf course when in 2010. All of those things have added value to this property because this property is pretty much in the center of everything out there, and everything's been developed around it. So if you look at the real estate values of this property, they've done nothing but soar since we have entitled everything around that property. City Attorney, or
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about any statement that would say that the city would be reducing the value of the property if we were not to be extending this agreement. I mean, this agreement does not have any right of extension, so anybody that's actually looking at the legal rights to develop this property could not assume that the city council would approve an amendment to the agreement to extend the term. I mean, that would not be a reasonable valuation process. So I don't think that any action taken by the city would reduce the value of the property. You have the absolute right to not extend this agreement.
Right, and I think everyone who's bought this property and all these companies and subsidiaries of companies, they all bought everything with the understanding that this development agreement was in place, that there were conditions on the development agreement, and that it had an expiration date of 10 years. So, all right.
That's correct.
So we have a motion on the floor to continue this, to negotiate 50 to 70% of fees. Oh. Just to renegotiate fees, but Councilmember Chahal said something else. So can you just, what is the motion on the floor?
Sure. I think we need to give a clear, guidance to the staff, because if the developer says, oh, no, we cannot go beyond 20 or whatever the case may be, beyond 30, whether we should be very clear what we are asking, what range, and that way they don't waste their time, our staff doesn't waste our time, and that's the reason I'm giving a range. And otherwise, if we don't give a range, we don't know what the developer will offer, we don't know what the staff can negotiate on what basis. So that's the reason I'm giving the range of 50 to 70%.
Well, if the second of the motion, I do not want to put a limit on that, so I would withdraw my motion if you will not second it without that.
Okay.
I would like to ask the staff one question. Yeah. So how long would it take, how much your staff time will it take if we give you a range of calculating the fees only? Like most of the development agreement stays the same, but we apply, if this development comes today, these would be the fees on this one. So it won't be a much of, I don't know, how much time would it take from the staff?
To just take the project square footage and, run it through the city's impact fees calculations is not a long exercise. It would take a couple days to do that. If the council really wanted to explore more like environmental impacts and potential things like that, that's a much bigger question.
No, I'm only talking about the fees. We give the benefit of doubt, whatever EIR is in place over there, because all other development has been based on that EIR, and I would prefer to have a current EIR if the project is changed for sure, but we are trying to be a partner where they had 10-year agreement, and we need to give them some leeway. And again, I'm assuming that's not the goal of the developer to develop this project, basically. This is just a backup solution, and we just want to cover the backup of that only. And we want to cover the interest of the city, and that's the reason I'm giving it that range, yeah.
Okay, so is there another motion on the floor that someone would like to propose? Council? Guess we could all sit here all night.
Okay. Well, so that motion is withdrawn?
Yes.
Okay, then I will, I'll go ahead and make a motion. Let's see, alternative 3 is make a motion to not introduce an ordinance to approve the First Amendment to the development agreement between the City of Santa Clara and Innovation Commons Owner LLC for a 3-year extension.
Okay.
Number 3?
ordinance of the alternative, it's number 3.
So don't introduce the ordinance.
So that's
Correct.
denying,
You're
Denying the
extension.
development agreement and denying the extension.
I'll second that motion.
all right, motion and second to deny the development agreement or do not introduce an ordinance to approve the First Amendment?
Well, technically what you're doing is denying the applicant's request for an amendment to the ordinance, an amendment to the agreement. The method by which you would have approved the amendment would have been by an ordinance. So you can word it that way, or you can just say a motion to deny the applicant's request to for an amendment to the development agreement. That's simple enough.
Motion
It's
to,
in the staff report, that's why she read it that way.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Okay,
I just want to make it clear that's what you're doing.
right. Motion second to deny. Councilmember Chahal and then Councilmember O'Neill.
Can I ask a question, City Attorney? If we don't do anything on this motion today, let's say we don't do anything, what happens?
If you don't do anything, it's the same effect as denying the motion, as denying the request. I mean, if you take no action, then the development agreement will just expire in June.
Thank you.
Councilmember O'Neill.
So say that we don't take any action, the applicant theoretically could come back with some other proposal. Like I said, what I'm looking at is, like that whatever value exists for them, that equal value comes back to the city to make it even worth doing. So, I mean, if we don't take action, if we don't, they're within their rights to come and make another proposal, right? I mean, would we have time for that to be considered,
Well,
Because I don't know how much continuing it does. I mean, does continuing get them something that us denying doesn't get them? Is just they hold them a spot in the queue, or?
frankly, I don't understand I don't understand anything about what doing this really helps them. I mean, that if they're not really going to build a project, it doesn't matter what you do, really. It doesn't matter if you ask them for more stuff in a project that they'll never build, then the more stuff will never come to the city. So, I frankly, I don't know what any of this would do for them. But if you'd actively vote, if you have an affirmative vote of denying the amendment, then that sends a very clear message to the developer: don't bother coming back. But I think they could still apply again for, legally they could still ask you for another amendment even after you did that.
Okay, thank you.
Please register your vote unless there's other comments, thoughts, ponderings, anything? Are we ready? And that passes 5-1. We take a 5-minute break, please. Sorry, Manuel.
I was getting up for my break.
Up again. Thank you for the break. Next, we have update on the proposal by the City of San Jose to modify the North San Jose Area Development Policy. And that's it. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Manuel Pineda, Assistant City Manager. Pleasure to be here tonight to discuss with you the proposal by San Jose to modify the North San Jose Area Development Policy. I know it's late. I do want to give you a heads up. My presentation's a little long, but I will try to go through it as quickly as possible. And I'll try to focus more on the conclusion part, which really tries to bring it all together. From an agenda perspective, I'm going to give you a little background on what the policy is, talk about the North San Jose settlement agreements, as well as touch on some of the other agreements we have with San Jose, where we are on our discussions, a recent council action that San Jose took on May 10th. And because it is a lot of info, I'm going to bring it back together for you with a couple of slides on conclusions with the key points. So the North San Jose policy was approved by San Jose City Council in 2005. Very large policy, 26.7 million square feet of industrial, 32,000 housing units. The key part of the policy was divided into 4 equal phases, approximately equal phases, meaning that the development, the industrial development and residential development, what's happening at each of those phases. In addition to that, it had $519 million for transportation improvements. That's $2,005, I want to highlight, as we always talk about that has changed. And that was also divided into 4 phases as well. Key part, development could not proceed from phase 1 to phase 2, and phase 3, 4, and 3 to 4 after that, until both the industrial and residential development occurred and the transportation improvements were funded to 85%. So those were 2 key trigger points that were associated with the policy before you can move from one phase to the other. At the time, there were lawsuits by the City of Santa Clara, City of Milpitas, County of Santa Clara, and the school district. So there are 3 settlement agreements we have with the city. The Santana West and City Place, which were just completed in January of 2018. Not really focusing on those today, but we will talk a little bit about the City Place agreement because it affects this. And of course, the North San Jose settlement agreement, which has been in place since 2006. We have provided updates for you on these other settlement agreements and other correspondence, so we've been trying to keep you updated as much as possible. As I mentioned, today we're focusing on the settlement agreement for North San Jose, but the City Place agreement does have language regarding good faith negotiations as part of this process, so there's a couple of things I want to highlight as part of that, and it's actually highlighted on the slide. I'm not going to read all of this for you, but really what I want to focus on is the middle part that's bold, that says that Santa Clara shall make good faith efforts to support any modifications to the North San Jose policy, and I feel strongly that as a staff, we have done that, and that accelerate the construction of housing units. And the next part's highlighted because it's very important. So long as such modifications include revision of the timing, nature, and scope of related traffic improvements where necessary to serve the acceleration of housing under the North San Jose ADP. And what that means is we will consider modifying the policy to allow residential to move forward as long as the appropriate transportation improvements are happening as well. On Part B, it does say that the Santa Clara will participate in those discussions with the City of Milpitas and the county to modify the policy. I know there's a question that's come up before. We have met with the county and the city multiple times. We did check in with the City of Milpitas executive staff and they let us know that San Jose has not had any communication with them regarding modifying the settlement agreements. So what is San Jose trying to achieve? Their key goal is they want to accelerate housing units, 8,000 housing units to be exact. And those 8,000 units are currently in phase 2 of the policy. As I talked about, we have 4 phases in North San Jose, and they want to take phase 1, 2, 3, and 4, and make phase 1 and 2 what's now called phase A, and phase 3 and 4 what's now called phase B. So some really just large phases instead of having the 4, which were still large, but smaller phases. And what this would do is it would allow the next 8,000 housing units to move forward immediately. It would also allow the industrial development to move forward immediately, but they haven't been as successful with that, so there's a lot of capacity still available in North San Jose. So we would consolidate from 4 phases to 2, and it would maintain the same $519 million, $2,005 transportation package, but it would shift projects differently than they're currently allocated. And we have mentioned to staff we're open to that. It might make more sense depending on where development's happening to move projects when they expected back in 2005. So we have met with them multiple times, and county staff was part of it. And we have a number of concerns that we provided through written communication. At a high level, we know those 3 key bullet points on our concerns. One was the level of CEQA analysis. One was their conformance to our 2006 settlement agreement. And just the changes to the phasing that they're proposing, going from 4 to 2 phases, and how is that going to affect the timing and funding of transportation improvements. Ultimately, our key issue has been that any change they propose to advanced development should have transportation improvements in parallel. Because otherwise what could happen is San Jose could build those 8,000 housing units and the industrial without any of those transportation improvements happening when the development occurs. We have attached a lot of communication as part of the staff report for you. I think the August 6th letter is probably the best one to refer to if you're trying to find a summary. And I did include not as much detail as on the letter, but just some of the key bullet points out of that. One is we're concerned about the CEQA approach, and an addendum being the right approach, especially as it relates to the public review process. We were concerned about collapsing 4 phases into 2, and I think it's important to highlight that that concerns really 2 items. One is that that was intended to allow development, industrial and residential development, to happen concurrently. And that achieved one goal, which was internalization, meaning that the policy assumed that people who worked in North San Jose would also lived in North San Jose. And about 30% of those trips would be internal, which decreased the number of impacts. Now, if you have one moving forward without the other, that could have additional impacts, and also to ensure that transportation was happening at the same time. Santa Clara staff commented, and San Jose acknowledged at the meeting that we had that's part of this letter, that they have not built the required transportation improvements, and we can get more in depth in that if you would like. And also that under their current proposal, San Jose acknowledged that it's possible, because there are no assurance in their proposal, that the next phase or the 8,000 units can move forward and the transportation improvements might not happen. So what we requested for them to consider policy options that really align the development and construction of transportation improvements. We had a number of meetings, both formal and informal. We had a lot of flexibility as a staff. We've given them a lot of flexibility to try to develop a plan that works to assure that transportation happens with development. We have told them if San Jose can fund these projects, which are not currently funded, and are confident they can meet their advertised design and construction schedules. As you know, they have shown schedules both to the community and the council as to how when they're gonna complete these projects. They should be able to commit to how they're going to face those transportation improvements with the next 8,000 units. We have mentioned that we're open as a staff, right, we would bring for your consideration, but at least from a staff perspective, to consider any phasing plan that ensures transportation will occur in parallel. And considering that they have their schedules already that they've advertised to the public, we have said you can work with those schedules that you have committed to the public and your council you'll deliver the projects on. As we're having those discussions, because we understand some of these projects are very significant and they're large projects, and many of us have worked on large projects before. We know that there's significant milestones that happen with this project, especially if you're doing an interchange, environmental review, design, permits, funding, construction awards, construction completion. We even said they could look at those milestones to see how they could attach residential units to major milestone completion. So it didn't necessarily mean that you have to build this project, but you are moving the projects along to make sure they are moving forward. So we try to be as flexible as we could for whatever their options might be. So we had a meeting on September 20th, and San Jose actually changed their position that they had for over a year at this point, that they would not align the 8,000 units with a enforceable obligation to deliver transportation. And they had mentioned they would submit a phasing plan to us. On October 30th, they reverted back to their original proposal, saying they did not want to do that. We sent them a letter on November 18th, and all these letters are attached to your staff report, once again expressing our concerns. And really, the key thing is we needed some legally enforceable obligations. We appreciated all the promises that we're making to deliver, but we wanted something that was legally enforceable. On November 27th, San Jose sent a letter to us discussing our unwillingness to explore a full range of alternatives. At this point, we feel that they have submitted the same proposal for the last year and a half while we've been trying to offer alternatives so how they could propose something differently. They saw no resolution in sight, and they believe they can proceed under new state law SB 330. And our attorneys will follow up with your legal team to discuss various mediation options. I checked in with Brian today. I had checked with staff. Nobody has contacted us since that November 27th letter. So this went to council on December 10th. So we did send a response letter before it went to council because we don't agree with their SB 330 findings. It applies to new policies. It doesn't prevent San Jose from fulfilling its obligations that they have today. It doesn't prevent the city from requiring transportation improvements as part of conditions of approval. And certainly, a key component of that is what they call a moratorium. And the way we understand it and we believe it, requiring transportation improvements for new housing, requiring transportation mitigations is not a moratorium. You're just required to build the transportation improvements. I do want to note that that letter was not provided to the San Jose City Council, so we'll be sending that letter to San Jose City Council ourselves directly. So the San Jose Council action, there's a lot of activities associated with that. I'm going to go through just some key ones briefly. They had 7 next steps, highlighting 3 and 4. I think a key one was that they're saying that the phasing in North San Jose will no longer be valid January 1st, meaning it's no longer valid today, so meaning they don't have to meet those requirements. And that as of January 1st, because of SB 330, individual projects can move forward on a case-by-case basis. In addition to that, there's a couple of key things that came out of the staff report. That there will be, San Jose, regardless of limitations of residential development in each policy phase, they can move forward without that phasing. And if you look at under the conclusion, the last part that's bold, elimination of the phases of development in North San Jose, meaning there's no longer phasing, they don't have to build the transportation mitigation associated with each phase. They approved staff recommendation. There was also a council memo as part of that. So as I say, there's a lot of elements to the staff recommendation. So bringing that all together for you, because that was a lot of information. So we have a couple of conclusion slides for you. First, I want to acknowledge that Santa Clara, both as a city and the staff, we are committed to the development of housing. And as part of the settlement agreements, we are committed to modifying the North San Jose area development policy through a good faith effort to accelerate that housing development. But we've been very clear from the beginning that that new housing cannot come at the cost of providing transportation infrastructure that's already committed as part of the policy. So it's not a new requirement, it's a commitment they have today. We remain fully open to reasonable changes, but that new housing needs to have transportation mitigation as part of it. We have communicated, as I mentioned earlier, that San Jose can develop a phasing plan that works with their realistic construction schedules for new housing and their advertised schedule for transportation improvements. So we're not asking them to be more aggressive than what they have publicly said they think they can deliver on. We're saying take a look at where you're at, see how you can align that to make enforceable commitments to us. And we do have a valid reason for concern. San Jose has a significant requirement as part of the Phase 1 improvements. I think 31 projects. You got a letter today that's a little different than that, but we're trying to just infer from what they sent it to us. From what we could tell, only 5 of those projects are currently completed, and no additional ones are fully funded. So per the December 10th council action, we anticipate that San Jose plans to ignore their legal obligations to build those transportation improvements. We do not agree that SB 330 gives them the ability to do that. They have obligations that they still need to meet. And we actually believe that pursuing this new approach after spending this time trying to work with them is actually going to delay the construction of housing in North San Jose even more than where they want it to be. From a staff perspective, just seeing with all the information we have and all the discussions we have, we think that San Jose should easily be able to accelerate housing construction by providing a legally enforceable phasing commitment. As we know, an additional 8,000 housing units is not going to be built overnight. There's things that need to happen. There's permitting, there's design, there's construction. There's even the housing market absorption, right? All developers are not going to build 8,000 units at one time, so there's going to be a schedule associated with that. And then they already have schedules that they have shared with their council and community as to how they're going to deliver on their transportation projects. And they have timeframes for funding, design, and construction. So if they just marry those two things, they can propose something to us that would be legally enforceable and that would align transportation with the development. That concludes staff presentation. I tried to tighten it up a little bit more for you, but hopefully got all the information you needed.
Thank you, Manuel. No, we appreciate it because it gives us the history, the background, and really brings the facts to life. San Jose is putting out a false narrative that the city of Santa Clara is stopping them from building any housing in the region, and that's certainly not true at all. And we've been trying to work with them on agreements that they agreed to. And not only the North San Jose Settlement Agreement, but they further affirmed that in our City Place Settlement Agreement that was, what, 2018?
Yeah, January 2018.
2018, they reaffirmed it again. So I think what they're telling us right now is their word and agreements mean nothing. But we don't believe that because you really can't build residential without transportation. They go hand in hand. And so this is just disappointing that they're putting out, again, that false narrative about Santa Clara when they're the ones that have been, not building their transportation improvements that they agreed to build. I like the fact that you've put out the facts here. So we really appreciate the way you presented it, and you have it all here. So is there council questions or comments on this? Councilmember Davis.
Manuel, this little letter from Kim Wallish today is very interesting. Did she ever give you the list of the projects where she explains that 6 local transportation projects with an estimated cost of 32.8 are completed? 7 regional transportation projects are underway and partially completed. 5 local transportation projects are also underway and partially completed. Did we ever get them in good faith, the list of these projects?
So they have provided a list to us, and that's included in the staff report. They have not provided the list we have requested. So the list I have requested, it's pretty simple. And I actually have if I can find it quickly here, a letter I sent to Kim as to what we're requesting from them. But what I was looking for, and I can't find it right now, but what I was looking for is a list of completed and funded, fully funded improvements. And I've been pretty clear at meetings, in writing, and everything else. What they have provided to us is a list that includes funding allocated, and how you define allocated, it's a question mark, or reasonably assured. And the key part of that is, I have mentioned this before at the meetings, is most of the funding is really coming from Measure B. And as we know, Measure B, when that money is going to become available, how it's going to go to different cities and different projects. I know right now there's going to be discussions about whether some of that Measure B funding gets allocated for other purposes that was committed for regional transportation. San Jose is having their own discussions on that, on to where they're going to stand. So that's why I was really interested in just getting the fully funded and fully built list, which we still don't have yet. So we never did receive that. The other part of this is that when they talk about how much funding they have, that assumes that funding. And I'm also interested to understand, as part of their traffic, when they had the package for developers, that the traffic was reduced. As far as we can tell, that's around $45 million of fees that they provided reductions to developers. How does that fit into this whole picture of the fully funded projects? And how does Measure B fit into this? And what would their game plan be if the Measure B funding doesn't become available when they would like it to be? So that's why I did not get that list. I would still like to get that list. I've been pretty clear that I just want to see if they can provide me the other list. I'm happy to look at them. But I would like to understand what's constructed out of Phase 1 and what's fully funded out of Phase 1.
Okay, so going forward, you're sending a letter back to them?
Well,
explain our dismay about their narrative is that we are not allowing them to build. Their narrative is that, you know, we're the bad people, and it's just wrong. But what is the next step? I mean, what is?
I mean, our understanding, you know, the other part that wasn't clear to me on this letter is that it says that they request that you continue to work with us in good faith to find solutions. Based on their last council action in SB 330, our understanding is they were moving forward with that, and they were going to have their attorneys contact our attorneys to do a mediation process. So I'm a little confused about those two pieces. I think what we saw as the next step was to submit this letter to their council, just to make sure they get it, since they didn't, since staff did not share it with them before the December 10th meeting. And we haven't figured out the next steps after that, because we're waiting to see how they're going to proceed with the SB 330 approach.
Okay, and what about the city of Milpitas? Where are they on this? Because they're part of this.
Yeah, we checked with their executive staff. They have not had any meetings with San Jose. San Jose has not met with them on the settlement agreements.
Okay. So again, I guess we're working in good faith, but they don't seem to be working in good faith, so, okay. Thank you.
San Jose said, well, the mayor was saying Milpitas was on board.
I was going to say that.
Yeah.
So based on the information that we have and that we received, any characterization about their council taking action or at a staff level that Milpitas has been involved, based on hearing directly from Milpitas staff, I guess would be untrue at this point.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe and then Chahal.
Thank you. Thank you, Manuel, for this continual update. You know, it was interesting last week. It was widely publicized about the West Winds Mobile Home Park, and in North San Jose, that those 700 families. It's an affordable housing project, and it's been out there for over 30 years, and those residents received notices saying that they were going to be displaced basically by August of 2022. And it, when I heard about it, I mean, it gave me great concern, because I'm, you know, thought about this agreement, and apparently the residents out there were trying to get an amendment, a rezoning to the project out there, so that to keep it a mobile home park, and so that nothing else, you know, could be done to it, you know, in an effort to protect it and all that, you know, those families that have lived there for so long. So, I mean, I made a point to go out there and, you know, stand up for those people too. Number one, because it's affordable housing, but number two, it's in North San Jose, and nothing can be done until these, you know, these conditions are met, that they, you know, take care of the transportation and infrastructure. And so anyway, the mayor and the council member out there are supposed to be going back and helping prepare a rezoning or for that area, so that they're protected, but also legislation is being put in place by Assemblymember Chu and also Congressman Khanna to help protect them as well. So it was just interesting, because it seemed like the city of San Jose had an opportunity a year ago to take that action and protect that property, and it just kind of fell off to the side. So now they're being forced into doing it. So hopefully it'll protect them, and yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know you mentioned Milpitas is out of this, basically. They're not contesting anything on that?
No, no. What we're saying is that as part of the discussions that we had, they, San Jose committed that they would talk to us, the county, and Milpitas. And we checked with Milpitas executive staff, and San Jose has not had any discussions with them about modifying the settlement agreements.
Oh.
So they just haven't had those discussions with San Jose.
Oh, okay. How about county, same thing?
The county, no, the county they have been working with. We had at least, looking at two or three meetings where we were in the same room with the county when we had those discussions. And also we understand they also had separate meetings with the county, similar to have they had separate meetings with us. But we did check with executive staff in Milpitas, and they they told us they have not had any meetings with San Jose.
So whatever combined meetings we had with the county, what was the county's stand basically for these?
This is just at a staff level. I think they had a lot of questions about the phasing, the timeline for the projects. They had some settlement agreement improvements, how that was going to happen. But generally, it was more of I would describe it as a listening session from their end, understanding what the county was, what the city was wanting, what City of San Jose was trying to do, with just some general concerns about the funding for the projects and what that timeframe was be, and the interpretation of certain things of who was required to do certain work. So just more of a listening session with some questions from them. And as far as I understand, there's no anything written or correspondence like we have in our communications with them.
Okay. So basically, because we are the three parties to the agreement, what we signed with San Jose. So we three, like Milpitas, Santa Clara County, have not come together to discuss this thing all by ourselves at a staff level even?
We had separate communications with the county. Craig and Mike, they meet with the county on a regular basis on other items as well. So there's been communication. Our concerns have not changed because San Jose's proposal has not changed since their original submittal. And like I said, we're just looking for an enforceable commitment, and that's been our position since the beginning.
Are the counties concerned the same as ours?
The county, from the meetings we had, like I said, it's been mostly a listening session from them. I don't know what meetings they had separate from that, trying to understand what the funding mechanism will be, what the timing will be, interpretation of certain requirements on their own settlement agreements, because they have different projects than we have in our settlement agreements. So it's been mostly listening as part of our meetings. I would refer to them as listening to with some questions to get clarification.
And I'm not sure you got a chance to look at today's letter.
I did.
They did mention some of the projects they are mentioning. Do they fall into the purview of what we want from them, or they're outside of those phases where they should have been doing these transportation improvements?
They do. I mean, I have some general concerns about the letter. A couple of things is we have told them we're open to shifting projects around. That might make more sense now. I mean, this is 15 years now, right, since this happened. Some changes might make sense. But really, we want to start with that enforceable commitment for them to build it. So once we get an enforceable commitment, we can talk about what projects should go first. I have concerns about the letter about not fully understanding what is really fully funded at this point, because the definition of allocated or reasonably assured can shift, and that money might not be reasonably assured, depending on what decisions get made along the way. And lastly, I go back and I did find the letter. I mean, we have been asking the same question over and over and again. If you look at my letter from November 18, we would also like to remind San Jose of Santa Clara's previous request for a list of all Phase 1 improvements that are fully constructed and fully funded. So that would give us a better picture of really where they're at today and how much money they need to bring to the table for a new transportation package. And of that money, how much is Measure B and how much is money they control, because that, depending on where the control's at and what they really have available to them, that commitment is not the same.
Okay. So I was more concerned about the 7 regional transportation projects which mentioned to the tune of 470. We don't have any list of which are these projects, right?
We do have a list of projects. We do have a list of projects. We do have a list of projects in the staff report. I think my bigger concern is the description of underway or partially completed, because that can mean a lot of things.
So we don't have the accurate picture, basically.
I don't have an accurate picture. No, I have a description of where the project's at, but I still don't have a good understanding of where, how the money is going to occur, and if the money doesn't happen when they expect it, how would that affect their commitment and their schedule?
Okay. And I have a question for City Attorney. Like, I know we saw that SB 330 impacts. Like, what is your opinion? Like, whatever are they saying completely wrong on SB 330 ground? They're asking for that?
Yeah, I think, we assisted Manuel with writing that letter, and we don't think that 330 is even applies, because we're not trying to enforce some kind of moratorium. We're saying go ahead and build the housing. We're just saying, as anybody does any development, you always have mitigation impacts of the development, and transportation is one of them. I mean, it doesn't make sense to build housing without roads, right? The people who live in the houses need to be able to get to work and get to school and get to the hospital and all the other places they need to go. And if there isn't enough capacity on the transportation to the housing, then it doesn't make sense to build the housing. So I don't think 330 in any way said you can't have transportation mitigation improvements commensurate with housing. So they're trying to make some kind of argument that our insistence on building the necessary transportation commensurate with the housing development is some kind of moratorium, which is just simply not true.
Yeah, and I do want to note that, as part of the settlement agreement in this process, they're required to let us know when items are going to council. We had a very short time frame on the staff report coming out in this 330. So community development, public works, the attorney's office, manager's office will work together. And the letter for 330 actually came from our outside counsel, who we also work with. So we made sure that that letter came from our outside attorney and working with us on the interpretation. And this bullet points summarize it, but we are in disagreement with those findings. So it was a team effort to try to get that done in just a few days, really, because we had a very short time frame to meet that May 10th council meeting.
And what's our next course of action, basically?
Well, at this point, we are going to send this letter to make sure that their council gets it. We will follow up with that since staff did not forward the letter to council. I think we are looking at what staff is supposed to come back based on the direction they got. We're going to be observing that. I'm surprised by the comment on the last letter from Kim that they would like to continue working with us, because that's not what their previous letter had said. So we're looking for next steps. We did let them know that if they would like to meet with us again, we would like to get a proposal in advance, because we had a number of meetings where we had expectations that things would be submitted, and they were not submitted.
So I just want to really make clear the three separate, very conflicting messages they've sent us. The council sent us a message that 330 gives them a carte blanche to just totally ignore the agreement. Then they said that their attorney's office would outreach to us to mediate this, which we haven't heard a word, crickets. And then we get this letter today saying, do you want to keep talking? So, your guess is as good as mine as to where this is going, but they are certainly sending three very different messages to us about what they think the next steps are. And given how this is, they've changed their position in the middle of our good faith discussions. And, I can't guarantee that anything we do will result in any recognition by them that they have an obligation. And so, I think the best thing we could do is just simply resend our letter, perhaps with a cover letter explaining that no one's reached out to us to do any mediation, and now we have this other mixed signal of, they want to keep talking, but it doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. They're all over the place in terms of what their position is.
Do we know where the 8,000 housing unit, where they stand right now? Like, what is in the process where they are for those 8,000 units?
I don't know where the full 8,000 units are at. I know there's developers who are making proposals to San Jose, or they're, as to what they would like to do. But no, I don't know for the full 8,000 units to where it's at.
Thank you.
I just want to add that in our response letter that we return back to them, that we will include that in our own efforts to check with the city of Milpitas, that we also discovered that at the staff-to-staff level and certainly at the council, there's been no action by council in Milpitas, as well as staff had not been involved, because it appears as if it's not as far along as they've characterized.
So we've asked them, Manuel, for a list of projects that were outlined in the North San Jose Settlement Agreement, a list of projects that have been completed, transportation projects that have been completed, and a list of projects that are funded, fully funded, not partially or wish list funded or anything, fully funded. So we haven't gotten that, and you've asked a bunch of times. We've also asked for proposals to maybe they want to change the phasing. That's what they told us originally. That's what they wanted to do. So we've been asking for proposals from them. What's your proposal? So we could look at it. And we haven't received any proposals.
They have submitted proposals. They're not submitting any proposals that they have to build the projects with the next 8,000 units. So basically, they would like to, here's the projects we would build, but there's no commitment or enforceable requirement that they're required to build it. It's just that they promised to build them.
So they've submitted proposals for development in North San Jose with we promise we'll build traffic improvements, but don't hold us to it.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So we have 2 legally enforceable agreements. We have the North San Jose, we have more than that, but we have the North San Jose Settlement Agreement, and we have the City Place Settlement Agreement that, again, reinforces the North San Jose Settlement Agreement. So, I mean, I don't know what else we do if they tell us again that, oh, we have Senate Bill 350, we don't have to talk to you anymore. And now we get a letter, okay, we're going to talk to you again. I don't get it. I don't understand it. It's not clear. But I think we're very clear that we want traffic improvements completed. They agreed to that. It's not something that we made up. They already agreed. They signed agreements, 2 agreements actually, and we all know that you can't build housing without traffic improvements. They go hand in hand. So, I mean, I guess we'll sit here and wait and see what they do, but we have 2 legally enforceable agreements. I mean, I don't know what else we do at this point, but answer these very interesting letters that we get from them that contradict each other at every single letter. So, can't wait to see the next letter coming from San Jose. The one today was interesting based on the previous letter. So, I thank you for doing what you're doing and, you know, protecting the public's interest, especially our North Santa Clara area, because it's irresponsible to develop without traffic improvements. We just can't, you know, we can't have that happen. It's not good for the Santa Clara residents or the North San Jose residents. I can't imagine why they'd want to do that without putting traffic improvements in their own city. So anyways, okay. Is there any other council questions? None? Thank you very much, Manuel. We do have a member of the public that would like to speak with us. Sanjeev, if you'd like to come forward, please. Thank you for coming at this late hour.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Sanjeev Acharya. I'm the president and CEO of Silicon Sage Builders. We are a developer based out of Santa Clara. We built a downtown gateway here in Old Quad, and also we have projects in San Jose. One of them is in North San Jose, and that's probably why I'm staying up late here, putting my 2-year-old twins to bed and coming here for this meeting. But I do, as much, I love San Jose, Santa Clara, San Jose, both cities. I'm trying to not feel like the child of divorced parents fighting each other, but I'm hearing this side, I'm hearing the other side as well. And I do feel like there is definitely room for people to work together and make things happen. And I really believe that is the way, you know, both cities will go and work together to make it happen. Sometimes I'm trying to get the story on both sides in my head clear, and sometimes I feel like whatever, you know, I'm hearing on this side saying that this is what, you know, you guys are willing to do, is this other side telling me the same thing. But somewhere there's a communication gap, I feel. And I don't know how this gap can be bridged, but I feel like somehow that needs to be bridged. And And I'm really hoping that happens, and everybody can move forward on this, and that's my real hope. And anything I can do in the process, I'm happy to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev. I mean, you may talk about communication gap. We're just going by our legal agreements, and as you can see, we have had quite a willingness to listen to proposals. And as far as I can hear from our city staff, we haven't been given a reasonable proposal that we can even act on. So in terms of rephasing or, anything, and San Jose signed those agreements. The North San Jose settlement agreement came at I think Councilmember O'Neill can talk about that. There was a lot that went into that with the multiple jurisdictions. So that should not be taken lightly. That was result of a lot of negotiations back then. So it's not something you just set aside. But I mean, just from a practical standpoint, development shouldn't happen without transportation improvements. I think you'll agree on that. And so that's what we need to know. I don't know, is there anyone else that has comments on that? Manuel, do you have any comments?
Just want to add 2 more comments. I think one thing we did do as part of the staff report is we included all the correspondence, all the letters we had, and you can clearly see that we have been very consistent on our request, except for maybe increasing flexibility along the way to give them more options to work with their developers, what their schedules are for housing, and to give them more flexibility on what they could use as, activities completed as part of that transportation. But we've been very consistent on our communication, and their proposal hasn't changed since the beginning. I do think that there's creative things that you could do, especially if you want to start delivering these projects. For example, if you look at Sunnyvale with the Matilda 37101 project, they advanced the money up front to be reimbursed by Measure B. There was a risk associated with that, but that was a priority for them, so they did that. So there's different things that you can do, especially for something this big. We are trying to be as flexible as we can. Our letter shows consistency throughout, so I don't see how anybody could tell staff that we haven't been consistent throughout the process, and we'll continue to do so. And ultimately, we're just looking for something at a staff level we feel like we can bring to council for your consideration.
And you've done a wonderful job, all of you, in this regard. You've been very consistent. So thank you, Sanjeev. Councilmember O'Neill.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to say that, there are a lot of very innovative people, starting with the mayor of San Jose in terms of looking at technology and things like that. And we're not in this, I don't think that we're saying that we want just to see more lanes improved or interchanges improved, because, I mean, that's part of the controversy that's going on right now with VTA. I mean, every meeting, lots and lots of people are coming and talking about they want to see changes. I think that, we ought to be sending the message, let's look at some of these interesting, innovative proposals that have been made. Like maybe we find some way to do, there's some, there are some lighter weight technologies that are people movers. If we're going to build housing, we're going to have jobs. Let's talk about some other ways to help people get around in that immediate North San Jose area. And I don't think anybody's here is just says it has to be, expressway improvements or this. If they were willing to look at alternative modes to move people, I mean, that's what I think particularly younger people want to see.
And just to highlight that, as part of their current requirements, they have a significant list of, I'm just looking at that, probably about 15 to 20 projects that are related to trails, bike lanes, transit operations, transit stop improvements. I don't think they have started on any of those yet, except for the bike trail that was completed on the Creek Trail. So it's not, when we're talking about the improvements that they committed to, certainly the big ones, just from a financial perspective, are the regional highway ones and those big projects. But they do have about 15 to 20 bike, ped, transit projects to improve all those modes as well. Like I said, based on the list they provided, they're all They have about 5 in progress. They said not sure what that means in progress, and about 10 to 15 or so that are pending, meaning that they haven't started on those yet. And those are all phase 1 as well.
Okay. All right. Anything else on that? Anyone? Thank you very much. This is just a note and file. Do we need to take any action on this? Note and file? All right. Is there a motion to note and file this?
Second.
Motion second to note and file. Thank you, Sanjeev, for coming out so late. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Please register your vote. It's coming. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, reports of members and special committees. Councilmember Davis.
I just wanted to, microphone works. I attended the Santa Clara PD open house on Saturday, and what was special about what happened was there was a coinciding thing at the Northside Library. And there were so many people, family-friendly. I mean, it was orchestrated. I don't know if it was supposed to be that way, but somehow that was like a downtown event, and people were just, they got to see the police department, and they did like a little thing outside the library, and Hillary was kind of running around, and there was just so many people coming in and out, and the kids were afraid of some of the officers because they were handing out the little badge things, and, you know, some of our guys at the, you know, police department are pretty big. So the little guys are like very tiny, and they're like looking up going, wow. So they were hanging onto their moms, and, you know, and our guys were reassuring them that they weren't going to get hurt, and they were just, it was cute. I mean, they had the cars there. It was just one of those kind of things that when we get our downtown, you know, if we can coordinate those efforts and cross-communicate with our various departments, I just think that was well-attended. It was so nice, and I was just so glad to be there. The other thing I wanted to say was earlier I was chastised for making a comment about an opinion page that was in the Mercury News, and I was pretty upset about it because it attacked our city and that we were dysfunctional and we didn't know what we were doing. And I wanted the city manager to, I know that you do address some things that are wrong in the media, but again, it was one of those things where for our communications department, when things like that come out and attack us, I don't appreciate it. I just think that if you want to say something, then at least provide the facts, but don't attack the city manager, what we're doing, and call us people that are dysfunctional. I think that on our council, we've had so many 7-0 votes or 5-2 votes or whatever. That doesn't show people that we're dysfunctional. It just shows that we're doing our job. So I just took offense to it. I had just come back from New York. I was on a 3-week vacation, and all of a sudden that appears in the paper, and I just really didn't appreciate it. So I'm hoping with our new communications people that we'll be able to address some of this, because I don't think that was warranted at all. I think that crossed the line of just bad editorial or just bad journalism. So I feel that I have the right to say that. Those are my First Amendment rights. And I'm definitely going to say it on this dais because it affects my city. So with that city manager, I hope that when we have the conversation with the communication people, that we'll be able to address things of that nature. So that's what I have to say under council.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. You stole my thunder. I was going to talk about the event on Saturday also, but it really was wonderful and well attended, and it was just, I think it was coincidental that that the Lunar New Year was taking place at the Northside Library as well, but it would be wonderful if we could do that like on an annual basis in an effort to just bring community together. It was a real good community building event and big turnout. The weather turned out great. So thank you to everybody. Thank you to the police department for all the officers that were there, because that was just prior to the football game. So there were so many of them there, and of course it was convenient for them, but still the fact is that they were there and they spent all that time with the community before going into a major event. So it was really appreciated. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
So yeah, I also attended the Northside Police Open House, and it was very well attended. And one thing I found out that the building police station, city is only paying $1 for the lease of that. That's so good of a developer, and we need these type of developers in the city where we can have benefit of those things. And coming back to Councilmember David Davis' comments about those things, the reason I said, like, press has a freedom of speech too. And if we try to counter any of those on this dais, what line do we draw? Like, when should I bring that thing on the agenda from my perspective if something is written about me or any other council member? So my perspective is we are here on a council agenda, not a personal agenda. Yeah, we have a freedom of speech, but we can use it outside. And let's leave it that to, if on the official behalf, leave it that to the communication department versus agendizing on the dais for that one. That's the reason I mentioned that. Thank you.
Well, I just think that as council members, we have the ability and the right to say whatever we want if we see that something's wrong and we want to state what our opinion of the facts is, that we have a right to say whatever we want to say up here as long as it's not offensive to people. So, and sometimes it may be offensive to people. Okay, so I see no more. We're going to move on to city manager, executive director reports.
It's the perfect segue.
Speaking of the media.
Speaking of media and freedom of the press, as well as, most importantly, false narratives.
Exactly.
I did want to present some findings, and this is important in a matter of public interest because we are an employer that is competing both with private sector as well as public sectors, agencies around us. And the narrative in terms of how we're characterized, it impacts potential applicants. It certainly impacts the professionals that are already on board who made career changes to join the City of Santa Clara. And more importantly, it also impacts you as the council in terms of what you think and how we're managing around hiring and compensation. So I just want to walk you through, if you'll indulge me, a couple of slides about two articles that were published in the Weekly and the issues that it got wrong. In the article, the topic, of course, is senior managers and director hires and my actions. The article failed to consider all of public sector compensation factors. In fact, it really shows the misunderstanding of public sector compensation. It goes on to provide an apples to oranges salary comparison where there is a comparison between assistant director salaries versus director salaries, where inherent in that category of classifications, there will be a compensation difference. There are two different classifications, and in fact, they're a part of a hierarchy. But there's more in terms of then the author, Carolyn Schuck, incorrectly uses salary only to get to whatever designed conclusions that disparage not only our professionals, but the city as an employer. And of course, one of the nation's most competitive environments to recruit and particularly retain employees. So just if you'll indulge me, I'll just use one example. I'm picking on Ken Lee this evening. Is he here? He left.
He's not
Okay, he
here.
left.
Okay.
Okay, so we're picking on him because he's not here. But Carolyn's analysis stops at just the salary range comparison. And if you look here, the City of Sunnyvale's salary range, there's generally established through a minimum and a maximum and a midpoint. And if you only stop your analysis here, you can make a couple findings. Pretty comparable in terms of the midpoint, just off by about $4,000, and off by about 1,000 or less than 1,000 when you look at the maximum. The minimum, there's a little bit of a larger differential. And so if you only stop your analysis here, you would be able to draw some comparisons. The problem with that is it's an incomplete comparison. And so I wanted to help with public understanding of what an apples-to-apples comparison would require, and then walk through the scenario of which we face in a competitive market. So when you look at the comparisons, you cannot stop at salary alone. Compensation is by far more complex, and what Carolyn Shuck's article failed to recognize is that there are also employee-paid benefits, and we'll refer to them as EE, that's a common reference, and employer-paid benefits, ER. And Santa Clara differs in compensation when compared to other agencies. This is no secret. People who recruit away from Santa Clara or recruit to Santa Clara know that there are some key factors that differentiate Santa Clara as an employer. One of which is we are unique in that an employee pays Social Security of 6.2%, where other surrounding agencies don't pay that amount, as well as employees pay anywhere between 8%, and in the public safety, it's much higher, but upwards of 10% of a CalPERS contribution. Medical insurance cost for family coverage in Santa Clara is about 4 times higher than what other comparable cities provide. The employer here in Santa Clara only pays for the cost of the employee, and many surrounding cities fold that into the benefits package where a full family is provided coverage. So what does that mean? That means that to provide a Santa Clara offer, you first have to make an adjustment for the 6.2% that an employee will be paying, as well as the adjustment for the CalPERS contribution that an employee pays. Off the top there, just to be equal, not including any other benefits that we can walk through, you're already at about a 15% differential. And then if it's promotional for a person who's coming into this organization, you then have to make it promotional at 10 to 20%, which was the market average in terms of what an employee experiences for making a job shift from one agency to another. So if you look at public sector compensation, again, salary is where Carolyn Shuck's analysis stopped in her article. And if you look at the employer paid benefits and the employee paid benefits, this is just a sampling of some examples, but under the employer paid, there's differentiations in terms of we have to factor in whether there's an employee paid member contribution, which is on, if you just look at Sunnyvale, it's 4%, other agencies it differs. Medical, what's the differential and what the employer receives coming into Santa Clara and how we equalize it so that they don't experience it as a compensation loss. And all the other benefits, deferred compensation is widely offered in other surrounding cities between 2 to 4% and other benefits. An employee coming in to Santa Clara, there is the impact of the CalPERS payment, medical, if they have a family, absorbing the additional cost, as well as the Social Security. And so once you apply those two, you actually get a different finding. Here, what's wrong with only using salary is, again, here's the range. But when you apply in Sunnyvale, if you look at the employer paid benefits, it's $135,000, and the employee pays benefits of about $10,700. When you look at the experience of coming into Santa Clara, the employer pays $122,000 and an employee pays $40,000. So you immediately see over a $40,000 differential once you look at those two other factors.
Big difference.
So the value of those differences between the employer paid benefits and the employee paid benefits needs to be brought into before you even start to make an offer for someone to come and take a promotion or join the city. You need to account for that differential. And so what that means is when you have an apples to apples comparison using the director, if you start, and again, we're using, in this case, we're using the director's salary at $268, I'm in Santa Clara. The employer would pay $122, that's fully loaded with all the CalPERS and all the other benefits that the city offers. An employee would pay $40,000, and the total compensation is $350. If you look at the Sunnyvale experience where you add the employer paid and the employee, the total compensation is $396. That's what the information in Carolyn Shuck's article missed, because it only looked at the salary and provided these broad ranges, not accounting for that the offers that have been provided for people to come in from either San Jose or from other surrounding organizations. We have to work through all of this so that we're competitive. And in fact, what she leaves out is roughly $46,000 of compensation that was not credited to the Sunnyvale experience or the San Jose experience. Now, when you look at the other employees, and it's in the report, looking at San Jose, just so that you know this isn't unique to Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, looking at San Jose, and what we used here was the employee's actual salary and what was midpoint. And so the article fails to realize that even when Santa Clara employees are at their maximum compensation on the range, they're still faring below the midpoint in other agencies. And in this case, the HR director is 19.73 when compared to the outside agency from which she came for the director position at the midpoint. Craig Mobeck, it was 15% through the Sunnyvale Santa Clara experience when you look at total compensation. I'd like to say that Manuel's a bargain. I think you saw his example tonight in that we adopted.
Don't tell him
Don't
that.
say that about
He knows it. We've talked through this, but
He's a bargain.
we adopted the Palo Alto model, and we had a lot of internal discussion in terms of whether this would work or not. But instead what Carolyn Shuck is, she talks about the big cost increase. We're actually saving over $400,000 with this model, and that's something that the article didn't give us credit for. We went through Ken Lee ad nauseum, and same with Cynthia is, although offered a maximum at the top of range, even when compared to the midpoint in Sunnyvale, she's still 3.2% lower. And Ruben, our fire chief, public safety has a different culture. It would be highly unlikely that you would be able to recruit a fire chief, especially as seasoned as our fire chief, where he is going to be compensated less than his direct reports. It's just not public safety culture. As well as you would never recruit the top talent that we were able to recruit with a seasoned chief, where they're taking a pay cut or they're coming in and they're making less than their direct reports. And so that was just adjusting for his previous experience, as well as the fact that in order for him to come in as a fire chief, he has to be making more than the deputy chiefs and other direct reports. And so this is the result of when you look at compensation and not just cherry pick or do an oranges to apples comparison as the weekly did. I do have some good news, though, if I can move on to my other topics before I lose my voice. The calendar is out. It's hitting, and it's slowly being distributed through the Postal Service. We are checking with our Postal Service so that they can continue to get it out faster, because they already know there's high demand. I want to acknowledge that the priority setting session is noted on the calendar, and its theme is Love Santa Clara. So its purpose is to kick off the Love Santa Clara campaign. I also want to acknowledge that KGO will be featuring our library services. We received a call from KGO ABC. They contacted our library about all of the cool things happening, and we had much to share about our library's RetroTech Preserving Memories project, our tool lending library, our bike fix-it stations, as well as our weather station. And they decided to make a profile or do some storytelling, and it will be posted on KGO's website very soon, and as soon as it is, we'll push it out to our community. And I also just want to acknowledge that Magical Bridge Playground Community Input Meeting will be held on January 18th from 2 to 4 at the Community Rec Center, as well as we'll be helping the Magical Bridge Foundation with putting out a community survey for those residents who aren't able to attend. So that's it.
Thank you, and thank you for that report. Maybe we should have a regular item on our agenda for false narratives in the press, and we can correct it every council meeting. I think we'd be very busy. All right, so we're going to move on to our adjournment, and unfortunately, this evening, we have two gentlemen that have longstanding ties to the City of Santa Clara. I'd like the council to adjourn this meeting in their memory. The first is retired Santa Clara Police Department Lieutenant Charles Chuck Seymour. Chuck Seymour was born on January 5th, 1943. In 1965, he was hired at the Santa Clara Police Department as a patrolman. Chuck was promoted to police sergeant in March of 1975, and in 1984, he was promoted again to the rank of police lieutenant. Chuck retired in August 1996 after 32 years of dedicated service to the City of Santa Clara. He continued to serve the community in the capacity of a Parks and Recreation Commissioner. He was also involved in the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association. Chuck Seymour passed away on December 26, 2019, after a short illness. He is survived by his children, Ashley Zamuda, John Seymour, and Lisa Seymour Nunes. Also like to ask that we adjourn in the memory of E. Jackson Going, Jr., a longtime Santa Clara resident and founding member of the Santa Clara University Board of Fellows. E. Jackson, we all knew him as Jack Going, was born on February 22nd, 1928 in Texas, but lived the majority of his life in Santa Clara County. He graduated from Bellarmine College Preparatory at the age of 16. In 1949, he graduated from Santa Clara University. Jack co-founded the civil engineering firm Ruth & Going, Inc., where he worked until his retirement in 1984. Jack gave back to the community for a decade as a founding member of the Santa Clara University Board of Fellows and original board member of the Second Harvest Food Bank. He served on many governmental commissions, charitable organizations, and was named recipient of the Austin Warburton Community Service Award from the Mission City Community Fund in 1999. Jack led the long effort to reroute the Alameda around Santa Clara University, which was completed in 1989. A plaque in his honor is on the Santa Clara University campus in grateful recognition of that accomplishment, and that really changed the whole area around Santa Clara University. E. Jackson Going, Jr. passed away on December 30th, 2019. He was predeceased by his wife of 56 years, Audrey B. Going, and is survived by a son and daughter, as well as 7 grandchildren. So I'd ask if we could adjourn in both their memories.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion and a second to adjourn. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you all for coming.